Chapter 266. Wang Chong turned around, only to see a familiar figure staring at him from beneath a towering tree. "Master!" With a smile, Wang Chong hurried forward to greet the other party. The person beneath the tree was no other than Wang Chong's master on the spirit vein, the evil emperor. It had been a few months since they last met, and the evil emperor had grown much stronger than when Zhang Xian first met him. At the same time, his complexion seemed much better as well. However, the aura he exuded seemed to have become more and more restrained. Unlike the fearsome aura of those of the unorthodox path, his aura seemed to have become gentler and gentler. If one didn't know his background, they would have thought that the gray-robed old man before them was just an ordinary person. "Master has changed a lot. Wang Chong looked at his master, who was sipping on a cup of fragrant tea, and he couldn't help but sigh. His master's transformation was obvious. It was as if he was a completely different person from when he first met him. Even though Wang Chong didn't know how it happened, he couldn't help but feel happy for his master in the depths of his heart. "How's your cultivation going?" The evil emperor put down his teacup and asked. "It's still all right. However, I'm still unable to condense my origin energy into white ripples." Wang Chong lowered his head and replied respectfully. Wang Chong had already reached origin energy tier 9, but his origin energy had to be pure. Only after reaching tier 9 pinnacle would he be able to condense white ripples around his origin energy. This formless ripple halo was the most basic form of energy. Once mastered, it would become incredibly powerful, and one's fighting prowess would rise by a notch. This was what Wang Chong had been doing every day on the spirit vein. In order to condense white ripples from origin energy tier 9 to tier 9 pinnacle, one has to compress one's origin energy to the extreme. This is also the reason why I called you here. Haste makes waste. Don't be impatient when cultivating. With your strength, you should be able to make a breakthrough in at least 3 to 5 days. The evil emperor said grimly. "Yes, I'll remember your words." Wang Chong said respectfully. No matter how infamous and terrifying the evil emperor was, he treated him so well that he was speechless. Not only did he treat him as a disciple, he treated him like family. Humans have feelings, and Wang Chong had unknowingly treated the evil emperor as his own family. "Haha, third brother, so you are here." Suddenly, a childish laughter that sounded like silver bells rang out. Before the voice faded, a skinny and small figure excitedly rushed out from inside. On his head, there were 2 extremely eye-catching goat horn braids. "Why are you running? Have you finished your homework?" The evil emperor, who had a genial look on his face a moment ago, suddenly put on a stern face and reprimanded sternly. Whoosh! As if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, the Wang clan's little sister's excited expression came to a screeching halt. A look of fear appeared on her face, but it was quickly replaced by anger. She glared at the demonic emperor old man, clearly unconvinced. "What, are you not convinced? Humph, what's so great about it? You are already so old. Yet you dare to bully a child like me. Ha! What's the point of saying all this? If I don't defeat you, don't dream of leaving this place. Old fellow." Seeing the 2 of them staring at each other as if they were enemies, Wang Chong was on the verge of bursting into laughter. Little sister was born with divine strength and outstanding talent, but her personality was fickle. She was always slacking off, and there was no one in the Wang clan who could control her. Wang Chong wanted to intervene, but it was a pity that he wasn't a match for her. But this time, his little sister had met her nemesis, acting coquettishly, pleading, acting pitiful, throwing a tantrum, scolding, launching sneak attacks, sneaking away. In the past few months, in order to leave the mountain, his little sister had tried her best. However, all of these methods were useless before the evil emperor. "Little sister, you can't blame me for this. You were the one who came here out of curiosity." Wang Chong chuckled inwardly. "Third brother, Hurry back and gather some soldiers. Call Big Uncle over. We'll vanquish this old man together." Seeing that she couldn't win against the other party, the Wang family's little sister immediately ran over to look for her brother with a frenzied look. "You must be joking," as if I would agree to it. Wang Chong laughed so hard that his stomach was about to burst. If his little sister knew that he had already informed his mother to allow her to cultivate here peacefully, she would probably be even more frenzied. "Little sister, Big Uncle is extremely busy, and he won't come over. Cousin and I aren't a match for him, so it's useless even if we come. You should just listen to me and cultivate here. When you graduate, you will be able to leave this place." Wang Chong persuaded. "Ah, I'm going crazy. This old man makes me cultivate every day." The Wang family's little sister grumbled. Clearly, she didn't know that her brother was in cahoots with the old man in her eyes. "Humph, old man, just you wait. One day I will defeat you." The Wang family's little sister pointed a finger at the evil emperor angrily. In the end, she seemed to deflate. Flinging her arms, she walked toward her brother, hoping to seek consolation. Wang Chong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just as he was about to console her, "Haha, I've caught you!" Just as she brushed past the evil emperor, a crafty glint flashed across the Wang family's little sister's black eyes. The evil emperor didn't see it, but Wang Chong, who was facing her, saw it clearly. This little sister actually knows how to play tricks. Wang Chong widened his eyes in shock. Was this still the naive little sister he knew? Or could it be that his little sister was forced to display the talent that she didn't have before? But what was even more shocking was yet to come. Pum! The Wang family's little sister suddenly leaped high into the air with a force that didn't match her size. Then, tilting her body, she threw a punch at the evil emperor. Boom! Raging winds blew, and stellar energy scattered in all directions. What burst forth from the Wang family's little sister's small fist was an unbelievably terrifying force. Gotcha! The tree behind the evil emperor was snapped in half by the strong wind, and the stone slabs on the ground shattered. In Wang Chong's eyes he could clearly see a dazzling green halo bursting forth from his little sister's small body. Wang Chong had never seen such a huge halo before. Rather than a halo, it was more like a halo. From the halo, Wang Chong could feel the power of the mountains and the earth. Under the effect of this huge green halo, his little sister's aura seemed to fuse with the mountains and forest beneath her. The surging spiritual energy in the spirit vein was attracted to her and fused with her small fist, multiplying her strength. Then, she smashed her fist toward the evil emperor. Boom! Shock waves shot out in all directions, and the huge force caused the entire mountain range to tremble slightly. The moment the loud explosion sounded, Wang Chong could clearly hear the faint silhouette of a vast mountain appear behind his little sister. Halo! Halo! My little sister has actually broken through to the true martial realm. In that instant, Wang Chong's mind was in a mess. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Wang Chong wouldn't have believed that his little sister had already broken through her bottleneck and reached the true martial realm after just a few months of training with his master. Furthermore, the halo that she cultivated was unimaginably powerful, far surpassing any true martial realm halo that Wang Chong had seen before. No one in the true martial realm could surpass her strength. His little sister's transformation was truly a complete one, even greater than his own. Regardless of how chaotic Wang Chong's mind was, on the other side, the Wang family's child was howling delicately. Exerting her full strength, she launched a flurry of attacks toward the evil emperor. Boom, boom, boom. A thick white fog pervaded the area. No matter how the Wang clan's little sister attacked, no matter how much strength she used, the demonic emperor old man would always hold a single hand behind his back and simply raise a finger to block all her attacks. Left, right, up, down, front, back. No matter which direction the attacks came from, the evil emperor remained motionless. That single finger of his was like the world's strongest barrier, blocking all of the Wang family's little sister's attacks. Ah, not again. The Wang family's little sister suddenly flew into a rage. With a somersault, she landed on the ground and puffed her cheeks even more furiously. Humph! Old fogey, one day I will surpass you. Furious, the Wang family's little sister harumphed angrily. Without a word, she turned around and dashed into the main hall to cultivate. Master, little sister's halo, Wang Chong was bewildered. His little sister was gluttonous and lazy, just waiting for death to come. She spent 3 days fishing and 2 days drying the net, just like him. In his previous life, she had never cultivated any halos. That massive green halo that appeared out of nowhere was unheard of. This was completely out of Wang Chong's expectations. Everything was different from his previous life. You should be able to see it too. This is the halo of mountains, a true martial realm 1 Dan halo. It allows one to draw energy from the mountains and earth, allowing one's strength to grow tremendously. It can be considered as a type of strength halo, but it's of the highest tier. The evil emperor said. There was no need for him to hide anything from Wang Chong. From the first time he met this little lass, he could already sense her astounding talent and strength. Putting aside 1 in 10,000, it was hard to find even 1 in 1,000,000. If not for that, he wouldn't have forcefully taken her in as his disciple and made her stay here to cultivate. What's going on? Wang Chong was bewildered. True martial realm cultivators had strength halos, and strength halos. These halos could amplify a cultivator's strength, but they were definitely not this ridiculous. For his little sister's halo to be able to draw energy from the mountains, this was inconceivable. To a certain extent, it was already close to the profound martial realm halo. Although I don't understand it, I can vaguely guess. Year, month, day, hour are known as the 4 pillars, and each pillar has 2 characters, collectively known as the 8 characters. This is a divination art I dabbled in when I was young. I asked your mother. Your little sister was born in the year of Iwei, belonging to the Yin category. If I'm not wrong, she was probably born in the Yin year, the Yin month, the Yin day, and the Yin hour. This is the 8 characters of complete Yin, also known as the moment of extreme Yin. People born at this time are born with the opportunity of heaven and earth, making them different from others. Extreme Yin needs to be compatible with extreme Yang, so her body is extremely attractive to Yang energy. Even if she does nothing, she is born with divine strength, and once she starts cultivating, she can even attract the essence of the mountains. And given her talent, as long as she works a little harder, her future achievements will be limitless. It's even possible for her to surpass the me from back then. The evil emperor sighed as he said this. To be able to take in 2 disciples like this in his later years, he really had no regrets in his life. Wang Chong looked at his master, the evil emperor, in a daze. This was the first time he knew that there was such a reason behind his little sister's divine strength. Chapter 267. You really shouldn't waste such talent. Your Wang clan is a clan of ministers and generals. If you leave this lass with me, she might become an influential expert in your Wang clan in the future. The evil emperor said, Master, don't worry. However you want to teach her, just go ahead and do it. I will explain it to Mother. Wang Chong said, Did he meet someone who could teach his little sister a lesson? Wang Chong wasn't going to be a good guy. His little sister wanted him to persuade his master, the evil emperor, but that was a completely different matter. It was already good enough that he didn't ask his master to add ingredients to her cultivation. The evil emperor nodded. Then he looked at Wang Chong with a hint of worry in his eyes. I don't know if it's right or wrong for me to teach you the little yin-yang art. Your cultivation is too fast. I thought that since you aren't a member of a sect, your cultivation wouldn't be as fast. Who could have thought that it would be faster to cultivate in the military? This secret art might be powerful, but it has a fatal flaw. This is also the reason why I was assassinated by that traitorous disciple. Chongar, you must remember that you can't be too hasty with the little Inyang art. If possible, you should slow down a little. Don't raise your cultivation too quickly to avoid future problems. Master, don't worry. I know what to do. Wang Chong chuckled inwardly. The reason why he was interested in the great Inyang heaven creation art was because it could raise his cultivation at the fastest speed. As for the other hidden dangers, if he could change the fate of the Tang dynasty and avert that calamity, so what if there were any hidden dangers? Master was thinking too much. The evil emperor didn't say anything. He could see the disdain in Wang Chong's eyes clearly, and he could only sigh. He was the one who imparted the little Inyang art to Wang Chong, so the latter was the source of everything. He could only think of a way to resolve the flaws in the little Inyang art and great Inyang heaven creation art. I hope that it will work. The demonic emperor old man said to himself as he glanced at the rosy sky. After living in a sect for so long, he was used to the kind of mutual deception. You attack me, you attack me. Suddenly entering the imperial court of the Tang dynasty and coming into contact with an ordinary secular family like the Wang family, the evil emperor suddenly felt his entire being relax. There was no mutual deceit. No one knew who he was. No one feared him like he was the evil emperor. No one feared him like a plague. There was only an ordinary life here. He taught a disciple with good aptitude to quietly cultivate in the depths of a spirit vein that no one knew about. He had to endure the sneak attacks of a teenage girl from time to time. At the same time, he scolded her a few times every day and ordered her to practice diligently. When he was free, he could even brew a cup of tea, eat a few pieces of braised beef sprinkled with sesame seeds, and drink a few mouthfuls of wine. His life was plain, and his heart was at peace. It was as if his entire being had relaxed. The evil emperor had truly fallen in love with this new lifestyle. As for these two disciples that he took in his later years, the evil emperor also liked them from the bottom of his heart. These two children were not scheming. Even though the little girl would sneak attack him from time to time, all she wanted was to leave the mountain. As for Wang Chong, the evil emperor could feel that there was something weighing heavily on his mind, but that was all there was to it. Towards the evil emperor, Wang Chong was definitely sincere and did not have the slightest bit of evil thoughts. This was something that the evil emperor could feel. This child had truly treated him as his master. To the evil emperor, who had lived a life of trials and tribulations, these were all precious. No matter what, the evil emperor did not want anything to happen to these two children. The evil emperor opened up his sleeves and quickly turned around to enter the main hall. Almost at the same time, Wang Chong looked around and quickly walked towards a man-made fake mountain at the edge of the mountain. How is it? Wang Chong asked. Gongzi, according to Gongzi, the construction of training ground number 2 has been completed. However, the living quarters and dining hall are still lacking. I'm afraid that it will take a few more months. Beside the fake mountain, a Wang family guard in his 30s who had been waiting for a long time reported. This person was called Su Ping. Just like Meng Long and the others, he had been a guard of the Wang family for more than a decade and was extremely reliable. Even though his martial arts couldn't be compared to Shanhai and Meng Long, and he wasn't as agile, he was able to carry out tasks well. Everything that was assigned to him could be completed on time, meticulously and methodically. Training ground number 2 was a plan that Wang Chong had set up outside of the Spirit Vein base. The Spirit Vein that Wang Chong had found spanned from north to south and spanned a huge area. It would be a waste to use it as a training ground for the descendants of the various clans. Furthermore, there was no need for such a huge area. Thus, Wang Chong thought of the training ground number 2 plan. At the northernmost area of the Spirit Vein, a distance away from the base, he planned to open it to the outside world. In Wang Chong's plan, this training ground was just like the residence he had built on White Tiger Peak outside the Kunwa training ground. Both of them were extremely important. How many people can the living quarters of training ground number 2 currently hold? Wang Chong said as he gazed toward the north of the mountain range. Due to the forest, Wang Chong wasn't able to get a clear view of the surroundings. However, from afar, he could still make out a small cluster of eaves rising above the forest. Under the morning glow, it was dyed golden. That should be the training ground number 2, which was still under construction. It can hold around 30 to 40 people. Su Ping pondered for a moment before replying with a stern expression. That's sufficient. By the time I return, training ground number 2 should be ready to open. Wang Chong smiled. If he were to make good use of this training ground number 2, not only would he be able to raise his influence, it would also be a huge treasure trove. Spirit veins. Moreover, it wasn't even a large spirit vein with an astonishing amount of vitality. Such a place would probably be a huge attraction to any big clan. If he were to make good use of this thing, it would probably become his second huge gold mountain, just like the Hyderabad ore. However, this matter still needed to be done step by step and couldn't be rushed. After telling Su Ping about the future plans, Wang Chong pondered for a moment before turning around and walking toward the training ground on the other side of the base. At the side of the training ground, an old instructor in his 50s was supervising the training of the young men and women. His sideburns were white and his face was stern, making him look very experienced. "Young master." Seeing Wang Chong coming over, the old instructor quickly stopped and bowed slightly with a respectful expression. "Young master." Almost at the same time, a group of young men and women who were training also noticed Wang Chong. All of them looked excited as they stopped their training and greeted Wang Chong. Their gazes were filled with fanaticism and joy as if they had seen their idol. Wang Chong greeted them with a smile. "Continue your training." That simple sentence left everyone excited. Some of the young ladies even shrieked. Even though Wang Chong wasn't old, many of the things he had done weren't something that an ordinary person of his age could do. Thus, no one realized that Wang Chong wasn't much older than them. "Elder Xiang, this way, please." Wang Chong smiled. Under the fervent gazes of the crowd, he walked to the side with the old instructor. The old instructor's surname was Xiang, and he was recommended by Wang Chong's uncle and the other 8 instructors. Even though he wasn't the first to arrive at the base on the spirit vein, he had the highest prestige in the base, be it before or after. All of the Imperial Army instructors viewed him as their leader, and it wasn't easy to invite him over. All of the retired Imperial Army instructors respected him deeply. Before him, Wang Chong didn't dare to put on airs as the grandson of the 9th Gongzi. Instead, he addressed him as Elder Xiang. There are strict rules regarding the retirement of the Imperial Army, and it's impossible for us to agree to a request like Gongzi's. Besides, Gongzi has great ambitions. However, Duke Jiu is a person of high prestige, and he abides by his morals. This is something that everyone in the world has witnessed. On top of that, Gongzi has the heart to help the country, and you don't harbor any evil thoughts. That's why I agreed to your request. Elder Xiang said as he walked. There were many prestigious clans in the capital who wanted to invite him over, but he had never opened his mouth. The reason why he made an exception this time around was because he had a favorable impression of Wang Chong. The regional commander's incident caused Wang Chong to submit a petition to the Holy Emperor, and he was nearly sentenced to death in prison. Only someone with great courage would be able to do such a thing. Furthermore, he came from an upright faction, and everyone knew that he was on Duke Jiu's side. This was also the reason why he agreed to Elder Xiang's request. "Elder Xiang, thank you for your favor. By opening this base in the spirit vein, I intend to lend the Empire a helping hand. Currently, Uzin, Turkic Khaganate, Goguryeo, Mengshizhao, and Abbasid Caliphate are no longer what they were in the past. However, not many people in the royal court know about it. The reason why Wang Chong is doing this is because he hopes that it will be of help to the Empire in the future." Wang Chong said. Wang Chong wouldn't say such words to other instructors. They wouldn't even ask about it. However, Elder Xiang was different. He had been an instructor in the Imperial Army for 27 years, and he had taught countless Imperial Army members. Many of the current Imperial Army instructors were his students. In the Imperial Army, his reputation, influence, standing, and rallying power were all extremely important. Furthermore, Elder Xiang had participated in several major battles of the Empire, and he was acquainted with many influential officials in the royal court. As such, he was well versed in the various aspects of the Empire. In the letter that little Uncle Wang Mi wrote to him, he emphasized that he had to treat Elder Xiang with sincerity and that he couldn't hide anything from him. If he could win Elder Xiang's favor, as long as he summoned him, Wang Chong would be able to receive immeasurable help. Elder Xiang stopped in his tracks. He stared at Wang Chong with a pair of penetrating eyes, and after a moment he finally nodded his head. He could see sincerity in Wang Chong's eyes. This was what Wang Chong said, and that was what he was thinking. It's a good thing that you think so. Like father, like son. You come from a clan of generals and ministers, and it's a blessing for the Empire to be able to see through the hidden dangers of the Empire. In the capital, there are members of the royal family, nobles, and influential clans. I've seen many of them. There are those who play chicken and fight with dogs, those who laze around and wait for death, those who fight with violence, and those who strive for fame. However, to be able to care for the Empire and care for the world is truly commendable. There's no one in your generation who can match up to you. As long as you can maintain this sincerity, your future achievements will be limitless. I've already written several letters to invite some of my old friends and former students. I hope that they can lend you a helping hand. Elder Xiang's lips moved unhurriedly, but the contents of his words left Wang Chong overjoyed. Thank you, Elder Xiang. Wang Chong was delighted. Elder Xiang's old friends and students numbered in the hundreds, needless to say his students. At this moment, Wang Chong wasn't worried that there weren't enough Imperial Army instructors in the Spirit Vein base. Instead, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to accommodate them. Furthermore, if Elder Xiang were to write a letter and express his stance, the instructors of the Imperial Army would surely be able to make an immediate impact. At that time, Wang Chong would probably be able to gather a large number of men. Chapter 268. The students that you have recruited are still acceptable. However, if you intend to do something for the Empire, I'm afraid that these 100 students won't be enough. Elder Xiang stopped and looked at Wang Chong. Elder Xiang, don't worry. These students are only the first batch. I will recruit more people in the future, and it won't just be limited to our Wang clan. Wang Chong said sincerely, "Oh." Elder Xiang was surprised, but he was more impressed by the other party. "So, you already have a concrete plan in mind. That's great. I seem to have been worrying too much." After ending his conversation with Elder Xiang, Wang Chong quickly returned to the main hall. Time flew, and before he knew it, another 3 days had passed. By the side of the Spirit Vein, Wang Chong was seated cross-legged. His eyes were focused on his nose, and his nose was focused on his heart. His mind, spirit, and energy were circulating along his meridians and acupoints. The circulation of origin energy would absorb mental energy. Wang Chong hadn't noticed it at the start, but as he grew stronger and stronger, his origin energy would absorb more and more psychic energy, and this would become obvious. Thus, even though his origin energy was replenished, his mental energy would still be slightly fatigued. He would need to rest for a moment before he could recover. Wang Chong's mental energy was stronger than others. Even though he didn't feel fatigued immediately, he could already feel his mental energy being absorbed by his origin energy. Everything was dark, and he couldn't see anything. Wang Chong maintained his composure, not moving at all. After an unknown period of time, a ripple suddenly appeared in the darkness. Vaguely, Wang Chong sensed something in the surroundings. "It's here." A thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind. Wang Chong wasn't unfamiliar with this feeling. Recently, Wang Chong had been experiencing it frequently. There seemed to be something in the darkness, But it wasn't a tree, a pavilion, a boulder, or a pond. It was something even more concrete and detailed. Something invisible to the naked eye. It was close, but it was also far away. It was separated by a thin layer of paper, but it was impossible to break through it. These are the rules. Wang Chong thought to himself. The power of heaven and earth was the rule, and the martial arts halo was the manifestation of the rule. Only by comprehending the rules of heaven and earth would one be able to possess a martial halo. Of all the true martial realm cultivators, Mayase Mayaka didn't possess a martial halo, but Li Zhuxin did. Not all true martial realm martial artists would have a martial arts halo, and not everyone could have a martial arts halo just because they had enough strength. Under normal circumstances, in a situation where the combat level was about the same, the person with a martial arts halo would always be stronger than the person without. In order to possess a martial halo, one must first comprehend the rules, and before that, one must come into contact with the rules. Origin Energy Tier 9 was the beginning of everything. Only by coming into contact with the laws and sensing the existence of the laws would one be able to comprehend them. Otherwise, it would just be empty talk. Wang Chong was currently in this state. Time slowly passed, but Wang Chong did not try to break through the barrier. Instead, he allowed the origin energy to flow freely, allowing it to absorb his psychic energy as it flowed. All living things have their own nature. When one reached Origin Energy Tier 9 Pinnacle and wanted to form a white ripple halo, the most important thing was to allow the flow of the Yuan Qi to flow naturally and allow the two to converge to the peak. If one were to forcefully do something, one would only end up with a waste of time. Some people might even go berserk because of this. 1. When the absorption of origin energy reached its peak, when it could no longer absorb any more, a qualitative change occurred. With a loud rumble, Wang Chong's mental strength seemed to have broken through some kind of bottleneck, and he seemed to have comprehended something. In the next instant, the origin energy that was restricted to his dantian and meridians suddenly burst forth with a loud rumble, breaking through the limits of his body and gushing out from his pores. Boom! The space around Wang Chong trembled. If one were to look down from the sky, one would see a clear shock wave emanating from his body. When the shock wave reached its peak, it suddenly shrank and collapsed, forming a white ripple. As soon as the white ripple was formed, it felt as though it was made of steel, and it felt as though it was invincible. Boom! Around a zhang away from Wang Chong, a craggy black fake mountain was swept by the white ripple, and with a loud rumble, it exploded into smithereens. Fine dust rose up to a height of 1 zhang and filled the air. Success! In the midst of the shockwave, Wang Chong abruptly stood up, and a brilliant glint flashed across his eyes. From Origin Energy Tier 9 to Origin Energy Tier 9 Pinnacle. The amount of origin energy he possessed didn't increase by too much, but the difference in prowess was like the difference between heaven and earth. Boom! Wang Chong abruptly punched out, and the origin energy in his body jolted. Then a white ripple shot out from his fist, and at the very end of the origin energy, it seemed as though it was invisible. Boom! A massive wave was stirred up in the air. The might of Wang Chong's punch was as powerful as a tsunami. This is great! Wang Chong was exhilarated. The might of the barbaric god that he had cultivated after reaching Origin Energy Tier 9 Pinnacle was on full display. In terms of pure might, Wang Chong's current strength was far above that of an Origin Energy Tier 9 cultivator. One move after another, Wang Chong executed the dragon bone art that he had learned back then, and every single time he executed it, a white ripple would appear around him. In fact, even when he kicked with his feet, a white ripple would appear, increasing the might of his moves by several-fold. With a light kick, Wang Chong shattered a boulder. At this moment, Wang Chong was able to summon powerful white ripples from any part of his body. Let me try out the 100 Steps Divine Fist. Wang Chong looked around, and soon his eyes fell on a large tree to the side, 200 zhang away with its thick foliage. Boom! A burst of fist chi wrapped in white ripples burst forth, and with a deafening explosion, the lush tree, as well as 5 to 6 trees in the surroundings, was blasted into smithereens by Wang Chong's 100 steps divine fist. The hurricane hit the ground, scraping away the turf and stirring up the soil below, scattering it all over the sky. Is Origin Energy Tier 9 so formidable? A rustling voice sounded behind him. Turning around, Wang Chong realized that there was a group of people standing behind him. Those 100 young men and women were standing at the edge of the training ground, and they had already noticed the commotion. That doesn't seem to be the formidable Origin Energy Tier 9, but the 100 Steps Divine Fist. Impossible. I've seen the 100 Steps Divine Fist before, and it doesn't possess such might. The group of young men and women suddenly started arguing with one another. Looking at the group of young men and women who were arguing with one another over him, Wang Chong chuckled. Before they could react, Wang Chong leaped down from the peak of the mountain and dashed into the distance. Back then, when he first entered the mountain, he estimated that it would take him 10 days to reach Origin Energy Tier 9 Pinnacle and form the white ripple halo. Now that he had achieved his goal, it was about time for him to leave. So. In just a moment, Wang Chong disappeared from sight. Lad. Behind him, the evil emperor sipped on a mouthful of Mount Junshan snow butterfly tea as he watched Wang Chong disappear into the distance. A smile crept onto his lips, but soon his smile turned stern. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and cultivate. Humph. An indignant voice came from the window, and then everything was peaceful again. Gongzi. Outside the Spirit Vein base, 3 carriages were parked. The eagle, steel arms, and solitary wolf were standing outside, and 3 eagles were circling in the sky. Where's the location? Wang Chong nodded and asked. The Gogrian Ten Sun Tavern in the west of the city. As he spoke, Eagle passed an invitation card over. The invitation card was black, and on it were 2 large red words, invitation card. It was so bright that it seemed as though it was bleeding. As expected of a fierce dragon that doesn't cross the river. He sure is bold. Wang Chong shook his head. He took the invitation card from Eagle's hands and entered the carriage. Jaya! With a loud bellow and the sound of whips, the 3 carriages slowly moved toward the capital. There, the person whom Wang Chong had been waiting for a very long time had finally appeared. No one knew that a storm was brewing in the Tang dynasty. No one knew what this storm signified. It was only many years later that its effects were slowly revealed. In the west of the city, in the territory of the Gogurians, rows of lanterns hung on the streets, but their glow was dim. The encirclement against the Gogrian assassins and the death of King Sojram had washed over this area like a storm. It had washed away the arrogance and conceit of the Gogurians, leaving them with a tinge of respect, fear, and apprehension. At this moment, Wang Chong was walking in the territory of the Gogurians. The once bustling territory of the Gogurians was now much more deserted, no longer as bustling as before. The Gogurians had attempted to assassinate the officials of the royal court, and they had even recruited 1,000 legitimate soldiers from Gogrian. If this matter were to be exposed, the Gogurians' business would be greatly affected. Most of the Gogrian shops were deserted. At the very least, this situation wouldn't change in the near future. Gongzi, I don't think this is a good idea. We have just annihilated the legitimate army of the Gogurians, and now that we are in their territory, they probably want us dead. Steel Arms said with a frown, to think that the influential Southern Protector General Zhang Chou, Jianqiong, would be invited to the capital in the territory of the Gogurians. After the incident with King Sojram, everyone in the territory of the Gogurians knew about them. Privately, he had heard that the portraits of the few of them were in the possession of every Gogrian. So what about it? It's not that we are afraid of the Gogurians, but the Gogurians should be afraid of us. In the territory of the Tang dynasty, do we have to fear a few foreigners? Wang Chong puffed out his chest and said nonchalantly. He had already sensed the gazes peeking at him from the cracks of the doors, railings, and windows. But Wang Chong didn't mind it. The Gogurians should have taught them a lesson long ago. This was how the Gogurians should behave. As they chatted, the four soon arrived at a slightly bizarre yet lavish establishment that was black and gold in color. 10 Sun Tavern. Wang Chong glanced at the words on the black signboard opposite him. On the signboard was an image of 10 suns. Chapter 269. Zhang Chou Jinqiong had entered the capital in a low-profile manner. It was only when Wang Chong received the news that the influential Anong Protector General had stealthily entered the capital. It was clear that Zhang Chou Jinqiong was determined to succeed in this trip to the capital. Let's enter. Wang Chong beckoned before stepping into the 10 Sun Tavern. The crimson Persian carpet was embroidered with images of blazing lava, and the two sides of the carpet were adorned with golden carvings. It wasn't gold, but real gold. In this Gogrian tavern, one could see inlaid gems, agates, and luxurious wooden furniture made from ancient wood that was at least 1,000 years old. Black crystals could be seen all around the tavern. This Gogrian 10 Sun Tavern was truly extravagant. But, of course, the cost of living was also ridiculously high. Even the vast crane pavilion that the Yao clan privately operated paled in comparison to this tavern. Not even worth a mention. Unless one was a wealthy merchant or tycoon, it was impossible for them to afford such a price. However, Zhang Chou Jinqiong didn't lack money. Not only did the Anong Protector General receive a generous stipend, more importantly, Wang Chong knew that the other party wasn't one to restrain himself. Over the years of guarding Annan, Zhang Chou Jinqiong had earned quite a sum of money from the 6 zhao of a rai. However, Wang Chong didn't mind it at all. Zhang Chou Jinqiong's hands were extremely clean. Even though he was vicious to outsiders, he had never extended his hands to internal affairs. He would only take what he should and not take what he shouldn't. Even so, the royal court and the commoners turned a blind eye to the Anong Protector General's actions. In the 10 Sun Tavern, a figure was already waiting at the entrance of the staircase. He was dressed in a grayish-black casual robe with wide sleeves and a golden-red belt tied around his waist. He exuded a dignified aura. "Chonger, you're here." Upon seeing Wang Chong, Wang Chong's big uncle's eyebrows relaxed, and he beckoned him over. "Big uncle." With a faint smile, Wang Chong hurried forward to meet him. After not seeing him for a period of time, his eldest uncle's complexion was rosy, and he looked even more spirited and dignified than before. After surviving several crises for the family, Wang Chong knew that his uncle was now riding the crest of success in the imperial court. Although his rank had not risen, his authority and status had increased significantly. That golden red belt was a gift from the Holy Emperor. Consort Tai Zhan incident and the regional commander's incident had raised the prestige of the Wang clan significantly. Wang Chong was not a member of the imperial court, so it was impossible for him to benefit from it. Therefore, the biggest beneficiary of this matter was Wang Chong's uncle. The Wang clan was of the same root, and they were bound together for good or ill. Although he wasn't the one who benefited, Wang Chong was still genuinely happy. Now that grandfather has retired, Big Uncle has become the Wang clan's protective umbrella in the royal court. Wang Chong couldn't participate in the court's politics, so he could only help his uncle in this way. "You must have waited for a long time." Wang Chong walked over with a friendly look on his face. It's all right. I've only been here for a while." Upon seeing Wang Chong walk over, Wang Zhen's stern gaze softened significantly. With a smile, he looked at Wang Chong with the concern and doting of an elder looking at a junior. This kind of closeness was unimaginable to him in his previous life. This was what Wang Chong was most proud of, and what he was most proud of. Wang Chong very much enjoyed this sort of harmonious relationship between a junior and a senior that was devoid of scheming. "You should have received Zhang Chou Jinqiong's invitation, right?" Wang Zhen looked at Wang Chong and said with his hands behind his back, "And I'm surprised. To think that the Southern Protector General would invite me over." There was no need for Wang Chong to hide anything from his big uncle. Wang Chong was indeed surprised to receive Zhangqiu Jinqiong's invitation. Zhangqiu Jinqiong was the revered Southern Protector General, an existence on the same level as Fomin Linta, Gao Xinji, Geshu Han, and Wang Shogui. He was a colossal crocodile in the empire's military. On the other hand, Wang Chong was a nameless nobody. He didn't even hold a single official position. Even a squad leader in the military had a higher rank than him. The difference in their statuses was like the distance between heaven and earth. One was in the sky while the other was on the ground. That was why Wang Chong found it strange. There's no need for you to belittle me. Zhangqiu Jinqiong's trip to the capital this time around has contributed greatly. Besides, as a descendant of the Wang clan, who would dare to look down on you? Wang Zhen harumphed coldly. There was an intimidating aura in his eyes. Wang Chong was currently the Qilin son of the Wang clan, the most outstanding, promising disciple of the Wang clan's younger generation. Anyone who dared to look down on Wang Chong would be looking down on the entire Wang clan. Wang Chong chuckled as he felt warmth in his heart. Even though Big Uncle didn't say it directly, Wang Chong could still sense the protective tone in his words. "Right, Big Uncle, is Little Uncle not here?" Wang Chong asked. Since Zhangqiu Jinqiong was intending to rope in the Wang clan, there was no reason for him to let Little Uncle off. After all, even though Little Uncle wasn't in the capital, he wasn't too far away from here. "I told him not to come," Wang Zhen replied. Wang Chong looked at his big uncle in surprise. "It's not appropriate for our Wang clan to get involved too deeply. The two of us are more than enough. There's no need for Little Uncle to enter," Wang Zhen said seriously. Wang Zhen sternly said as he stared deeply at Wang Chong. "Big Uncle, please enlighten me." Understanding, Wang Chong put away his smile and sternly bowed to ask for guidance. Clearly, his big uncle wasn't waiting for him just to catch up with his nephew, but to teach him. Even though Wang Chong had 2 lifetimes of experience under his belt, he would never underestimate his big uncle, nor would he think too highly of himself. His big uncle had spent his entire life dealing with politics, and in this aspect he was far more experienced than Wang Chong. Zhangqiu Jinqiong is a man of great ambition and resolution. We can't afford to offend such a person, but there's no way he will side with us just because we helped him. A person like him will never side with any faction. He is a faction on his own, Wang Chong's big uncle said. Wang Chong's big uncle said. An invisible ripple shrouded the surroundings. Shrouding the conversation between Wang Chong and Wang General Wang Chong was taken aback. He knew the course of history, so he knew that Zhangqiu Jinqiong was indeed a man of great ambition. His desire for power was boundless, and it was impossible for him to side with any faction. But Big Uncle, Wang Chong recalled that not too long ago his big uncle had sought him out for guidance due to his lack of understanding of Zhangqiu Jinqiong. But now, with his decades of experience in the royal court and politics, he was actually able to accurately grasp Zhangqiu Jinqiong's personality. Through this, he was able to deduce how to treat Zhangqiu Jinqiong and dissuade his little uncle from doing so. In that life, Wang Chong only remembered his big uncle's harsh, inflexible, strict, and unreasonable attitude toward him. He also remembered that his big uncle's misjudgment had caused the Wang clan to fall into an abyss of despair. But this time, Wang Chong had a deep impression of his big uncle. "I understand," Wang Chong said. During the banquet later, you mustn't offend Zhangqiu Jinqiong, but you mustn't get too close to him either. Zhangqiu Jinqiong is different from Yang Zhao. Yang Zhao might not understand this, but Zhangqiu Jinqiong does. So, you must treat him differently," Wang Zhen said solemnly. He had high hopes for this nephew of his, and he didn't wish for anything to happen to him before he stepped into the political arena. This was especially so for a protector general like Zhangqiu Jinqiong. Big Uncle has met Zhangqiu Jinqiong? Wang Chong suddenly asked, not answering the question. Wang Zhen was surprised, but he quickly nodded. I saw him from afar in the tavern when he entered the city. Wang Chong nodded. There were some things that didn't need to be explained too clearly. At this point, Wang Zhen already understood the situation. Zhangqiu Jinqiong was still waiting inside, so it wasn't wise for the two of them to stay outside for too long. Understanding his big uncle's intentions, Wang Chong knew what he had to do. After chatting for a moment, the two of them walked up the stairs. Even though the streets of the Gogurians were cold and deserted, the Ten Sun Tavern was bustling with activity. The first thing Wang Chong saw was a group of black-armored generals on the second floor, drinking and playing rock-paper-scissors merrily. They should be the generals that Zhangqiu Jinqiong brought over from Annan. Wang Chong thought. These generals were slightly different from those in the north, and they carried the unique traits of the people from Jiannan. Since Zhangqiu Jinqiong had decided to enter the capital, it was impossible for him to be alone. At the very least, he could trust some trustworthy generals, other than the generals that Zhangqiu Jinqiong had brought over from Jiannan. There were also many Gogrian men and women on the second floor. Upon seeing Wang Chong's group, they immediately turned to look at them hatefully. Humph. Wang Chong harumphed coldly before heading up to the third floor together with big Uncle Wang Zhen. Ha ha ha! Jixing, you're here. Before he could reach the third floor, a loud laugh rang out, and he was one step ahead of him, taking the initiative to climb up the stairs. Even before Wang Chong could see the person, he had already heard the other party's voice. That person should be Zhangqiu Jinqiong. Wang Chong thought. Unlike the second floor, even though the atmosphere on the third floor was lively, it was much quieter. Upon seeing big Uncle Wang Zhen, a muscular man with a powerful aura stood up from the floor. Wang Chong had never met Zhangqiu Jinqiong before, but upon reaching the third floor, Wang Chong could immediately tell who the real Zhangqiu Jinqiong was. On the left side of the hall on the third floor, close to a three-legged gold crow sculpture on the wall, a strong bearded man with extremely broad shoulders, a dragon waist, and a tiger back stood up from the ground. It was just a simple movement, but it was as if a mountain had risen from the ground, emitting an aura that seemed capable of shattering the heavens and rending the earth. In his previous life, Wang Chong wasn't qualified to meet these influential protector generals of the Tang dynasty. This was the first time he was meeting Zhangqiu Jinqiong. Zhangqiu Jinqiong's aura was powerful, far surpassing that of anyone Wang Chong had met so far. More importantly, his aura was as firm as a mountain, carrying with it the unique traits of a soldier. Anyone who saw him would know at first glance that he was definitely not a general, but a commander. But what attracted Wang Chong the most was his eyes. They were a pair of eyes brimming with ambition, and he didn't bother concealing it at all. Zhangqiu Jinqiong, Chapter 270, Minister of War. The position that Zhangqiu Jinqiong was intending to take on was an extremely important one. No matter which faction it was impossible to bypass the orders of the Minister of War. Unlike the previous Minister of War, Zhangqiu Jinqiong was currently at the prime of his life, brimming with ambition. If he were to become the Minister of War, he would never allow himself to be a puppet that others could manipulate. This was also the reason why Zhangqiu Jinqiong's decision in the royal court had dragged on for so long. Even Wang Chong's big uncle, Wang Zhen, had only agreed to it after hearing that Zhangqiu Jinqiong's appointment was inevitable. Zhangqiu Jinqiong was a true outsider. His appearance would throw the entire royal court into chaos, forcefully throwing an uncontrollable variable into the mix. This was precisely what the bigwigs of the royal court feared. It was no small matter for the Southern Protector General to become the Minister of War. These thoughts flashed across Wang Chong's mind, but he soon regained his composure and stood quietly beside big Uncle Wang Zhen. Brother Zhangqiu, I have kept you waiting. Please. At the same time, Wang Chong's big uncle, Wang Zhen, also extended his hand to welcome Zhangqiu Jinqiong. In the entire Wang clan, there was only one person who could stand on the same level as the Southern Protector General. Wang General, the only difference was that Zhangqiu Jinqiong was a military official, while Wang Zhen was a civil official. Even though they were in different fields, Wang Zhen's experience in the royal court was in no way inferior to Zhangqiu Jinqiong. In fact, due to the fact that the Wang clan was a clan of ministers and generals, they were able to participate in the political discussions of the royal court and decide Zhangqiu Jinqiong's promotion. This was also the reason why Zhangqiu Jinqiong had always wanted to enter the royal court. Haha, you must be the famous Qilin son of the Wang clan, Wang Chong. After exchanging pleasantries with Wang Zhen, Zhangqiu Jinqiong didn't take a seat. Instead, he turned to look at Wang Chong, who had retracted his aura. Lord, you flatter me. I am indeed Wang Chong. Regarding the matter of the regional commanders, I still have to thank my lord for your help. Since Zhangqiu Jinqiong had taken the initiative to pay attention to him, Wang Chong didn't bother hiding anymore. He stepped out from his big uncle's side and bowed respectfully. Haha, there's no need to thank me. Zhangqiu Jinqiong waved his hands casually. I'm helping you out of righteousness and national affairs, so you don't have to think too much about it. On the other hand, young Master Wang has such foresight and magnanimity at such a young age. It is truly commendable that he is able to worry about the affairs of the country. Your future achievements will definitely be limitless. He had noticed Wang Chong the moment he stepped onto the stairs. Perhaps Wang Chong himself thought that as long as he kept a low profile, he would not attract attention. But this was basically impossible. One of the reasons why he invited the Wang clan to the Ten Sun Tavern was to meet the influential figure of the Wang clan, Wang Genja. The other reason was to meet the Qilin son of the Wang clan who had caused a huge uproar in the Gogrian Ten Sun Tavern. When it's time to restrain oneself, when it's time to stand out, when it's time to stand out, when it's time to speak, when it's time to speak, when it's time to act, when it's time to speak, when it's time to act, 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 when it was said that with Wang Jiling's death, the Wang clan would surely decline. But from the looks of it, that might not be the case. I'm afraid that the fortune of the Wang clan will continue for another generation. Countless thoughts flashed through Zhangqiu Jinqiong's mind, and in the blink of an eye, he had an accurate assessment of the Wang clan. Duke Jiu was already old, and Wang Zhen had reached the end of his career in the royal court. The future of the Wang clan still rested on the younger generation of the third generation, and of all the descendants of the Wang clan, Wang Chong was Zhangqiu Jinqiong. To be able to enter the royal palace to meet the emperor at such a young age and survive even after being sent to the imperial prison, Wang Chong's grace was truly astounding. Be it Wang Zhen back then or the young Zhangqiu Jinqiong, neither of them had ever received such grace. If nothing unexpected happened, this person would surely become an influential figure in the royal court in the future. With a rough gauge of the Wang clan's pulse, Zhangqiu Jinqiong knew what he should do in the capital. Ha ha ha! At this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly sounded, drawing everyone's attention. Wang Chong turned around and saw a figure pushing open the door of another suite on the third floor and walking out at the perfect moment. This person was dressed in a white robe and a black scarf. His demeanor was reminiscent of a scholarly official. Yang Zhao. Wang Chong's eyes blinked as he recognized that figure, and he immediately understood what was going on. Yang Zhao had clearly arrived long ago, but he chose to stay in a suite by the side. It was only after Wang Chong and his big uncle appeared and met with Zhang Chou Jianqiong that he made use of this opportunity to butt in. Clearly, this was the result of Zhang Chou Jianqiong and Yang Zhao's arrangement. "Lord Zhang Chou, how is it? Am I right?" Yang Zhao laughed heartily. "Hee, not bad, not bad. Wang Gongzi is a young hero, a dragon among men. How can your background be lacking?" Zhang Chou Jianqiong said with a smile. The way Zhang Chou Jianqiong spoke to Yang Zhao was much more amicable and amiable, as though they were brothers. With a single glance, one could tell that his relationship with Yang Zhao wasn't ordinary. "Ha ha ha, we're all family. Come, Lord Wang, this way, please." Yang Zhao laughed heartily as he walked over with his head held high. Raising his right hand, he invited Wang Zhen to take a seat on behalf of Zhang Chou Jianqiong. On the other hand, Zhang Chou Jianqiong simply smiled, not minding the gesture at all. "What's going on?" Wang Zhen saw all of this, and his eyebrows shot up in astonishment. He knew of the relationship between Yang Zhao and Zhang Chou Jianqiong, but from the looks of it, the relationship between the two seemed to be even more intimate than what he had imagined. On the other hand, Wang Chong was well aware of the matter, so he wasn't surprised at all. Zhang Chou Jianqiong was the financial backer behind Yang Zhao. Back then, before consort Tai Zhen ascended to the throne, everything had yet to be decided. Back then, Zhang Chou Jianqiong supported Yang Zhao in Annan, giving him a huge sum of money and sending him to the capital. One must know that back then, Yang Zhao was just a lowly scoundrel who was addicted to gambling. In name, he was only consort Tai Zhen's cousin. However, there was no guarantee that he would succeed. Under such circumstances, Zhang Chou Jianqiong still dared to invest a huge sum in Yang Zhao and treat him with respect. From this, it could be seen how daring he was. However, Zhang Chou Jianqiong probably didn't expect that Yang Zhao would lose all the money he had given him the moment he arrived in the capital. And eventually he met Wang General now that consort Tai Zhen had ascended to the throne, and Yang Zhao had returned the favor. It went without saying that the two of them were on good terms. Wang Chong wasn't too surprised to learn of this relationship. On the other hand, Yang Zhao was winking at him as a signal, causing Wang Chong to chuckle inside. "Please." On the other hand, Wang Zhen didn't think too much into it. He stretched out his right hand and gestured for the host and guests to take their seats. The Gogurians' chairs were exquisite, and for the sake of earning money, they were extravagant. As soon as Wang Chong sat down, he began surveying the surroundings. Zhang Chou Jianqiong didn't just invite the Wang clan's uncle and nephew to this banquet. There were quite a few other guests on the third floor as well. Most of them were Zhang Chou Jianqiong's subordinates, and the rest were probably his own men in the capital. Having been the Southern Protector General for so many years, it was impossible for Zhang Chou Jianqiong to not have any spies in the royal court. I wonder which of these people is Xinyu Zhongtong? Which one is Zhang Wintuo? Wang Chong thought. The men that Zhang Chou Jianqiong brought this time were all tall and well-built, and they exuded a powerful killing intent. With a single look, it was clear that they were important generals in the military. Of these people, there were only two that Wang Chong was concerned about. One was Xinyu Zhongtong, and the other was Zhang Wintuo. To Wang Chong, these two people held extraordinary significance. Just that, even though Wang Chong knew their names, he had never met either of them before. Logically speaking, Zhang Chou Jianqiong should have brought his closest kin with him. But even Wang Chong wasn't confident that he would be able to do so. Logically speaking, he should have been able to tell from the seating arrangement. However, the one on Zhang Chou Jianqiong's left was Yang Zhao, and on his right was a sharp-looking man with a mustache. He seemed more like a military advisor than a soldier. Thus, Wang Chong was unable to determine which one was Xinyu Zhongtong and which one was Zhang Wintuo. Or perhaps they weren't here at all? "Innkeeper, serve the dishes." Zhang Chou Jianqiong sat down, and with a wave of his hand he beckoned for the innkeeper to serve the dishes. The Southern Protector General had the air of a military officer around him, and his every action was straightforward and magnanimous. On the other side, even though the Gogurians were feeling a little awkward, upon receiving the signal, they quickly got busy. A few exquisite appetizers were immediately served. A plate of jade capital crispy fish, a plate of shishi tongue and sauce, a plate of grade 5 Dragon Phoenix exuberance, and a plate of jadeite consort chicken. At the center of the banquet was a crispy, roasted suckling pig, and the atmosphere of the banquet was immediately livened up. Even though he didn't have a good impression of the Gogurians, Wang Chong had to admit that they had put in a lot of effort into this tavern. The appearance, aroma, and taste of these dishes were perfect, and it was clear that they would be able to whet one's appetite with a single look. They were far superior to the dishes of the vast crane pavilion. I heard that the Gogurians worship the three-legged golden crow, and it's a symbol of extreme yang. Thus, they built this 10-sun tavern. Since Zhangqiu Jianqiong has entered the capital today, I borrowed these 10 days to host this banquet for everyone. I hope that everyone will enjoy themselves to the fullest today. Zhangqiu Jianqiong said, "General, you're being too polite." The crowd hurriedly replied. In the entire tavern, the only one who could stand on equal footing with Zhangqiu Jianqiong was Big Uncle Wang General. How could anyone else dare to accept his words? Haha, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Jiexin, I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time back in the capital, and I've always wanted to have a chat with you. However, it's a pity that I've never had the chance to do so. Now, I'm finally able to fulfill my wish. Brother Zhangqiu, you're being too polite. Brother Zhangqiu, you'll have plenty of opportunities to do so in the future. Wang Zhen replied respectfully, a rare sight to behold. Such was the way of the bureaucracy. Zhangqiu Jianqiong was a general in the past, but once he became the Minister of War, he would no longer be the same. The two of them would have many opportunities to interact in the future. I'll be counting on your auspicious words then. Hearing those words, Zhangqiu Jianqiong's eyes lit up and his mood lifted. Come, let's toast to your auspicious words. Chapter 271. After drinking a cup of wine, the relationship between the two sides immediately became much more harmonious. This was the first time Wang Chong was meeting Zhangqiu Jianqiong, but Big Uncle Wang Zhen was different. Although the two of them rarely interacted with each other, they were of the same generation and had long heard of each other's stories. In fact, Zhangqiu Jianqiong even knew that Wang Zhen's character was Jie Xan. On the other hand, Wang Zhen didn't address the other party as Great General or Protector General, but as Brother Zhangqiu. Both of them were of the same generation. Brother Jiexin. Zhangqiu Jianqiong put down his cup and said sincerely, "In front of Brother Jiexin, there is no need for me to hide anything." After living by the borders for several decades, Zhangqiu also wished to move to another place. There are many prestigious clans in the capital, and Brother Jiexin is an influential official in the royal court. Zhangqiu hopes that he can sit in the selection for the Minister of War, and he hopes that Brother Wang can give him some pointers. Zhangqiu will be eternally grateful. Those words immediately silenced the entire third floor. All eyes turned to Wang Chong's big uncle. Soldiers tended to get straight to the point. Even though Zhangqiu Jianqiong was ambitious, he was no exception. One of the goals of this banquet was to befriend Wang Zhen and establish a connection with the Wang clan. However, what Zhangqiu Jianqiong was most concerned about was the matter regarding the Minister of War. Brother Zhangqiu is exaggerating. Wang Zhen stroked his beard with a contemplative expression. He wasn't surprised by Zhangqiu Jianqiong's question at all. Wang Zhen had already expected Zhangqiu Jianqiong to ask such a question. Brother Zhangqiu has made great contributions to the Tang dynasty by stabilizing Jianan. With such qualifications, you are more than qualified to enter the Bureau of Military Personnel. Based on my experience, Brother Zhangqiu only has a 40% chance of entering the central court. 40%. Zhangqiu Jianqiong's eyes flickered with disappointment. Even with a 40% chance, it was still not enough to enter the middle garden. This wasn't what Zhangqiu Jinqiang wanted to hear, but he also knew that Wang Zhen was an influential official of the royal court. There was no way he would lie to him on such matters. This was also the reason why he treated Wang Zhen with such respect. Only 40%. Could Brother Jiexin please advise me on what to do in the future? Zhang Qiu will definitely repay you in the future, Zhangqiu Jinqiang said earnestly. This Zhangqiu Jinqiang's thoughts are more urgent than I thought. Wang Chong looked on coldly and thought to himself, an existence of Zhangqiu Jinqiang's level was a man of his word. Since he had made such a promise, he would definitely fulfill it in the future. Such words could have been spoken in private, but Zhang Xian could see how anxious Zhangqiu Jinqiang was. Perhaps he had waited for too long, or perhaps he knew that this was his last chance. Wang Chong could sense that Zhangqiu Jinqiang was already willing to go all out for the position of Minister of War. To think that I was still thinking that there might be a slim chance of keeping Zhangqiu Jinqiang in Jianan, but it seems like it's impossible now. Wang Chong thought to himself. Zhangqiu Jinqiang was the guardian of the southeast of the empire, and a large part of what happened in the future was due to the iron-willed Protector General Zhangqiu Jinqiang leaving Jianan to take over the central court. Without a powerful figure like Zhangqiu Jinqiang to suppress him, Jianan would be left empty and powerful foes like Mengshi Zhao and Uzin would have to deal with. Zhangqiu Jinqiang's transfer to the central court was a blessing for him, but the departure of Uzin and Mengshi Zhao gave them an opportunity to strike. Zhangqiu Jinqiang was a powerful commander in the military, but his ambition for power was his greatest weakness. Even so, there was nothing Wang Chong could do about it. People strive for higher places, and water flows to lower places. This is human nature. Zhangqiu Jinqiang had already made up his mind to leave Jianan, and there was nothing Wang Chong could do about it. Wang Chong could only sigh. Brother Zhangqiu, it's best for you to keep a low profile this time around, Wang Zhen said as he stroked his beard. Wang Zhen stroked his beard. His face remained impassive, but his eyes shone with the wisdom of politics. Brother Zhangqiu, do you know where the greatest obstacle to your advancement comes from? Qingqi? The Yao clan? Zhangqiu Jinqiang probed. He had already communicated with the two clans, and regardless of whether it was the Yao clan or Qingqi, they had expressed their support for his ascension to the central court. If Wang Zhen were to say that it was Qingqi and the Yao clan, he would never have believed it. But that was precisely where the problem lay. There was no one who objected to his ascension to the capital, but the matter had yet to be settled. That's not it. How could it be them? Wang Zhen chuckled as he picked up the wine cup on the table and took a sip. It's Fomin Linta, Gao Xinji, Geshuhan, and the other generals in the army, including the Anong Protector General, Zhang Shogui. Upon hearing this answer, Zhangqiu Jinqiang and his subordinates from Jianan were taken aback. Even Wang Chong was taken aback. He had only heard of the happenings in the royal court, but he didn't pay much attention to it. The matter regarding Zhangqiu Jinqiang had indeed dragged on for quite some time. In Wang Chong's opinion, it was likely that the various powers in the royal court were unwilling to allow an outsider like Zhangqiu Jinqiang to enter the capital. But Big Uncle Wang Zhen's words provided another explanation. Although Wang Chong was surprised at first, he quickly understood what was going on after some thought. Brother Zhangqiu, think about it. They are all protector generals and great generals of the Tang dynasty. But in terms of aptitude, Fomin Linta, Gao Xinji, Geshuhan, and Zhang Shogui have all contributed greatly to the Tang dynasty. If Brother Zhangqiu can ascend to the central court, doesn't that mean that Fomin Linta and the others can do the same? Wang Zhen stroked his beard. The affairs of the royal court weren't as black and white as they could be. Zhangqiu Jinqiang was a formidable commander, but it wasn't that Wang Zhen was underestimating him. Zhangqiu Jinqiang had never come into contact with the royal court before. He was truly an amateur when it came to such matters. The opposition to Zhangqiu Jianqiong's entry into the capital didn't just come from the prestigious clans and nobles in the capital, but from the military as well. How dare they? Zhangqiu Jianqiong's complexion immediately turned awful. He was only trying his luck in the first place, and he didn't really expect to get anything out of it. But now that he heard about the connections in the royal court, his face darkened. If it was just the opposition from the capital, he could just walk around with his status as the Southern Protector General, and everyone would have to give him some face. Zhangqiu Jianqiong was confident that he could persuade them. The advantage of not coming into contact with the royal court for a long time was that he had never offended anyone in the royal court. But if the opposition came from the military, from the likes of the Western Protector General, Qixi Protector General, and Big Dipper Army Commander Geshuhan, then it would be impossible for him to ascend to the central court. In terms of experience and contributions, these people didn't pale in comparison to him at all. Before Wang Zhen, Yao Guangyi, and the others, he could still talk about his contributions. But before the likes of Fomin Linta, there was really nothing he could say. Furthermore, due to the long period of peace in Jianan, in some aspects, Zhangqiu Jinqiong was even inferior to them. Lord Wang, is there really no other way? Yang Zhao asked anxiously. This time, even he couldn't sit still anymore. Even though these were just Wang Zhen's words, Yang Zhao could immediately tell that there was a high chance that it was the truth of the matter. He had been in the capital for quite some time now, and he had befriended quite a number of officials. Initially, he thought that he was quite familiar with the royal court and the capital of the Tang dynasty. But at this moment, he realized that he still knew nothing about the royal court. Fomin Linta and Gao Xianji have been in the Tang dynasty for many years, and they have connections in the royal court. However, if it's just these few, there's no need for brother Zhangqiu to worry too much. After all, these few have fatal flaws, and it's impossible for them to compete with brother Zhangqiu. In the several centuries of history of the Tang dynasty, there has never been a minister of war. Not just the Tang dynasty. There hasn't been one in all of the previous dynasties. The one brother Zhangqiu should worry about is still the Eastern Protector General, Zhang Shogui. Wang Zhen said. Wang. Before the others could react, Zhangqiu Jianqiong and the middle-aged strategist beside him were taken aback, and their faces warped in astonishment. Just like brother Zhangqiu, Zhang Shogui is a Han, and he's a protector general of the empire. On top of that, he leads an army to suppress the Goguryeo Empire, Khitans, Xi, and the Eastern Turkic Khaganate. His methods are similar to brother Zhangqiu's, perhaps even more domineering. If brother Zhangqiu wishes to enter the royal court, he is the one you need to worry about, Wang Zhen said slowly. Wang Chong stood on the side, a pensive look on his face. This was the first time he had come into contact with such a major matter, and it involved almost all of the powers in the capital. It could be said that Zhangqiu Jinqiong had experienced the most complicated side of the royal court through this promotion. Politics had always been his weakness, and Wang Chong knew that he wouldn't be able to interfere in this matter. Thus, he chose to watch silently from the sidelines, treating this as his best political lesson. Brother Shogui, your ambitions don't lie here, right? Zhangqiu Jinqiong asked with a grim expression. The name of the Eastern Protector General, Zhang Shogui, was like the shadow of a mountain cast upon him. In the military, the two of them were the titans of the world, one in the east while the other in the south, and they rarely interacted with one another. But Zhangqiu Jinqiong knew that Zhang Shogui's qualifications were far greater than his. Most of Zhangqiu Jinqiong's contributions were in Annam, but Zhang Shogui was different. From the Uzin to the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate to Goguryeo and Khitans, he had displayed exceptional aptitude from a young age. And unlike him, Zhang Shogui had once had a chance to become the prime minister of the Tang dynasty. Even though the other party wasn't much older than him, he was far more experienced than the Southern Protector General. Even veterans like Fomin Linta and Gao Xianji were wary of him. If Zhang Shogui were to vie for the position of Minister of War, he would be a formidable foe. The only thing that made Zhangqiu Jinqiang feel at ease was that Zhang Shougui's ambition was to become the prime minister. In this aspect, Zhang Shougui's goal was much higher than his. It's true that Zhang Shougui's ambition is to become the prime minister. But brother Zhangqiu, have you ever thought about what will happen to them if you become the minister of war? In an instant, the entire pavilion fell silent. The eyebrows of the strategist beside Zhangqiu Jinqiang slowly creased. He understood the meaning behind Wang Zhen's words. The reason why Zhangqiu Jinqiang's ascension to the throne was not just because of the royal court, but also because of the borders. If Zhangqiu Jinqiang were to settle down in a corner, it would still be fine. But if he were to become the minister of war, it would mean that Zhang Shougui, Gao Xinji, Fomin Linta, Geshuhan, and the others would be under his control. Thus, even if their ambitions weren't to become the minister of war, they would never allow Zhangqiu Jinqiang to become the new minister of war. In terms of interests, these people were aligned. Chapter 272. Xinyu, Zhongtong. The matters in the royal court were already more than enough to deal with. If he were to face opposition from the military as well, his promotion to the minister of war would be in vain. May I know if brother Jixin has any plans in mind? Zhangqiu Jinqiang asked. He. Even though this isn't an easy matter, it isn't entirely hopeless. 10% is with King Qi, 10% is with the Prime Minister, and 40% is with His Majesty. If Brother Zhangqiu can convince His Majesty, this matter will be in the bag. However, before that, it would be best for Brother Zhangqiu not to agitate Fomin Linta, Gao Xinji, and Zhang Shougui. Otherwise, this matter might blow up again. As long as the matter is settled, Brother Zhangqiu will be able to rest easy. Wang Zhen smiled. This was as much as he could offer Zhangqiu Jinqiang. The rest would be up to him. After all, he was the one who was going to be promoted. If even he wasn't determined, no one else would be able to help him. Ha, I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Jixin. Zhangqiu Jinqiang's eyes lit up, and his furrowed brows smoothed out. He was worried about everything, except the 40% that the Holy Emperor would have. 40% from the Saint King and 40% from his own experience meant that there was an 80% chance of success. There was a good 50% chance that he would succeed. With such thoughts in mind, Zhangqiu Jinqiang shot a glance at Yang Zhao, and the two of them exchanged glances. The heart of a monarch was hard to fathom, and persuading the Holy Emperor would be the most difficult. However, it was actually the easiest for Zhangqiu Jinqiang. The current Holy Emperor was truly doting on Consort Taizhen. In fact, for the sake of Consort Taizhen, he nearly made an enemy out of the entire royal court. As long as Consort Taizhen made a move, the 40% that the Holy Emperor would get wouldn't be a problem at all. Brother Zhangqiu wishes to enter the capital. How are the arrangements in Annan coming along? With the promotion of a protector general, the borders will be empty, and the handover is no small matter. Brother Zhangqiu can go all out on the front lines, but we mustn't allow anything to go wrong in the rear. Wang Zhen said. The transfer of power at the border was often overlooked, but it was a very important matter. If anything were to happen, Zhangqiu Jinqiang would lose his position as the Minister of War. No matter who pleaded for him, it was useless. Even Consort Taizhen might not be able to do it. Military affairs were no trifling matter. As long as Zhangqiu Jinqiang wasn't the Minister of War yet, he would have to take responsibility for it. Ha, I have brought the candidate for the next Southern Protector General. Zhongtong, stand up and greet Lord Wang. Zhangqiu Jinqiang suddenly turned to a muscular, dark-skinned man on his left and said, Yes, sir. When his name was called, the tall and sturdy black-faced man quickly stood up from his seat. He was a little flustered. This was clearly the first time he had participated in such a gathering. Lord Wang, I am Xinyu Zhongtong. Greetings, Lord Wang. Buzz. As though a massive boulder had fallen on his heart, Wang Chang's body trembled violently. He abruptly turned his head over. So he's Xinyu Zhongtong. Wang Chong stared at the figure before him as waves of emotions surged in his heart. Other than Zhangqiu Jinqiang, there were two other people whom Wang Chong wanted to meet the most. One of them was Xinyu Zhongtong, and the other was Zhang Wentuo. Wang Chong thought that Xinyu Zhongtong wouldn't be around. But who could have thought that the man who had been drinking with his head lowered would actually be the future Southern Protector General, Xinyu Zhongtong? Wang Chong carefully examined this future Protector General. The general had a dark face and a thick chest, and he had a thick military style, but his expression was wooden and lacking in flexibility. He did not have the air of a great general that Wang Chong had imagined. Is this the successor that Zhangqiu Jinqiang has chosen for himself? Wang Chong shook his head. Every single one of the great generals and protector generals of the Tang dynasty was an outstanding individual. Every single one of these people could take charge of an area on their own, and they could even lead an army on a punitive expedition. But in Xinyu Zhongtong, Wang Chong couldn't see any of this. Putting aside the fact that this Xinyu Zhongtong couldn't compare up to the likes of Fomin Linta, Geshu Han, Gao Xinji, and Zhang Shogui, he couldn't even compare up to Yao Guangyi. At the very least, Yao Guangyi was much more formidable in terms of strategizing and planning than this man before him. Haha, Zhongtong's surname is Xiang, but after being an official for so long, everyone has gotten used to calling him Xinyu Zhongtong, forgetting about his real name. In Southern, Zhongtong is a veteran who has served under me for many years. Of course, Zhongtong's capability isn't comparable to protector generals like Zhang Shogui and Fomin Linta, but he's a defensive general. I've rehearsed it before, and even if I were to lead the army and launch an all-out assault, it would still be difficult for us to defeat them. After my departure, Zhongtong will be more than sufficient to take over my position. Southern hasn't been in a war for more than a decade now, so what we need isn't offense, but defense. Given Zhongtong's capability, regardless of whether it's Uzin's assault or the changes in Arai, he will be more than sufficient to fend them off. Zhangqiu Jinqiang patted Xinyu Zhongtong's shoulder with a gleeful expression. Annan had the 180,000 elites that he had left behind. In addition to Xinyu Zhongtong, a veteran general who was capable of defending the city, even if he were to leave, the city would still be as stable as an impregnable fortress. Zhangqiu Jinqiang was very satisfied with affairs after his departure, as well as the candidate for the position of Protector General. What Annan needed wasn't an aggressive general, but a defensive general. The more an enterprising person did, the more flaws they would easily reveal. On top of that, an aggressive general would also be ambitious. They wouldn't be content with a single area, and they would be difficult to control. On the other hand, a true defensive general would be able to guard his legacy and loyally carry out the strategies he had left behind when he was still in power. Wang Chong looked on coldly from the side, and the worry in his heart grew heavier. Zhangqiu Jinqiang was the true commander of the empire, the Southern Protector General. He possessed outstanding military capabilities. His choice of Xinyu Zhongtong as his successor wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. But this was precisely what Wang Chong was worried about. Zhangqiu Jinqiang only thought that Xinyu Zhongtong was a defensive general, and he was more than capable of guarding the legacy he had left behind. But perhaps not even he could have imagined that there would come a day when Xinyu Zhongtong would have to leave the territory that he knew like the back of his hand and go on the offensive. From a defensive general, he would become a defensive general. If a person who was only skilled in defense were to go on the offensive, the outcome would be obvious. There's no need to stand on ceremony, General Xinyu. Since Brother Zhangqiu thinks that I'm qualified for the position of Southern Protector General, this matter shouldn't be a problem. Wang Zhen nodded in response, paying no heed to Zhangqiu Jinqiang's words. He wasn't interested in military affairs, and this wasn't his field of expertise either. As for Xinyu Zhongtong, he didn't pay too much attention to him either. The previous Protector General had the right to recommend the successor. The current war god, the Crown Prince's imperial tutor, Wang Zhongxi had recommended Geshu Han, and Fomin Linda had recommended Gao Xinji. Clearly, Zhangqiu Jinqiong had this right as well. There's also this Wang Gongzi Wang Chong. Don't underestimate him just because he's young, but he's a well-known figure in the capital. At such a young age, he has already met the emperor. There aren't many in the younger generation who can match up to him. Besides, there's probably no one in the world who doesn't know of this Wang Gongzi. In order to become the Southern Protector General in the future, you'll have to get closer to this Wang Gongzi. Unexpectedly, after introducing Wang Zhen, Zhangqiu Jinqiong went on to introduce Wang Chong, who was standing beside him. Lord, you're flattering me. Wang Chong is still studying in the Kunwa training camp, and he doesn't have any official position on him yet. I'm not worthy of your praise. Wang Chong hurriedly replied, regardless of whether it was Zhangqiu Jinqiong or Xinyu Zhongtong. One was the future Minister of War, while the other was the future Southern Protector General. Both of them were influential officials in the military. Wang Chong didn't have any official position on him yet, so how could he dare to accept such a bow? Wang Gongzi, you're too kind. On the other hand, Xinyu Zhongtong didn't think too much about it. Upon hearing Zhangqiu Jinqiong's words, he turned around and bowed respectfully to Wang Chong, causing Wang Chong to feel a little embarrassed. Lord Xinyu is too polite. Wang Chong quickly stood up and returned the greeting. Zhongtong, Wang Gongzi is an influential figure in the capital. You're not familiar with the bureaucracy, and this is your first time coming into contact with it. If you have any problems in the future, you'll have to consult this young Master Wang. Zhangqiu Jinqiong pointed a finger at Wang Chong, said, Ha ha ha, Brother Xinyu, Lord Zhangqiu is right. Young Master Wang is someone who can even persuade the King of Song. It's definitely not a bad idea to get closer to him. Yang Zhao also chimed in from the side. He and Wang Chong were sworn brothers, although this relationship couldn't be revealed to the public. Nevertheless, Zhangqiu Jinqiong was still aware of it. Seeing how highly Zhangqiu Jinqiong regarded this sworn brother of his, Yang Zhao felt that it was a matter of face. Speaking of which, this was also a huge credit to him. Wang Gongzi, I'll be counting on you in the future. Xinyu Zhongtong glanced at Wang Chong and said, Xinyu Zhongtong was a pure martial artist. This was his first time entering the capital, as well as his first time coming into contact with the influential officials of the capital. Even though he had a slow and reserved personality, Xinyu Zhongtong wasn't a fool. The young man on the other side came from a family of ministers and generals. Just this background alone was enough to surpass many others, and it wouldn't be a problem for him to be conferred a noble title in the future. Not to mention, this young man was a rare genius. Xinyu Zhongtong knew that the reason why the Protector General was able to enter the capital was due to this low-profile young man. Ha ha ha, we're all brothers. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Yang Zhao laughed heartily. Come, come, come. Let's drink. Cheers. Another round of toasting and mingling. The atmosphere was joyous and harmonious. Lord Zhangqiu, the defenses of the Southern Protectorate Manor are currently weak. If Uzun were to make use of this opportunity to invade the East, what would we do? Will the Southern Protectorate Manor be able to withstand him? All of a sudden, a discordant voice sounded. In an instant, the entire tavern fell silent. However, when they saw the ignorant person speaking, Yang Zhao, Wang Zhen, and Xinyu Zhongtong were stunned. Wang Gongzi. Zhangqiu Jinqiong looked at Wang Chong with a slight frown. He didn't expect it to be Wang Chong. Chong-er, what are you doing? Lord Zhangqiu is the Southern Protector General. Haven't you considered this matter? Do I need you to tell me? Wang Zhen reprimanded sternly. Wang Chong's words were extremely offensive. To put it mildly, he was disrespecting Zhangqiu Jinqiong. But to put it mildly, he was cursing Zhangqiu Jinqiong. Zhangqiu Jinqiong was brimming with ambition for this trip to the capital. Wang Chong's words were taboo, cursing Zhangqiu Jinqiong's misfortune. Wang Chong stared unblinkingly at Zhang Chou Jinqiong with a fiery gaze. He knew that his big uncle was reminding him that he had gone overboard with his words. But Wang Chong had no intention of backing down. It was impossible for him to stop Zhang Chou Jinqiong now. He had already made up his mind to enter the Bureau of Military Personnel, and anyone who dared to stop him would be his enemy. Xianyu Zhongtong's position as the future Southern Protector General was already set in stone. Zhang Chou Jinqiong had thought deeply before deciding on this candidate, so there was no way he would allow anyone to change his mind. All possibilities were sealed. Wang Chong could only try to use his own methods to change his fate. This kind of method might offend some people and make some people feel unhappy. But Wang Chong had no choice but to do it. Fate had already delivered an opportunity to him. Zhang Chou Jinqiong, Xinyu Zhongtong, Yang Zhao, and all of the generals of Jiannan. Chapter 273. It's fine. Waving his hands, Zhang Chou Jinqiong suddenly burst into laughter and stopped Wang Zhen. So Wang Gongzi is interested in military affairs as well. But then again, how could the younger brother of a general not be interested? It'll only benefit him in the future. As expected of a protector general, Zhang Chou Jinqiong managed to resolve the awkwardness with a wave of his hand. That's right. I've interacted with Wang Gongzi a few times, and he is indeed interested in military affairs. It's rare for me to meet Lord Zhang Chou here, so I knew that he wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Ha ha ha. Yang Zhao reacted swiftly and tried to mediate the situation. Upon hearing Zhang Chou Jinqiong's words and Yang Zhao's agreement, the atmosphere in the banquet eased up once more. The generals of the Annan Protectorate, who had been rather dissatisfied with Wang Chong, nodded, accepting this explanation. Wang Chong's father, Wang Yan, and his elder brother, Wang Fu, were both commanders in the military, so it was only natural for them to be interested in military affairs. As one of the few protector generals of the empire, it was only natural for Lord Zhang Chou to seek his guidance. Wang Gongzi has lived in the capital for a long time, so it's normal for you to be unfamiliar with military affairs. Uzin is located on a plateau, and the journey south to Jiannan is long and treacherous, so it won't be easy. Furthermore, Uzin has never been to the mainland before, so they aren't familiar with the terrain. Unless someone guides them, it's impossible for them to gain anything. However, the Uzin people have a red face, which is completely different from us Tang people. Any spy would be able to tell with a glance. Furthermore, the Uzin people who enter Jiannan are under strict surveillance. Other than the Tea-Horse Road, the other cities on the mainland are strictly forbidden from entering. Besides, Uzin is a sparsely populated place, so it's difficult for news to spread. To put it bluntly, only you and I know that we have entered the capital, but the Uzin people might not know about it. Zhang Chou Jinqiong stretched out a finger and wagged it at Wang Chong with a smile. Roar! The commanders around him burst into laughter. As the elite generals of Annan, they knew the Uzin people better than anyone else. Wang Chong didn't say anything. His brows furrowed even more, and the worry in his heart deepened. Of course, we are not hoping for the enemy to make a mistake. I have managed the Annan Protectorate Manor for more than 10 years, and it has long since become an impregnable fortress. Moreover, all the rules and regulations have been fully restored. Even if I am not there, it can still operate normally. Moreover, there are still the 180,000 elite soldiers that I have painstakingly trained. Even if the people of Uzin come south, what is there to be afraid of? Zhang Chou Jinqiong harumphed coldly. His eyes were filled with disdain, and his expression was one of unparalleled arrogance. As the Southern Protector General, one of the few top-notch commanders of the empire, it was impossible for him to reach this position without some ability. Southern border had not been at war for more than 10 years. It was not because of geography, and even more not because of luck. It was strength. There were no weak soldiers under a strong general, and he, Zhang Chou Jinqiong, had no weak soldiers under him. The 180,000 elite soldiers were the greatest guarantee of the empire's southern border. To think that even Zhangqiu Jinqiang would be the same. Hearing Zhangqiu Jinqiang's words, Wang Chong felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. There was no doubt that Zhangqiu Jinqiang was a qualified commander. Jiannan wasn't as peaceful as it had been all along. The peace that he had enjoyed over the past decade wasn't a coincidence, but the result of Zhangqiu Jinqiang's meticulous training. With a complete system, a large army, and countless experienced commanders, Zhangqiu Jinqiang was no ordinary commander. He was definitely qualified to be a commander, but not even Zhangqiu Jinqiang could have imagined that the calamity of the southwest and the northwest would start from the Annan protectorate manor that he had suppressed. All 180,000 elites would perish in battle. Zhangqiu Jinqiang's Annan protectorate manor would become the first protectorate in the history of the empire to be disbanded due to a crushing defeat. Life comes from hardship and death comes from ease. Even the Annan protector general, Zhangqiu Jinqiang, harbored such a careless mentality, let alone Xinyu Zhongtong, who had been influenced by him. I was intending to keep Zhangqiu Jinqiang in Jiannan, but from the looks of it now, even if he were to remain there, it would still be unavoidable. Wang Chong's heart was agitated, and an indescribable sorrow welled up in him. When Zhangqiu Jinqiang said these words, there was a hint of pride in his voice. Wang Chong could sense that Zhangqiu Jinqiang was extremely confident in his plans in Annan. But it was precisely because of this that Wang Chong felt an inexplicable sense of sorrow. That tragedy in the southwest. Wang Chong had always thought that it was just a coincidence that could be easily changed. But it was only now that Wang Chong realized something. Regardless of whether it was Zhangqiu Jinqiang or Xinyu Zhongtong, no matter who was in power, this tragedy was unavoidable. The Tang dynasty had been peaceful for too long, and their arrogance had not only seeped into the royal court, but also into the military. Lord, have you ever thought about what would happen if Uzin and Meng Shijiao were to work together? Wang Chong suddenly asked. As soon as those words were spoken, the proud and smiling Zhangqiu Jinqiang's face abruptly warped. The entire room fell silent, to the point that one could hear a pin drop. The generals of Annan glared at Wang Chong with rage in their eyes. Wang Chong's words might have been a joke to him, but to the generals of Annan, there were countless comrades and even their families and children there. It was the place where they belonged for the rest of their lives. Wang Chong's joke wasn't funny at all. Isn't Wang Gongzi going a little overboard? The middle-aged scholar beside Zhangqiu Jinqiang stroked his mustache and said, Hee, Wang Gongzi, it's fine if you don't go overboard. Let's eat. Let's eat. Yang Zhao hurriedly tried to mediate the situation. He was perplexed. This sworn brother of his had always been a playboy with an outstanding disposition. But for some reason he felt as though he had turned into a completely different person, asking about such sensitive matters. He was intending to matchmake Zhangqiu Jinqiang with the Wang clan, a clan of ministers and generals in the capital. However, if this were to continue, the banquet might not be able to proceed any further, and everyone ended up parting on bad terms. Meng Shijiao has just swept through Irai and conquered the other 5 Zhao kingdoms. King Jelliuofeng is in high spirits and is at the peak of his ambitions. I heard that the Great Tang's decree, Meng Shijiao, is about to launch an attack. On the other hand, Uzin is currently building up his army, training a large number of cavalrymen and purchasing steel. He has already amassed a force of 300,000 cavalrymen. Building up his army and expanding his army? If he doesn't have any ulterior motives, why would he do so? Annan is situated in the crevice between Uzin and Meng Shijiao, and both sides are countries of tigers and wolves. If the two sides were to ally with one another, have you thought about what will happen to Annan? Wang Chong stared at the other party and asked. Even before the renowned protector general of Annan, Wang Chong didn't back down in the slightest. Annan's affairs concerned the lives of 180,000 elites and countless civilians. Even if he were to risk incurring Zhangqiu Jianqiong's wrath, there were some things that he had to say and do. In the current Annan Protectorate manner, from the Protector General Zhangqiu Jianqiong to the ordinary soldiers, no one had the slightest awareness of danger. At this moment, there had to be a person, a voice, to warn them. Otherwise, if tragedy were to befall them, it would be too late. Wang Chong was glad that he had met Yang Zhao on the streets outside the Blue Bottle Pavilion. It was also because of Yang Zhao that he had obtained this opportunity. The reason why he had rushed to this banquet instead of cultivating on the spirit vein wasn't to curry favor with Protector General Zhangqiu Jianqiong, nor was it to rope in the generals of Annan. Rather, it was for this opportunity, an opportunity to speak before the generals of Annan. Even if he were to incur Zhangqiu Jianqiong's hatred, it didn't matter to him. Chong-ah! Wang Zhen glanced at his nephew, and a hint of worry flashed across his eyes. Before this banquet, he did warn Wang Chong not to get too close to them, lest he brought trouble upon himself. But now, Wang Chong was standing on the opposite side of Zhangqiu Jianqiong. Wang Zhen wasn't worried about Zhangqiu Jianqiong. After all, he had come from a clan of generals and ministers for several generations. Even if Zhangqiu Jianqiong had some grudges against him, he wouldn't be able to do anything to the Wang clan. What Wang Zhen was worried about was Wang Chong. He could sense that there was something amiss with Wang Chong at the moment. "Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Is this how you speak to an adult? Don't think that you're Duke Jiu's descendant. Don't go overboard." At the banquet, the generals of the Annan Protectorate manor couldn't hold themselves back any longer. Their faces darkened, and they looked incredibly awful. It should have been a joyous occasion for the Protector General to invite them to a banquet out of goodwill. Yet, this young master of the Wang clan didn't know what was good for him. It was one thing for him to say that Uzin would launch an attack at any time, but now he was saying that Uzin and Mengshi Zhao would work together to attack the Annan Protectorate manor. This was too much. Were they thinking that the Annan Protectorate manor was too peaceful? "Lord Wang, we respect you as an influential official of the royal court, but what do you mean by this? Are you trying to humiliate Lord Wang?" Wang Chong was too young, and it wasn't appropriate for them to get angry with him. Thus, many of them vented their frustrations on Wang. General, those who didn't know what was going on might even think that it was Wang Zhen's doing. "Shut your mouths." At that moment, Zhangqiu Jianqiong's expression turned cold. He raised a few fingers and shouted at his subordinates to stop. As the Annan Protector General, he couldn't possibly be so magnanimous and magnanimous. Contrary to everyone's expectations, not only did Zhangqiu Jianqiong not get angry, he even had a contemplative look on his face. Initially, Zhangqiu Jianqiong thought that the lad before him was intentionally making a fuss. But when he heard the latter half of Wang Chong's words, he didn't get angry at all, because what Wang Chong said was the truth. His spies had just received intelligence that the 7th Emperor of the Uzin Empire was currently training his troops by the Qinghai Lake, recruiting the herdsmen and training the cavalry. On the other hand, Mengshi Zhao's Jelifeng was indeed growing more and more arrogant and disrespectful toward the Tang dynasty. This was something he could sense more clearly than anyone else. Mengshi Zhao was a vassal state of the Tang dynasty. In the past, Jelifeng still had some respect for him, but now there were many orders that even he couldn't carry out anymore. He was only pretending to obey them. The latest news he received was that Jelifeng had just dismissed the prime minister and other officials who were close to the Tang dynasty in Mengshi Zhao, and he had recently promoted a few youths and warmongers from Mengshi Zhao. This wasn't good news for the Annan Protectorate manor. It was clear that Mengshi Zhao and the Uzin Empire were disloyal to the Tang dynasty. However, it just so happened that Zhangqiu Jianqiong wanted to enter the Bureau of Military Personnel, and he wanted to leave this matter to his successor. Yet, he didn't expect a 15-year-old lad from the Wang clan to expose this matter before him. Has the Wang clan's intelligence network reached such a level? In that instant, Zhang Chou Jianqiong shot a deep glance at Wang Chong as countless thoughts flashed across his mind. A moment later, Zhang Chou Jianqiong's gaze fell on Wang Zhen, who was standing beside Wang Chong. In his heart, Zhang Chou Jianqiong still found it hard to believe that the words he had just spoken were the idea of a young lad like Wang Chong. In the depths of his heart, Zhang Chou Jianqiong was more willing to believe that it was Wang Zhen's idea. Wang Zhen's silence further confirmed his conjecture. Wang Zhen is an influential official of the royal court, and he has the right to enter the royal palace to meet with the emperor. For him to say those words through the mouth of his nephew, it can't be without reason. Could it be that this is the will of the holy emperor? Zhang Chou Jianqiong thought. What he didn't know was that he had guessed wrongly. All of this was Wang Chong's own idea. Wang Zhen's trust in this nephew of his had reached a level that made one's hair stand on end. It wasn't just him. The king of Song was the same as well. Thus, even though he didn't know why Wang Chong would do such a thing, once Wang Chong did something, neither Wang Zhen nor the king of Song would stop him, because they knew that this child would never do something without a motive. Chapter 274. Thinking that Wang Chong's words came from Wang Zhen, Zhang Chou Jianqiong dared not let his guard down. Chong Gongzi is astute and eager to learn. Coming from a clan of ministers and generals, it's a good thing for you to have such thoughts. Don't think too much into it. Zhang Chou Jianqiong waved his hand, first stopping his subordinates, and then he turned to Wang Chong with a faint smile, his expression brimming with vigor. Meng Shi Zhao and Uzin aren't the first geniuses to appear in the empire, but does Chong Gongzi know that the situation you speak of has never happened before? Meng Shi Zhao and Uzin are from the Arai and the Highlands respectively. They are of different languages, races, and even their skin colors are different. Furthermore, our Central Plains Tang dynasty is like a sharp knife that separates them. From the start to the end, the two countries have never had the chance to interact with one another, needless to say, ally with one another. The hearts of men are filled with suspicion. Even two hands are unable to coordinate with one another, needless to say, two empires. Furthermore, with such a massive army, who will command whom? Who will be the leader and who will be the subordinate? Chong Gongzi has never been on the battlefield, so it's understandable that you aren't aware of the affairs of the military. Zhang Chou Jianqiong tapped his index finger lightly on the table. As the Southern Protector General, he couldn't be any more familiar with Uzin and Meng Shi Zhao. If Uzin and Meng Shi Zhao intend to attack the Central Plains together, they must mobilize at least 200,000 soldiers each. How are they going to command an army of 400,000? What's the timing? How are they going to mobilize and coordinate their movements? Chong Gongzi, you're still young, so don't underestimate these matters. An army of several 100,000 isn't just a few hundred or a few thousand. How can they be mobilized so easily? Besides, even if they were to ally with one another, with 100,000 elites and a city at their back, wouldn't they be able to fend off their attack? As long as they can stall for some time and wait for the army of the royal court to arrive, no matter how many soldiers they have, they will still be reduced to ashes. Putting everything else aside, the army closest to Jianan is the Big Dipper army of Longxi. This was an army established by great General Wang Zhongxi. Even though Geshu Han was the new commander-in-chief, the Big Dipper army was made up of Han men. The Big Dipper army has accumulated plenty of experience in dealing with Uzin's cavalry. If such a situation were to occur, the Big Dipper army would surely be mobilized. In addition, he could also mobilize troops from the other borders. Since the founding of the Tang dynasty, there has never been a situation like what you described. War was not a child's play. No matter how ambitious Jelifeng was, no matter how young he was, he still had to think things through. Once you offend the Tang dynasty, you have to consider the consequences of the Tang dynasty's wrath. That's not something that Arai Meng Shi Zhao can bear. At the end of his words, Zhang Chou Jianqiong harumphed coldly. Meng Shi Zhao was different from Uzin. Mengshi Zhao was a vassal state of the Tang dynasty. Vassal states were those that were influenced by Confucianism and could be occupied but were not. If Mengshi Zhao dared to go against him, he would have to consider the consequences. Lord, Wang Chong doesn't know whether Mengshi Zhao will be able to form an alliance with Uzin, but it is a fact that Mengshi Zhao has sent an envoy to contact the 7th Uzin. Wang Chong sat upright, and his words shocked everyone present. Zhang Chou Jinqiong, Xinyu Zhongtong, and the other generals of Jiannan were shocked. Chong Gongzi, what do you mean by that? You said that Mengshi Zhao contacted Uzin to form an alliance, is that true? Zhang Chou Jinqiong asked grimly. Initially, he thought that Wang Chong was just seeking advice from him. After all, as the scion of a general, it was normal for him to do so. However, Wang Chong's words had already exceeded the scope of seeking advice. It was already within the scope of military affairs. If Mengshi Zhao were to ask Uzin for an alliance, it would not be a small matter. The southwest was under his jurisdiction, at least until he entered the Ministry of War. If something went wrong, everyone present would be implicated. Not long ago, I got to know a noble young master from Arai. His father was a high-ranking official in Mengshi Zhao. According to him, Jelifeng had already sent a trusted minister as an envoy to Uzin to express his intention of forming an alliance. That young master has a good impression of our Tang dynasty and doesn't want to start a war with our Tang dynasty. Plus, I treated him with great hospitality. That's why he said this unintentionally when he was drunk. However, he sobered up after getting drunk. Realizing that he had made a slip of the tongue, he hurriedly returned to Arai the next day. He didn't even bid farewell. The general was the Annan Protector General, which was why Wang Chong had said such a thing. I don't mean to offend you, Wang Chong said. Those words abruptly caused the atmosphere in the banquet to turn heavy. The generals in the pavilion glanced at one another with grim expressions on their faces. Even Yang Zhao's expression froze as he realized the severity of the situation. Chong Gongzi, pardon me for asking too much, but what is the surname of that noble from Arai? Zhang Chou Jinqiong asked gravely. Jin, Wang Chong said, seeing that he had attracted the attention of all the generals of the southwest. Wang Chong inwardly said, I apologize. The matter at Nanjiao was no small matter. It concerned the lives of 180,000 elites of the Tang dynasty and dozens of cities in the southwest, as well as the lives of nearly 1 million civilians. In order to be wary of the generals from Jiannan and make preparations for the future, he could only resort to such underhanded means. Chen. Zhang Chou Jinqiong lowered his head in contemplation. He couldn't be any more familiar with the upper echelons of Mengshi Zhao. Thinking back, there was indeed an official surnamed Chen by Jelifeng's side. Furthermore, this person had accompanied Jelifeng on a diplomatic mission to the Tang dynasty in the past. Could the words of Duke Jiu's grandson be true? Was Jelifeng plotting a rebellion, intending to ally with Uzin to deal with the Tang dynasty? Jelifeng is an ambitious person who doesn't care about the consequences. What he wants is only his own ambition. Also, Lord Protector General has also said that, in a one-on-one fight, Mengshi Zhao is definitely no match for the Tang dynasty. Thus, if he wishes to succeed, he has to contact Uzin. Arai and Mengshi Zhao are far apart, separated by the Tang dynasty. Regardless of what request Uzin has for Mengshi Zhao, even if it means bowing down to him, Jelifeng will surely agree to it. After all, this is all in name only. Even if Uzin wants to do something, he can't bypass the Tang dynasty and ask for Mengshi Zhao's help. This plan of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf was definitely in line with Mengshi Zhao's interests. At the very least, Jelifeng can completely break free from the Tang dynasty's control. Seeing that his words were effective, Wang Chong immediately struck while the iron was hot and inculcated his words. As for Uzin, the conflicts between him and the Tang dynasty are increasing day by day, and he has also fought against the Tang dynasty several times against the Tang dynasty. Even if he can't get anything out of the alliance with Meng Shijiao, as long as he can suppress the Tang dynasty, it will be beneficial to him. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If Meng Shijiao requests an alliance, as long as he can confirm the sincerity and authenticity of Meng Shijiao's alliance, there's an extremely high chance that Uzin will agree to Meng Shijiao's request. Zhangqiu Jinqiong stared at the youthful face of this youth, a look of shock in his eyes. Even Xinyu Zhongtong could sense that there was something unusual about this earnest youth, and a solemn look appeared in his eyes. At the very least, none of the surrounding generals of the southwest dared to think that he was spouting nonsense. For the first time, everyone sensed the extraordinary weight of this youth. Although this youth from the Wang clan was young, he was able to hit the nail on the head with regards to the relationship between Uzin and Meng Shijiao. Before this, they had all believed that this youth was spouting nonsense, a curse, a deliberate insult to the Protector General. But at this very moment, they couldn't help but think that Wang Chong's words made sense. Even though Meng Shijiao and Uzin had never worked together before, it wasn't impossible for them to work together. Just as Wang Chong said, Meng Shijiao could make use of Uzin to break free from the control of the Tang dynasty and become an independent kingdom. On the other hand, Uzin could make use of Meng Shijiao to deal a blow to the Tang dynasty and wash away the humiliation of being defeated in the hands of the Tang dynasty. Putting aside anything else, just to deal a blow to the Tang dynasty, Uzin would be willing to form an alliance with Wang Chong. More importantly, everyone thought that the Uzin Empire wouldn't descend into the east easily. After all, the Uzin Empire had never touched Jiannan, let alone ventured deep into the mainland. As such, they knew nothing about Jiannan. If they were to wage war on a land that they knew nothing about, the strength of the Uzin Empire would surely be greatly reduced. While Uzin Empire wasn't familiar with the mainland, Meng Shijiao was. Every year, countless merchants would enter Jiannan from Arai. Even the civil and military officials would frequent Jiannan. With Meng Shijiao leading the way and acting as an insider, the final weakness of Uzin Empire disappeared. Even Zhangqiu Jinqiong had to admit that the words of the Wang clan's Qilin son weren't impossible, but highly probable. For a moment, his heart couldn't help but sink. Slowly raising his head, he glanced at the young man before him, and the feeling in his heart suddenly changed. Before coming to the capital, Zhangqiu Jinqiong had heard of this young man's reputation. In the regional commander's incident, this young man was undoubtedly the center of attention, and he had stirred up the hearts of many generals in the military. However, hearing about it was one thing, and experiencing it for himself was another. Even though he had helped Wang Chong in the regional commander's incident, his impression back then was that the young man was fearless, and the conflict between the Hu and Han was indeed in line with his interests. However, the current situation was completely different. The southwest was his territory, and regardless of whether it was Meng Shijiao of Arai or Uzin of the west, Zhangqiu Jinqiong knew them like the back of his hand. Yet this young man was able to dominate his territory, and yet he was still able to hit the nail on the head. For the first time, Zhangqiu Jinqiong felt that he had underestimated the young man. The reason why he was able to host this banquet at the Ten Sun Tavern was due to Wang Chong's help. But more than that, it was because Wang Chong was Duke Jiu's grandson and nephew. It was because of the prestigious identity behind him. But all of a sudden, Zhangqiu Jinqiong realized that he was wrong. Even if the young man before him was stripped of his prestigious background and his identity as Wang Zhen's nephew, his talent was still dazzling. It can't be a coincidence that this young man is able to attract the attention of so many people. Unknowingly, everyone in the Annan West Protector General's attitude toward Wang Chong had undergone a subtle change, becoming one that was filled with respect. Chapter 275. Zhongtong, did you hear Wang Gongzi's words? Reining in his thoughts, Zhangqiu Jinqiong turned to look at Xinyu Zhongtong by the side. Zhangqiu Jinqiong didn't dare to underestimate the young man before him. Yes, Lord Protector General. Xinyu Zhongtong stood up and replied respectfully. After we return, conduct a strict check on the borders of Arai. All of the merchants traveling between Mengshizhao and Uzin are to be monitored, especially those traveling along the Tea-Horse Road. All official documents are to be checked, and those without official documents are strictly prohibited from entering or leaving. After I enter the Bureau of Military Personnel, you will be the Southern Protector General. You must heed Wang Gongzi's words. You mustn't allow any chance of an alliance between Mengshi Zhao and Uzin. Zhang Chou Jinxiong said, I understand. I'll use a flying kite to contact the generals in Jianan and have them keep a tight watch on the borders. Xianyu Zhongtong said, we can't afford to lose anything in Annan. Once the matter here is settled, you should return to Jianan. Zhang Chou Jinxiong said, reaching this step was already his limit. It was impossible for him to guard the entire area to the south of the Jianghu Pavilion. If Jelifang really wanted to form an alliance with Uzin, there was nothing he could do about it. But deep in his heart, Zhang Chou Jinxiong still believed that even if Mengshi Zhao wanted to form an alliance with Uzin, the matter wouldn't be as simple as it seemed. What Wang Chong said wasn't impossible, but it wasn't guaranteed to happen. Besides, the Tang dynasty wasn't one to be trifled with. With the advantage of geographical advantage, the Tang dynasty wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Looking at Zhang Chou Jinxiong and Xinyu Zhongtong speaking, Wang Chong wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Until now, Zhang Chou Jinxiong still thought that the 180,000 elites of the Annan Protectorate Manor had a city to rely on. However, Wang Chong could not tell him that the future was not the 180,000 elites of the Tang dynasty sitting in the city, waiting for Mengshi Zhao and Uzin to attack. On the contrary, due to a special reason, the 180,000 elites of the Annan Protectorate left the territory they were familiar with and were completely wiped out. Wang Chong couldn't say any of this out loud. It wasn't just because of the Fate Stone's restrictions. Wang Chong couldn't possibly reveal this information in advance, and even if Wang Chong did say it, no one would believe him. Wang Chong couldn't be complacent. He couldn't possibly say that he had been reborn, so he knew what would happen in the future. Putting aside Zhang Chou Jinxiong and the others, even Big Uncle Wang Zhen would take him for a lunatic. No one would believe such a shocking statement. At that time, he could only adapt to the situation. Looks like this is the only way. Wang Chong sighed deeply. He knew that this was the limit of what he could do. At the very least, he could use this banquet to give these generals of the Southwest some hope. At the very least, they wouldn't be defenseless in the future. As for the rest, he could only think of another way. Chong Gongzi is a young hero. Your insight and courage are few among your peers. Your future is bound to be limitless. After appraising Xinyu Zhongtong, Zhang Chou Jinxiong turned to look at Wang Chong said with a smile, Lord, you are flattering me. I'm just making a casual remark. I hope that Lord won't take offense. Wang Chong hurriedly said, Ha ha ha, to be able to gain such insight from a casual remark. That's even more incredible. There's no need for Chong Gongzi to be humble. Come, let's drink. Let's toast to Chong Gongzi. Zhang Chou Jinxiong raised his wine cup. Zhu Gongzi! Zhu Gongzi! The crowd echoed in agreement. Draining the wine cup in a single gulp, Zhang Chou Jinxiong shot a glance at Wang Chong, deep in thought. Wang Yan of the Wang clan has limited aptitude, and he can only be considered to be above average in the military. He's overly upright and lacks flexibility. However, the children he gave birth to are each more formidable than the last. It's one thing for the eldest son, Wang Fu, to have such insight at such a young age is truly astonishing. With just these children, the Wang clan will probably be filled with talents in the future. I advised Zhong Tong to get closer to this child in the future, but even I have to get closer to this child. Zhang Chou Jinxiong's heart was in turmoil. This gathering had only lasted for a short period of time, but it had completely changed Zhang Chou Jinxiong's opinion of Wang Chong. Extraordinary insight, sharp eyes, and sharp talent in military affairs, as well as his background, this youth's future was bound to be limitless. In Zhangqiu Jianqiong's heart, he no longer viewed Wang Chong as a child, but an existence who could stand on equal footing with him. Even though Wang Chong's standing was far beneath him, he was already worthy of his investment. Amidst their conversation, the dishes were served. A tall and beautiful Gogrian lady brought a plate of phoenix-tailed shark fins over with a few other ladies. The phoenix-tailed shark fins were stewed to a crisp, and a thick layer of sauce was poured over it. This sauce was made from more than a dozen ingredients, and the aroma of the phoenix-tailed shark fins whetted one's appetite. Humph! All of a sudden, a cold harumph echoed in the air. Just as the tall and beautiful Gogrian lady was about to put down her plate and retract her plate, a hand as sharp as a steel clamp suddenly gripped her wrist tightly. "Gu guest, what are you doing?" This sudden sight caused the lady to exclaim in shock. She stammered in the language of the Central Plains, and her face paled in fright. At the same time, the other ladies were also stunned. There was a sudden silence in the pavilion. Countless gazes from all directions turned to look at the hand that was holding the woman's wrist. Everyone around the table stopped drinking and turned their gazes over. In an instant, the atmosphere became extremely bizarre. "Gu guest, we don't provide such services here. Please let go of me." Behind the tall and beautiful lady, another lady who was delivering food stammered nervously. Hearing those words, Wang Chong chuckled inside. He picked up the wine cup on the table and took a sip. For the great Southern Protector General to be called a lustful person, he would surely become a laughingstock if word got out. Even though he didn't know why Zhangqiu Jianqiong was grabbing the lady's wrist, Wang Chong could guess that something must have gone wrong. Since Zhangqiu Jianqiong had specially chosen the Ten Sun Tavern as his host, Wang Chong was more than happy to watch the show from the side. "What is this?" Zhangqiu Jianqiong stared at the lady with a frosty expression. The atmosphere in the tavern also plummeted, as though an ice cavern. "Phoenix-tailed shark fins." The lady asked doubtfully, "Humph, why don't you take a bite then?" Zhangqiu Jianqiong picked up the chopsticks on his plate, picked up a mouthful of shark fins, and sent it over to the beautiful lady. Hua! Upon seeing that mouthful of shark fins, the stammering lady suddenly panicked, as though she had been violated. It was as though the shark fins that were being passed over were some sort of savage beast. "Do it!" Behind the beautiful lady, a maid whose face was pale from fright a moment ago suddenly bellowed in Gogrian. Tossing aside the tray in her hand, she whipped out a dagger from her waist and stabbed it toward Zhangqiu Jinqiong with lightning speed. Hua hua hua! Plates of food and water were splashed toward the crowd. In an instant, the feeble ladies suddenly turned into Asuras from hell, charging toward the crowd with their swords. "Do it! Kill them! Avenge King Sojurim! Kill all of these Tang people! Leave none alive! For the glory of the Empire!" A series of short and intense shouts in Gogrian, carrying a bone-chilling killing intent, sounded from the surroundings. Pung, pung, pung! The doors of the booths around the hall were jolted open, and the assassins tore off their disguises and charged at the group with lightning speed. Dense, killing chi surged in the air. Clumps of stellar energy flickered with halos, covering the sky and earth, filling the entire pavilion, and a significant portion of them were actually targeting Wang Chong. As I expected, Wang Chong held the wine cup in his hand as he sensed the frenzied attacks coming from all directions, but he wasn't surprised at all. This was the Ten Sun Tavern, the center of the Gogurians, as well as the place of the highest standing. After the previous operation, there was probably no Gogrian in the capital who didn't recognize him. It would be a wonder if they could hold themselves back after seeing him, the culprit, appear. It was already impressive that they could hold themselves back until now. "It's a pity that you chose the wrong place and the wrong opponent." Wang Chong sneered coldly as he raised the wine cup in his hand and gulped it down in a single gulp. Boom! Almost at the same moment that Wang Chong raised his wine cup and gulped it down, boom! There was a flash of light, and a surge of golden stellar energy, pure and majestic, gushed forth. In that instant, the halo dissipated, and time seemed to have frozen. Other than Wang Chong and the others, everyone else froze in midair, maintaining the posture they were in before the attack. You overestimate yourself. An indiscernible cold harumph sounded in their ears, and in the next instant, with a loud explosion, the waitress, the assassins, and everyone else was blasted into smithereens. A rain of blood and bones rained down from the sky, but not a single one of them came close to the group. Who? The wind was vast and mighty, and sand and stones flew everywhere. In an instant, all of the blood rain, along with the skeletal remains, was pushed out, breaking through the pavilion and scattering onto the street. On the other hand, other than some blood stains on the floor, the tavern was completely clean. The 40 top-notch Gogrian assassins had already vanished from the face of the earth. In an instant, the 10-Sun Tavern fell deathly silent. All of the hubbub and silence vanished, leaving only silence in its wake. The sounds of intense battle on the second floor beneath Wang Chong's feet also vanished in an instant. Opposite Wang Chong, Zhangqiu Jinqiong was still seated on the chair, not moving his palm in the slightest. If not for Wang Chong, no one would have known that Zhangqiu Jinqiong was the culprit behind that massacre. A Saint Martial Realm expert was simply too powerful. Wang Chong had once reached that realm, so Wang Chong didn't panic in the slightest. In fact, he even drank a cup of wine calmly. These Gogurians would never know what kind of expert they were facing. This wasn't an ordinary expert, but a protector general of the empire. Sitting before him, Wang Chong felt even safer than hiding in the midst of an army. These Gogurians have made a mistake in their calculations and underestimated the wrong person. Do you know why I chose to hold this banquet in the 10-Sun Tavern? Zhangqiu Jinqiong poured himself a cup of wine before slowly lifting his head. On his face was an extremely cold and callous expression. It was only at this moment that Zhangqiu Jinqiong showed everyone the cold and cruel side of him that ruled over the southwest and slaughtered countless enemies. As the marshal of the empire, it was impossible for him to rise to his current position if he didn't have some sort of iron-blooded means. However, Wang Chong knew that Zhangqiu Jinqiong's words weren't meant for him, but for the survivors in the 10-Sun Tavern. I've heard that there has never been a protector general of the empire who became the minister of war. If there is, he will have to step on fresh blood. Today's banquet is to welcome me back from my long journey. There's no one in the army who doesn't drink blood. Chapter 276. Zhangqiu Jinqiong's eyes were brimming with killing intent. At this moment, even Wang Chong and Wang Zhen had grim expressions on their faces. The moment Zhangqiu Jinqiong revealed his identity, he was no longer the person who was chatting casually at the banquet. Instead, he was the protector general of the empire, one of the few commanders of the empire. Smelling the thick stench of blood in the air and listening to Zhangqiu Jinqiong's words, Wang Chong finally understood why this protector general would choose to host a banquet here on his first day in the capital. The assassination and encirclement in the capital, as well as King Sozhirim's death, couldn't have escaped Zhangqiu Jinqiong's eyes and ears. He must have known that his appearance would invite the Gogurians to assassinate him. He was doing this intentionally. Hosting a banquet at the 10-Sun Tavern wasn't just to borrow the yang energy of the 10 Golden Crows. The Southern Protector General's actions were far more violent and domineering than he seemed on the surface. He was using his blood as a sacrifice to pave a path to the central courtyard, and the Gogurians were the perfect target. However, Wang Chong had no objections to it. How could a commander who had bathed in blood on the battlefield not have a thirst for blood? Which commander didn't have their hands dyed red with blood? Wang Chong offers a toast to Protector General. With such thoughts in mind, Wang Chong suddenly filled his cup and raised it. Ha ha ha, good. Zhangqiu Jinqiang was taken aback for a moment before he burst into laughter. A hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. How could a descendant of a clan of generals not have any guts? He thought that this lad would be frightened by the previous scene and lose his appetite. Yet, to think that the other party would remain calm, not showing the slightest hint of panic. His composure didn't seem befitting of someone of his age at all. Chong Gongzi is indeed a tiger of our clan of generals. I'll drink this cup of wine. On the other hand, Zhangqiu Jinqiang raised his cup and drained it in a single gulp. Brother Jiexin, this nephew of yours is truly a dragon among men. He has guts, insight, and charisma. Given time, he will surely have a bright future ahead of him. Zhangqiu Jinqiang looked at Wang Zhen and said. Wang Zhen's expression changed slightly. The Wang clan was not a purely scholarly family. When the old master was young, he had led troops into battle, and his hands had seen plenty of blood. Wang Zhen didn't even bat an eyelid at an assassination attempt in a tavern. What truly moved him was Zhangqiu Jinqiang's words. To be able to obtain the praise of the Tang dynasty's great crocodile, Zhangqiu Jinqiang, at the age of 15. It would definitely be of great benefit to Wang Chang's future development. This was different from the regional commander's incident. This kind of praise from the upper echelons of the imperial military was extremely difficult to obtain. Whether it was Zhangqiu Jinqiang, Fomin Linta, Gao Xinji, or Zhang Shogui, at their level of strength and status, they treated their words like gold. It wasn't that they were stingy with their praise, but at their level of strength and status, every word they uttered would have a unique impact, especially in the military. As the saying went, spilled water could not be retrieved. If a person they had taken a liking to or praised ended up achieving nothing, or if they had great ambitions but little talent, their accomplishments would be limited. This would have a massive impact on the other protector generals and commanders. Thus, in the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains, it was very rare to hear a protector general or commander of an empire praise someone publicly. Even if he was displeased, he would never say it out loud or in public. As the saying went, words of gold and jade. The higher one's status, the more this was true. If Wang Chong were to enter the military in the future, Zhangqiu Jinqiang's praise would be extremely beneficial to him. Just this praise from Zhangqiu Jinqiang would be able to reduce the difficulties Wang Chong would face in the future. To be able to receive such praise before even officially entering the military, Wang Chong was probably the only one in the capital who could do so. Thank you, Lord Protector General. Wang Chong reacted quickly and respectfully expressed his gratitude. Wang Chong had never imagined that a cup of wine could be exchanged for Zhangqiu Jinqiang's praise. Haha, I'm not praising you. Work hard. Zhangqiu Jinqiang gestured with his eyes, and a general of the southwest immediately walked over, took out a special silver chopstick, and plunged it into the bowl of shark fins. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the silver chopstick turned black, and the tip of the chopstick was even tinged with a bluish-violet color. At the sight of this, the faces of everyone in the pavilion turned extremely ugly. This thing is very poisonous. Wang Chong was inwardly alarmed. Silver chopsticks would at most turn black upon contact with poison, but this chopstick was tinged with bluish-violet. It was clear that the poison had reached a pinnacle, far surpassing that of ordinary poisons. These people had first delivered 4 non-poisonous appetizers to numb the crowd before delivering the true feast. They had truly put in a lot of effort. Even if they failed, they still had other means of assassination. This was the territory of the Gogurians, and it was far too easy for them to gather the Gogurians for an assassination. Even if they were to walk past the crowd, they would only think that they were from the Ten Sun Tavern. However, they had only miscalculated the identity of the people around them and Zhangqiu Jinqiang's capability. Poisoning in front of a St. Martial realm expert. You're really trying to show off in front of an expert You're seeking death." Glancing at the bloodstains on the floor, Wang Chong didn't feel the slightest pity for the culprit. Those who aren't of our tribe should be spared. There was no need for us to show mercy to those who aren't of our tribe. Bring the dishes up. If you don't wish to die, prepare this banquet properly. Otherwise, everyone in this tavern will die. Since it's a traitor, you must have accomplices. Kill everyone in the surrounding streets as well." Zhangqiu Jinxiong said coldly. His voice reverberated throughout the entire tavern. In the booths, the kitchen, the first floor, the second floor, the third floor, there were still many assassins who hadn't been dealt with yet, but they were all intimidated by Zhangqiu Jinxiong's means. Zhangqiu Jinxiong couldn't be bothered with them. Regardless of whether they were assassins, chefs, or maids, regardless of their identities, this feast had to be prepared for him. Even if he was a burly assassin, he would have to obediently serve as a cook for him today, cooking up a feast that was both beautiful and fragrant. Cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of the assassins in the Ten Sun Tavern. The strength of these people had far exceeded their expectations. Moreover, he had never seen such a domineering person. The golden and red tavern on the third floor was deathly silent, and the air was suffused with an intense aura of death. A cold voice sounded from the third floor. Even though they couldn't see anything, the aura of death in the air was more than 100-fold stronger. That fearsome threat of death left everyone's hair standing on end. But what left the Gogrian assassins the most fearful was Zhangqiu Jinxiong's final threat. "Why, we are the only ones who are here to kill you. Why must you implicate the innocent?" Countless pairs of eyes stared at the wooden floor of the third floor, where Zhangqiu Jinxiong and the others were seated. Deep indignation, rage, fear, and helplessness could be seen in their eyes. Only a small portion of the Gogurians in the shops around the Ten Sun Tavern had participated in this operation, and most of them were innocent. Most of the assassins were already prepared to be killed in the event of failure. But now, the nature of the situation was completely different. There was no doubt that the expert of the Tang dynasty on the third floor would do as he said and kill everyone on the street. Death wasn't scary. However, a meaningless death that would implicate the innocent and ordinary people was unacceptable to them. In just a short moment, under the urging of some invisible force, the group of assassins in the Ten Sun Tavern began to move. Some chopped the vegetables, some cooked the vegetables, some washed the dishes. The entire Ten Sun Tavern seemed to have become an intricate gear. After a momentary pause, it began to move once more, as if nothing had happened at all. "All right, I can continue with the banquet now." Sensing the commotion in the tavern, Zhangqiu Jinxiong sneered coldly before turning his attention back to the banquet on the third floor. "Pah!" With a light flick of his finger, the venomous phoenix-winged fish tail flew out of the tavern and onto the street. Wang Chong watched on coldly from the side. He couldn't be any clearer about the changes in the atmosphere in the tavern. After killing the assassins, he actually managed to convince the Gogurians in the Ten Sun Tavern to swallow their anger and continue cooking, as if nothing had happened. Even Wang Chong was impressed by Zhangqiu Jinxiong's means. There isn't a single protector general of the Tang dynasty who is weak. In my previous life, the Southwest has been peaceful for far too long, so I didn't hear much about this protector general. Now that I think about it, I've probably underestimated him. Wang Chong thought. Those who are good at fighting don't rise to fame. This was the impression Zhangqiu Jinxiong gave off. As Wang Chong thought, he soon recalled the other purpose of his trip. "Right, Protector General. May I know if you can give me a token?" Wang Chong suddenly asked with a smile. "Oh, what do you want my token for?" Zhangqiu Jinxiong asked curiously. If it were anyone else who had made such a request, it would have seemed rude and offensive. However, Wang Chong's request as a junior felt that it was reasonable and natural. Thus, Zhangqiu Jinxiong was only a little curious. "Hee, I have never left the capital before. If there's a chance in the future, I would like to pay a visit to the southwest Jianghu pavilion to do some business. If I have Lord Chang's token, it will be much more convenient." Wang Chong said half-jokingly, "Oh." Zhangqiu Jinqiang's shoulders twitched as he leaned forward with an interested look on his face. He hadn't forgotten that the person before him was an expert at doing business. "May I know what kind of business Gong Zicheng wishes to do? If that was all, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. Zhong Tong is here now, and the affairs of the southwest will be managed by him. If Gong Zicheng wishes to do business, we can grant you any convenience you require right now." Zhangqiu Jinqiang said. This could also be considered a show of goodwill. He had come to the capital alone, and even if he could become the Minister of War in the future, he would still need the help of the other great clans. In this aspect, Consort Taizhen was of no help at all. The imperial harem was not allowed to interfere in politics, and this was an ironclad law in every dynasty. Zhangqiu Jinqiang needed allies, and a very powerful one at that. Zhangqiu Jinqiang didn't just intend to treat Wang Zhen and his nephew to a meal. Wang Zhen didn't say anything, but his brow furrowed imperceptibly as he shot a glance at Wang Chong. How could Zhangqiu Jinqiang's thoughts be hidden from him? But what surprised Wang Zhen the most was still Wang Chong. What is this child up to? I clearly told him earlier that Zhangqiu Jinqiang was in too muddy of a situation, and while it wasn't good to offend him, it wasn't good to get too close to him either. What is this child up to? Wang Zhen's brow furrowed, his mind in turmoil. Zhangqiu Jinqiang wanted nothing more than to get close to the Wang clan, and Wang Chong was the one who was giving him this opportunity. Wang Zhen wanted to stop him, but in the end he chose to remain silent. Chapter 277. It's not much of a business deal. I want to buy a plot of land in Jiannan. Wang Chong chuckled. Where? Zhangqiu Jinqiang asked curiously. Lion Rock Hill. Wang Chong said. Hearing Wang Chong's words, Zhangqiu Jinqiang, Xinyu Zhongtong, and the other generals stared at one another in bewilderment. They thought that Wang Chong wanted to buy a plot of land in the flourishing area of Annan, but to think that it would actually be there. Wang Gongzi, are you certain? Lion Rock Hill is a barren land. Only those who are on their way to Arai would pass through the area. On normal days, not a single person can be found in a radius of several dozen li. Xinyu Zhongtong said. They were from the Annan Protectorate Manor, so they couldn't be any more familiar with the situation south of Jiannan. The so-called Lion Rock Mountain sounded grand, but in fact it was just a small, obscure mountain. Given that it was so close to the borders of the Annan Protectorate Manor's territory, it could be said to be completely worthless. Xinyu Zhongtong couldn't understand why a scion of a general clan would want to buy such a small hill. I heard from a friend that the Tea-Horse Roads business is quite good, and he intends to build a base there to rest and stock up his goods. This way, it would be more convenient for him to interfere in the business of the Tea-Horse Road. Wang Chong said, I see, so that's the case. The Tea-Horse Road is indeed a profitable business. It's no wonder that Gongzi would want to interfere. Zhangqiu Jinqiang nodded in understanding. In truth, the Tea-Horse Road was a trade in Arai tea and Yusing horses, and there was a huge profit to be made from this trade. Of the 10 major clans in Jiannan, at least 7 or 8 of them had such businesses. It wasn't surprising that the Wang clan would want to interfere in this matter. Zhongtong, I need you to help Wang Gongzi settle this matter after we return. Zhangqiu Jinqiang turned to Xinyu Zhongtong and instructed. Yes, I'll get it done after we return. Xinyu Zhongtong said respectfully. A Lion Rock Mountain was not worth much money. Xinyu Zhongtong also understood that the Protector General had taken the initiative to pull strings with the Wang clan. In order to succeed the Southern Protector General position, he needed the help of the Wang clan. Chong Gongzi, this token is for you. If you want to go to Annan in the future, this token may be of great convenience to you. After instructing Xinyu Zhongtong, Zhangqiu Jianqiong flicked a golden token toward Wang Chong. "Thank you, my lord." Wang Chong was overjoyed. This was an unexpected harvest. Not only did he subdue the Lion Rock Massif, he also obtained a personal token from Zhangqiu Jianqiong. During this trip to the Ten Sun restaurant, Wang Chong had obtained the two things he wanted the most. It could be said to be perfect. Whoosh! I've done all I can. I'll do my best. The rest is up to luck. Wang Chong heaved a long sigh of relief, and he felt much more at ease. Lion Rock Massif was a small mountain located at the southern border of the Tang dynasty. Naturally, Wang Chong didn't intend to purchase the mountain for business. Even though the profits from the Tea Horse Road were decent, it wasn't attractive to Wang Chong. No matter how great the profits from the tea leaves were, it couldn't compare to the profits from the Hyderabad ores, not to mention, there were so many people who wanted a share of the profits. The reason why Wang Chong wanted the Lion Rock Massif was due to its geographical location. To the west of the Lion Rock Massif was a vast expanse of flat land. That was where the southwest battlefield of the empire would be located. Wang Chong had checked the map of the Bureau of Military Personnel, and the entire region spanning several hundred li was devoid of any natural defenses, and the Lion Rock Massif was the only obstacle in that region. The reason why Wang Chong bought the Lion Rock Massif wasn't to build a base. Instead, he wanted to build a city, an unprecedentedly huge city, a barrier that could protect the 180,000 elites of the Tang dynasty at the most crucial moment when the situation was dire. Such a barrier would surely cost a huge sum of money. It wasn't 10,000, tens of thousands, or even 100,000 gold taels, but millions of gold taels. In fact, it might not even be enough. But regardless of how much it would cost in the future, Wang Chong didn't care at all. Wang Chong didn't accumulate gold for no reason. The future Lion Rock Massif was the only thing he could do for the future battlefield. The Gogurians served the dishes swiftly. Perhaps it was because they were holding a knife to their necks, or perhaps they knew that with a single word from Zhangqiu Jianqiong, everyone in the vicinity would be beheaded. In any case, it didn't take long for a table full of appetizing dishes to be served. When the serving maids were served, their heads were lowered, and their shoulders and arms were trembling uncontrollably. However, regardless of whether it was the generals of the Southwest or Wang Chong, none of them treated them as ordinary maids. "Hee, I heard that Chong Gongzi is interested in Governor Zhang Wentua." While they were eating, Zhangqiu Jianqiong suddenly brought up a matter. Yes, Wang Chong didn't deny it. Instead, he shot a glance at Yang Zhao. The latter smiled awkwardly and hurriedly turned his head to the side. Needless to say, Wang Chong knew that it was due to Yang Zhao's capability. He had only mentioned this matter to him before. "Hee, that person over there is Wentua." Zhangqiu Jianqiong suddenly pointed to a burly man at the end of the long banquet table. His head was lowered, and it was clear that he was out of place. "Lord Protector General." That man raised his head and looked at Zhangqiu Jianqiong with a dazed expression. Clearly, he hadn't heard what Zhangqiu Jianqiong had just said. "It's him." Wang Chong was astonished. In the Tang dynasty, the military and the government were separated. As the governor, Zhang Wentua had great independence. Even though he was under the control of the protectorate manor, it wasn't that severe. Wang Chong didn't expect the burly man seated at the end of the banquet table to be Zhang Wentua. With a smile, Wang Chong quickly retracted his gaze. "I'll talk to him another time." Wang Chong thought. Even though Wang Chong wanted to have a chat with him, he knew that this wasn't the right time, place, or occasion for a meeting. After staying in the Ten Sun Tavern for a while longer, Wang Chong and Big Uncle Wang Zhen left together. "Chong-er, what are you thinking about? Didn't I tell you? You mustn't get too involved in Zhangqiu Jinqiong's affairs." After leaving the Ten Sun Tavern, a deep frown appeared on Wang Zhen's forehead. With so many people in the tavern, it was hard for him to say anything, But now that he was out of the tavern, he could no longer hold himself back. Zhang Chou Jinqiong was a protector general of the empire. If he were to succeed, the Wang clan wouldn't stand to benefit at all. If he failed, the Wang family would be too deeply involved, and there would only be 100 disadvantages and no advantages. Politics was a dangerous place. Those people wouldn't disregard Wang Chong just because he was a child. To outsiders, Wang Chong represented the entire Wang clan. "Big uncle, do you still remember my father?" Wang Chong lifted his head. "Jingji?" Wang Zhen was taken aback. "This matter is related to him." Wang Chong nodded. "Big uncle, do you still remember His Highness the King of Song recommending my father for the conferment of a marquis?" Wang Zhen nodded. "Even though my father has been recommended by the King of Song, his qualifications are still too shallow. On top of that, the Bureau of Military Personnel has moved my father and big brother to the vicinity of Jianan, which is very close to the southern protectorate manor. If my father wishes to be conferred a marquis in the future, he will need Zhang Chou Jinqiong's help." Wang Chong said, "Not too long ago, he received news that his father and big brother had already moved to the vicinity of Jianan, even though the process was a little complicated and it took a little longer. Nevertheless, the King of Song still managed to move his father and big brother over." "I see." As expected, upon hearing Wang Chong's words, Wang Zhen nodded thoughtfully. If it was for his third brother's conferment, it was still acceptable. After boarding the carriage, Wang Zhen and Wang Chong left. Meanwhile, in the Ten Sun Tavern, after Wang Zhen and Wang Chong bade farewell to the officials, only the generals of the southwest were left in the room. "Ji, and what do you think?" Since there were no outsiders around, Zhang Chou Jinqiong suddenly turned around and looked at the mustached, middle-aged strategist by his elbow with a solemn expression. "That lad is lying." The middle-aged strategist known as Jian chuckled as he picked up the wine cup on the table and drained it in a single gulp. Zhang Chou Jinqiong was taken aback. He was intending to ask about Wang Zhen, but he didn't expect Ji and to bring up Wang Chong instead. "Hee. Does Lord Zhang Chou still think that the key figure of the Wang clan is Wang Zhen?" Jian put down his wine cup and asked with an unfathomable smile. "Isn't that the case?" Zhang Chou Jinqiong was taken aback. "Lord Zhang Chou is confused. Yang Zhao, Lord Yang, let me ask you. You have secretly approached Wang Zhen before, right? Did he agree to stand up for you?" Ji and turned to look at Yang Zhao. "That's not the case." Yang Zhao replied honestly. He had stayed in Jianan, so he knew the standing of the other party by Zhang Chou Jinqiong's side. "Then, when did Wang Zhen step forward? Was it after you approached Chong Gongzi?" Ji and stroked his beard and asked with a smile. "This. It seems like it." Yang Zhao recalled the matter, but he still couldn't understand why the military advisor would ask such a question. "Haha, do you still not understand? The key to this matter isn't Wang Zhen, but that 15-year-old child." Jian chuckled. There was an indescribable meaning in his smile. "Also, didn't you see the banquet earlier? When Chong Gongzi tried to curry favor with Lord Protector General, Lord Wang Zhen was clearly unwilling to do so. Yet, not only did he not stop him, he didn't even say a word. I've looked into it previously, and Lord Wang is known for his strictness. He clearly sensed that something was amiss, but he didn't stop him at all. Isn't that enough to prove that something is amiss? You mean to say that that child is the core of the Wang clan?" Zhang Chou Jinqiong couldn't conceal the shock in his eyes. "Hee. Even if he isn't, it's not far from it. At the very least, that's what Lord Wang Zhen thinks. If I'm not mistaken, that Chong Gongzi is the future clan, head of the Wang clan. If Lord Protector General wishes to stand firmly in the capital, it would be best for you to get closer to Chong Gongzi," Jian said with a smile. Throughout the entire banquet, he didn't speak much. In fact, his presence was even more inconspicuous than those minor officials invited to the banquet. But after Wang Chong's departure, the hierarchy of authority in the room became clear. other than Zhangqiu Jinqiong. Ji was the true second in command of the Protectorate of the Southwest. In fact, his standing was even higher than that of Xinyu Zhongtong. Didn't that Chonger have a favor to ask of us? Lord, this is a great opportunity. Ji leaned back slightly and said with a lazy smile on his face, I understand what I should do. Chapter 278. Translated by Hypersheep 325. Edited by Mike here. After traversing through numerous alleys, Wang Zhen's carriage abruptly came to a halt around a dozen streets away from the Ten Sun Tavern. Wang Chong leaped out of the carriage and bade farewell to big Uncle Wang Zhen before sending the carriage off with his gaze. Gongzi, where are we heading to? Eagle, Solitary Wolf, and Steel Arms followed Wang Chong down from the carriage and asked, We're going to look for someone. Wang Chong smiled. Glancing at the golden token in his palm, he quickly kept Zhangqiu Jinqiong's token into his robe. After meeting Xinyu Zhongtong, obtaining Zhangqiu Jinqiong's token, and learning that Zhang Wentuo had come to the capital with him, it was time for him to look for that person. Following a dark and damp alley, they soon left the affluent region of the capital. Before them, a series of short and dilapidated houses gradually appeared. This was the slums. Wherever there was a rich, there would be a poor. The same went for the capital. After turning a few alleys, the houses before them grew more and more dilapidated. What is Gongzi doing here? Eagle, Solitary Wolf, and Steel Arms were getting more and more curious. The three of them could be considered to be familiar with the capital, but they had never been to this place where Wang Chong had come to. As the heir of the 9th Gongzi, a clan of ministers and generals, they couldn't understand why a noble like Wang Chong would come to such a dilapidated place. This should be the place. Wang Chong looked at the residence before him and said, According to the standards of the slums, the mansion in front of him should be quite grand. However, the decaying wooden door, the wet steps covered in moss, and the grass growing at the base of the walls were more than enough to show that this wasn't some grand residence. Pung pung! Wang Chong walked up the steps and knocked on the door knocker. A moment later, the door opened and a head peeked out. Who are you looking for? That person had sleepy eyes, and he seemed to be a servant. We're looking for Master Zhang. Wang Chong smiled and said politely. The servant immediately came to his senses. He glanced at the luxurious clothes that Wang Chong and the others were wearing and quickly opened the door. The room was very dark, and there was only a simple oil lamp that emitted a dim light. An old man in his 50s with a face full of wrinkles was lying on a bamboo chair, smoking a pipe. Wisps of bluish-purple smoke lingered in the room, and he looked very dispirited. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to find their way here. Who are you people? Although he was talking to the four of them, the old man's eyes were out of focus, and he was smoking his pipe nonchalantly. Ha, old mister, I'm here to ask for your help in building a house. Wang Chong said, Humph. When he heard Wang Chong's words, the old man was stunned for a moment. He finally showed a slightly serious expression, but he only smiled coldly. He closed the ash in his tobacco pipe and refused without hesitation. I don't know where you heard the news that I'm here. However, I advise you to give up on that thought. Ever since I left the Ministry of Works, I will never build a house for anyone else. This person was actually from the Ministry of Works. Behind Wang Chong, the Eagle, Steel Arms, and Solitary Wolf were astonished. Most of the people in the Ministry of Works were highly paid, and even ordinary officials were well off. At the very least, they wouldn't live here. No one could have imagined that someone from the Ministry of Works would live here. It seems like Gongzi is looking for him for that matter. The three of them thought to themselves. When Wang Chong attended Zhangqiu Jinqiong's banquet, they were there as well, just that they weren't seated at the table. The trio was well aware that Wang Chong had bought the Lion Rock Ridge to build a base here. It seems like Gongzi wants him to help build a base. On the other hand, Gongzi, given how well hidden this place is, how did Gongzi know that he is here? The trio was perplexed. Elder Zhang, it's not just building a house. I want to build a city, Wang Chong said with a smile. His attention was completely focused on the elder before him. The reason why Wang Chong knew that the elder was here was simple, and it had nothing to do with his memories of his previous life. Back when Wang Chong was still a profligate scion, he had once met the elder on the city gate tower. Wang Chong recognized him immediately. As a qualified profligate scion, this was the most basic ability one should possess. A city? Even though the elder wasn't interested in the four of them, he couldn't help but widen his eyes upon hearing Wang Chong's words. However, his face soon darkened, replaced by rage. Gongzi, are you joking with this old man? I don't care which family you are from, but scram right now. As he spoke, he pointed his tobacco pipe outward. He had seen many things in his life, and he had seen all sorts of people. There were many who had made all sorts of requests, but none of them was this ridiculous. Build a city? Did he think that this was some child's play? Was this something that a single person could build? Did he know how much money it would cost? How much manpower and resources would it take? Even the prestigious clans in the capital wouldn't dare to make such a claim. Was this lad insane? Or did he come here just to tease him? Elder Zhang, if I say it's true, then it's true. If I wanted to tease you, why would I come all the way here? Wang Chong said seriously. This old man was a little stubborn, and it wouldn't be easy to convince him. However, the base in Jianan, as well as many of his future plans, would require the capabilities of this craftsman from the Bureau of Works. In Wang Chong's plans, Elder Zhang was an important figure. In fact, he was almost on par with Zhang Monyan. It was just that the timing wasn't suitable. Only now, with Zhangqiu Jinchong's connection, did Wang Chong find an opportunity to invite him out of his seclusion. Haha, lad, it's not that I'm looking down on you. Do you know how much money it takes to build a city? Zhang Shouji said disdainfully. He still couldn't believe that this lad was here to invite him to build a city. 1,000,000 taels? What, copper coins? Zhang Shouji sneered coldly. Gold, Wang Chong replied seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark, dim room suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Zhang Shouji's pipe hung in midair, and he even forgot to refill it. The eagle, steel arms, and solitary wolf widened their mouths in shock. 1,000,000 taels? Does Gongzi have that much money? And gold? Does building a base require so much money? The trio was even more shocked than Zhang Shouji. They had been following Wang Chong for quite some time now, and they had vaguely heard of this Gongzi's deeds. They knew that this Gongzi was skilled in business. However, they didn't know that Wang Chong's capability had already reached such a level. This was especially so for Solitary Wolf. He had accepted countless missions in the past. No one understood the significance of 1,000,000 gold taels more than him. Despite working hard for so many years, his earnings didn't even match up to a fraction of what Wang Chong had earned. 1,000,000 gold taels. This was simply unimaginable. This is already comparable to the entire wealth of a prestigious clan. Gongzi's capability in business is truly astonishing. Lone Wolf thought to himself, Lad, are you joking? Zhang Shouji's face froze in disbelief. He wanted to say 100,000 or 200,000, but who could have thought that Wang Chong would directly offer 1,000,000 gold taels? This was far beyond his expectations. Chong! Without saying a word, Wang Chong pulled down 2 tokens from his waist and tossed them over. One was Zhangqiu Jinchong's personal token, and the other was the Wang clan's token. Zhang Shouji took the 2 tokens in his hand. His eyes, which had been indifferent at first, suddenly trembled when he saw the emblem and symbol on them. Only then did he realize that the background of the young man before him was far beyond his imagination. Old Mr. Our Gongzi is a man of his word. His words are worth their weight in gold, and he would never lie. Old Mister, you can trust this. The eagle chimed in. Humph. In just a short moment, Zhang Shouji harumphed. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed Wang Chong's 2 tokens back. Even though I don't know how Gongzi managed to find this place, Gongzi need not waste your efforts. Back then, when I left the Bureau of Works, I said that I would never build anything for anyone ever again. You should just give up on that thought. Zhang Shouji placed his tobacco pipe on the flame, lit it, and began puffing on it once more, as though he was unwilling to talk to Wang Chong anymore. Back then, when he left the Bureau of Works, many prestigious clans came to look for him, and they offered him generous conditions. But in the end, he didn't agree to a single one of them. He was truly disheartened. He had been the supervisor of the Bureau of Works for his entire life, and he had built countless magnificent palaces. But in the end, he was treated like this, and he was even expelled from the Bureau of Works. This humiliation was unbearable. From then on, Zhang Shouji made up his mind to never come into contact with anything related to construction. Old Zhang, why are you in such a hurry to reject me? Wang Chong smiled. He had long heard of Zhang Shouji's temper. All of the outstanding masters in the Bureau of Works had the same temper. However, if he didn't have absolute confidence, he wouldn't have come over. 200,000 gold taels, as long as old Zhang agrees to come out of retirement. I'm willing to provide 200,000 gold taels for old Zhang to continue his research on that secret recipe, and I'll provide even more resources in the future. Wang Chong suddenly extended 2 fingers and smiled mysteriously. Upon hearing the words secret recipe, Zhang Shouji's heart skipped a beat, and he almost swallowed the stem of his tobacco pipe. How old is this lad? How does he know about that matter? Zhang Shouji looked as if he had seen a ghost. Lad, don't speak carelessly. Do you really know about the research? Zhang Shouji was a little tempted. If this lad was really talking about that matter, it would be a great temptation for him. Of course. Wang Chong faintly smiled. Old Zhang, didn't you embezzle money from the palace because of this? You were almost sent to the Ministry of Justice to be beheaded? Zhang Shouji blushed, which was rare for him. Even if he was thick-skinned, he still felt embarrassed when this scandal was exposed in front of him. 200,000 gold taels may not be enough. Young man, you have to think carefully. That is a bottomless pit. I know you come from a prestigious family, but this research is basically a bottomless pit. No matter how much you invest, you may not succeed. If it was that simple, I would have succeeded in the Bureau of Works. How could it be leaked to this extent? Zhang Shouji said seriously, which was rare for him. In more than a decade, this was the first person who expressed his support for him to continue his research. This made Zhang Shouji have a good impression of Wang Chong, although he might not agree to it. Of course, not only can I support you with 200,000 gold taels, 300,000 gold taels, I can even provide you with a cement formula. Wang Chong said, Cement. Chapter 279. Zhang Shouji had spent half his life in the field of civil engineering, and he was the most senior official in the Bureau of Works. He knew everything related to civil engineering, like the back of his hand. However, Zhang Shouji had never heard of such a thing before. Isn't the strongest brick wall adhesive what you've always wanted to research? This is the formula for it. Perhaps it might be of some help to you. As Wang Chong spoke, he passed over a piece of paper that he had prepared beforehand. This was the first cement formula in this world. This wasn't the first time Wang Chong had done something like this, but every single time, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. In the world of martial arts, everything was fine, but the logistics and transportation were extremely inconvenient. Pigeons could reach the capital in a few days, but if they were to travel by horse carriage, it would take at least a month or even longer. Even someone of Zhangqiu Jianqiong's caliber took more than 20 days to reach the capital from Jianghu. Sometimes the competition between countries was not only about the military strength of both sides, but also a considerable part of the competition was about the logistics of both sides. Wang Chong had been the Grand Marshal of the Central Plains himself, so he couldn't be any clearer on this point. In a war, the The side that could transport troops the fastest and send reinforcements earlier would have a higher chance of achieving victory. In a local war, this only concerned the victory or defeat of a single battle. But in a war between empires, this would determine the rise and fall of a nation, as well as the change in authority. But in this era, other than Wang Chong, no one had paid attention to this aspect. In Wang Chong's plan, cement was an extremely important component. Even though it seemed to have come from another world, just like hybrid rice, it wasn't a particularly profound technique. It was just that no one had been able to reach such a level yet. What Wang Chong had given Zhang Shouji was a basic cement formula. As for how to do it and how to produce it, Zhang Shouji would have to do it himself. The room was quiet. Zhang Shouji was indifferent at first, but under the dim light in the room, Zhang Shouji held up the list in his hand and glanced at it. Zhang Shouji's expression immediately changed. He had spent his entire life studying adhesives for bricks and stones. The thing that Wang Chong had given him was obviously a very powerful thing. This thing was even more powerful than the last thing he had researched. The balance in Zhang Shouji's heart was overturned. Under the dim light, Zhang Shouji looked at the list in his hand for a long time. Wang Chong didn't disturb him and just watched silently from the side. "How is it?" Wang Chong said. Zhang Shouji didn't say anything. He held the prescription in his hand and frowned. He seemed to be hesitating and couldn't make up his mind. Wang Chong was taken aback. Then he seemed to have thought of something. He slowly walked forward and whispered in Zhang Shouji's ear, "If old Zhang agrees to it, I can also agree to help you deal with General Su." This sentence was the straw that broke the camel's back. "I agree, as long as you can help me get that bastard Su Shizi down." Zhang Shouji nodded his head fiercely. Deep hatred shot out from his eyes. Back then, if that bastard Su Shizi hadn't framed him and tampered with the adhesive he developed, causing cracks to appear in the palace and the walls to collapse, he wouldn't have been expelled from the Ministry of Works and ended up in such a state. Zhang Shouji didn't want him to die, but he didn't want him to. As long as he left the Ministry of Works, everything would be fine. "Gongzi, you aren't lying to me, right? I know that you have a powerful background, but Su Shizi is now a general in the palace. It won't be easy to get him down. Does the Wang clan have the ability to do so?" Zhang Shouji suddenly recalled something and asked gravely, "Hee, you don't have to worry about that. It won't be easy, but it's not impossible. You just have to wait for my news." Wang Chong waved his hand, a relaxed expression on his face. It wasn't easy to get rid of a general in the palace, and even the Wang clan didn't have the ability to do so. Even the most powerful of clans couldn't extend their hands into the royal palace. However, there was no need for Wang Chong to go through so much trouble. As long as he spoke to the consort Taizhen of the palace, it would be a walk in the park for him to replace the general in the palace. After successfully convincing Zhang Shouji to help him manage the city base in Jianan, Wang Chong quickly left the remote and dilapidated residence. The sky outside had already darkened. A light breeze blew past, and Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. The construction of a city was no small matter, and what Wang Chong wanted was a city that could house 180,000 soldiers, provide them with sufficient rations, and defend against the enemy's attacks in times of crisis. This city had to be huge and sturdy, and it had to be equipped with all kinds of fortifications, water, food, and horse rations. None of these were small matters. Even 1,000,000 gold taels would be far from enough. But even so, Wang Chong didn't mind it at all. Wang Chong felt that the help he could provide was simply too little. The current him was still far from the level where his words carried enormous weight, and he could easily decide the policies of the empire with a few casual words. Given Wang Chong's current capability, the city on the Lion Rock Ridge in the southwest of the empire was already his greatest effort. "Once I start building the city, the money I have on me will be far from enough. I have to earn more money first. It seems like I have to think of a way to push that matter forward." Wang Chong slowly raised his head, and his mind was in turmoil. His eyes slowly gazed into the depths of the pitch-black night sky. Flap, flap, flap. A moment later, a pigeon flapped its wings and flew across the void toward the Zhang family's residence in the capital. While the pigeon flew toward the Zhang family, more than 30 ingots of Hyderabad were also sent to the Zhang family. With the appearance of the Hyderabad, or the number of woozy steel weapons in the capital increased by more than 30, and all of these weapons were sent to the palace. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Wang Chong wasn't a stickler for formalities. As the morning sun rose, thousands of golden rays fell from the clouds and sprinkled on the majestic palace of the Tang dynasty. The walls of the palace glowed in the morning light, as though it was a holy land on earth. At this moment, a figure dressed in court attire was walking alone through the golden palace walls. His head was lowered, and it seemed as though he was deep in thought. Even though there was no one accompanying him, the person's every movement exuded a powerful aura. Moreover, there was a purple token hanging from his waist that was 2 fingers wide, which further revealed this person's extraordinary identity. Within the palace, anyone who had such a purple token hanging from their waist was someone of extraordinary status and had a special status within the palace. This was because these purple tokens were not issued by the court, but by the current Holy Emperor. It won't be long before the annual Holy Emperor's review begins. I hope that His Majesty will be satisfied this year. Li Qingyu frowned, and his mind was preoccupied. He was a third-rank military official, but unlike the officials in the court, Li Qingyu didn't need to go to work in the morning, and he didn't participate in military affairs. He only needed to be in charge of the imperial army in the palace, and he reported directly to the Holy Emperor. The beautiful and luxurious token hanging from his waist was proof of Li Qingyu's identity. As the military official of the palace, or rather, the military official of His Majesty, Li Qingyu wielded great authority, even greater than some of the officials in the court who were in charge of military supplies. At the very least, the wealth that Li Qingyu could mobilize was far beyond imagination. However, this didn't make Li Qingyu happy at all. Instead, he felt immense pressure. As the military official of the imperial army, Li Qingyu had to satisfy the needs of 100,000 imperial army soldiers at the same time. More importantly, Li Qingyu had to satisfy His Majesty's requirements and satisfy the Holy Emperor. However, the quality of the weapons forged by the weaponry workshop and the swordsmithing clans wasn't satisfactory at all. The weapons forged by the weaponry workshop were of varying quality, and the production rate of the swordsmithing clans was too low. The number of weapons they used every year was almost the same as the number they purchased. With such a performance, it was hard to satisfy His Majesty. As the military official who reported directly to His Majesty, there was nothing remarkable about his performance that could leave a deep impression on His Majesty. If this goes on, even if His Majesty doesn't say anything, it'll be hard for me to continue on as a military official. Li Qingyu thought to himself, ha ha ha. Just as Zhang Xian was feeling vexed, a burst of laughter suddenly sounded from the wall beside him, accompanied by the sounds of intense fighting. Due to the flourishing of martial arts in the royal palace, it was common for imperial army soldiers to spar with one another. Li Qingyu passed by this area every day, so he couldn't be any more familiar with such sounds. However, there was something different about today. Usually, the intense fighting would last for a long time, but today it ended very quickly. Not only so, the sounds of the battle seemed to be different as well. It didn't seem to be the sound of ordinary weapons. Almost subconsciously, Li Qingyu stopped in his tracks. Again, just as Zhang Xian was perplexed, the voice from the other side of the palace suddenly sounded indignant. Ha ha ha, bring it on. Even if you go at it 100 more times, you'll still lose. Another hearty voice sounded, following which the sound of weapons clashing sounded. Surprisingly, Li Qingyu didn't leave the palace. Instead, he remained outside the palace walls, listening to the hearken. In the royal palace, there were rules. Something like this was too unusual. It was very rare to encounter something like this. Li Qingyo's interest was piqued. Clang! This time around, the battle ended even faster than the previous one. Clang! The sound of a weapon snapping echoed. Due to the excessive force exerted, the tip of a sword flew high into the air, flew past the walls, and landed not too far away from Li Qingyu, stabbing into the sturdy red tiles of the royal palace. In the instant that the tip of the sword landed, Li Qingyo's sharp eyes immediately recognized it, and his heart skipped a beat. Isn't this the famous saber forged by the Lu clan? Li Qingyu rolled up his sleeves and squatted down. He stretched out 2 fingers that were like iron pincers and carefully picked up the sword tip from the ground. That's right, it was the famous saber of the Lu clan. There was the insignia of the Lu clan on it, so there was no mistaking it. As a military official in the royal palace, he had to deal with such things on a daily basis, so he couldn't be any more familiar with them. The Lu clan was a rising clan in the capital, and they were the youngest among the renowned swordsmithing clans. But perhaps it was precisely for this reason that their swordsmithing clans were the best in terms of appearance, size, and quality. On top of that, as the Lu clan's swordsmithing output was higher, there were many of them in the imperial army. It was truly surprising that the Lu clan's famed sword was broken. But what left Li Qingyu even more astonished was that the cut was as smooth as a mirror. What kind of weapon is that? How could it be so sharp? Li Qingyu couldn't conceal the shock in his eyes. Even though the Lu clan's famed sword wasn't the most formidable, it was definitely top-notch. It wasn't an easy feat to break it. In order to make such a cut, the sword had to be extremely sharp. But despite being in charge of the Imperial Army's armaments for so long, Li Qingyu had never seen any weapon that could be so sharp. So, the battle ended because their sword was broken. A thought flashed across Li Qingyu's mind, and he suddenly understood something. However, Li Qingyu was even more curious about the weapon that broke the Lu clan's famed sword. Ha ha ha, good sword. It's indeed a good sword. Zhou Lai, do you want to do it again? A hearty voice could be heard from within the palace walls, unwilling to let go. Not again, not again. Huang Chang, aren't you just relying on the Wuzi steel sword you bought? What's there to be proud of? If you are capable, don't use the Wuzi steel sword and fight me one-on-one. The Imperial Guard who lost said. His last sentence caused Li Qingyu, who was standing outside the palace walls, to tremble. Chapter 280. One-on-one? You must be joking. When have you ever seen a tiger cutting off its claws to duel with another? From within the palace walls, the voice of the victor sounded. Huang Chang, sell it to me for 70,000 gold taels. Humph, don't even think about it. Huang Chang, this Wuzi steel sword only costs 55,000 gold taels. Even if I offer 70,000 gold taels, you can still earn 15,000 gold taels. At the very most, you can just buy another one. Hee, Zhou Ji, since you're so capable, you can just buy one yourself. Why are you giving me the money to earn? Do you take me for a fool? It wasn't easy for the Zhang clan to release the stock for several months, but they only managed to produce 30 Wuzi steel swords. With so many people in the Imperial Army, it's impossible for them to meet the demand. Right now, they are selling for 80,000 gold taels each, and there's no market for them. If Wang Gongzi were to pay for it himself, it would be even more expensive. Upon hearing those words, Li Qingyu finally decided to stop hiding and walked into the palace. What were you all talking about? Placing his hands behind his back, Li Qingyu held onto the sword tip and walked in slowly. Lord Li, on the training field, the 3 Imperial Army members were shocked to see Li Qingyu. They hurriedly lowered their heads. In the capital, there wasn't a single Imperial Army member who didn't recognize the military affairs officer, Li Qingyu. This was their true superior. All of the equipment, armor, stipend, and weapons of the 100,000 Imperial Army members had to pass through Li Qingyu's hands. Unlike them, he could enter the royal palace to meet the emperor at any time. If they were to offend him, not even the Grand Marshal would be able to reason with them if they were to deduct their equipment. There were many people in the royal palace, and the trio didn't expect to meet this person. One must know that this person rarely interacted with them. Lord, we were only sparring with one another. We didn't do anything. Faced with Li Qingyo's questioning, the trio felt uneasy. That's not what I'm asking. Can I take a look at that sword? Li Qingyu pointed to the sword in the hands of one of the imperial army members. This, of course. The imperial guard named Huang Chang agreed verbally, but his expression was one of extreme reluctance, as if his flesh was being cut off. He reluctantly handed over the Wuzi steel sword. Li Qingyu turned a blind eye to it and held the Wuzi steel sword in his hand. He first weighed it in his hand and then touched it. It's very heavy. Its actual weight was several times heavier than it looked. The surface is very smooth, but it's not just smooth. There are grooves on the blade, which should be designed to increase its lethality. Li Qingyu thought to himself, once experts exchange blows, one would know whether there was a real expert or not. Li Qing had dealt with weapons and armaments all his life. He had dealt with hundreds of thousands of weapons, so he was very familiar with the performance of weapons. There were many weapons that didn't even need to be tested. One could almost judge the quality of the weapon just by touching it, and it could even reach an extremely fine level. This meter-long sword was heavy and cold to the touch, as if touching a block of ice. The forging technique of this weapon was clearly different from that of ordinary weapons. At the very least, the weapons forged by the workshops of the royal court and the few clans in the capital weren't of this nature. This is a Wuzi steel weapon. Li Qingyu weighed the sword in his hand in bewilderment. The youngest son of the Wang clan, Wang Chong, had forged an incomparably sharp and indestructible sword at the Blue Bottle Pavilion. Be it the sabers and swords of the Abbasid Caliphate, Carax Spazinu, or the famed sabers and swords of the Central Plains, none of them were a match for the Wuzi steel weapon. This legend had been spreading like wildfire in the capital 4 to 5 months ago. Naturally, Li Qingyu had heard of it as well. However, different from others, Li Qingyu had always scoffed at such rumors. He had never believed them. How could the birth of a new weapon be that simple? There was a saying that there were talents in martial arts. Some people were born smarter than others, possessing superior intelligence, superior cultivation speed, and a unique constitution. However, could it be possible for one to be born with a new forging technique? Which of the weapons that were still in existence hadn't been passed down for centuries, or even millennia? They had been perfected generation after generation. How could a brand new forging technique suddenly appear out of nowhere? Furthermore, it was able to slice through other famed swords as though they were tofu. Thus, Li Qingyu had never believed it. On top of that, the Wuzi steel weapon was extremely rare. Most people had only heard of it from legends, and only a few had seen it with their own eyes. Thus, Li Qingyu had never believed it. However, at this moment, Li Qingyu wasn't so certain. Clang! Before the trio could react, Li Qingyu's sword had already swept across the broken sword in the hands of one of the imperial army members. Chi! An inaudible sound echoed, and the broken sword in the hands of the imperial army member snapped once more. The tip of the sword fell to the ground and pierced into the tiles. The trio was taken aback for a moment, but they soon recovered from their shock. Just based on the price of the Wuzi steel sword alone, it would be a miracle if the swords of the various clans in the capital could compare to it. However, Li Qingyu's perception was different. He couldn't sense the existence of the Lu clan's weapons at all. It was as though the sword had sliced through the air. This was the first time Li Qingyu had come into contact with such a weapon, and it was also the first time he experienced the sharpness of the Wuzi steel sword. Even with Li Qingyu's long experience, he had never come across such a fearsome weapon before. The sharpness of this weapon was unimaginable. Take off your armor. A thought flashed across Li Qingyu's mind, and he suddenly pointed to the armor on one of the imperial army members. The latter was perplexed. Yes, Lord. Even though the imperial army member was perplexed, he still obediently took off his armor. The military minister was in charge of the Imperial Army armory, so he had plenty of such armors. Chi-La, with a wave of his hand, the heavy armor was silently sliced into two. Clang! It fell to the ground, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. Even though Huang Chang and the other Imperial Army members were mentally prepared, they were still shocked by Li Qingyu's actions. However, it wasn't just the Imperial Army members who were shocked. Even Li Qingyu himself was shocked. SSSSS. To think that it's real. Upon seeing the Wuzi steel, the first thing that came to Li Qingyu's mind was the Blue Bottle Pavilion. It was said that this sword could cleave a metal mountain into two with a single slash. Those like Li Qingyu who weren't present at the scene would usually laugh it off, thinking that it was just a rumor. However, seeing was believing. Looking at the Imperial Army member's armor that was sliced into two, Li Qingyu was astounded. He didn't have the slightest bit of doubt in his heart. On the battlefield, regardless of whether it was his ally or foe, they would always use the best armor. Some of the elite heavy-armored cavalrymen wore armor forged from deep-sea Xian metal. Most of these armors were incomparably tough, and it would require 3, 4, or even more than 10 slashes to leave a mark on it. Otherwise, it would require a powerful external force to strike it. There was a limit to the parts that could be struck. There were very few armors like the Wuzi steel, which could be easily sliced apart. Li Qingyu had been in charge of the Imperial Army's weapons for more than a decade, so he was extremely sensitive to the value of weapons. Just like Zhao Fengchen, Li Qingyu immediately realized the might and value of this weapon once it was mass-produced. What did you say? This weapon costs 80,000 gold taels each? Isn't that a little too expensive? Li Qingyu stared at the trio with a deep frown on his forehead. Even if he searched through all of the sword shops in the capital, there wasn't a single sword that was as expensive as this one. Hee, Lord Li, don't think that it's too expensive. In the royal palace, there are many Imperial Army brothers who couldn't buy it even if they wanted to. Naturally, a good weapon isn't cheap. Upon hearing Li Qingyu's words, the Imperial Army member named Huang Chang relaxed. As long as the other party wasn't picking on them, everything else was fine. Besides, don't underestimate it just because it costs more than 10,000 gold taels each. It's already considered cheap. Think about it. How many people are there in the Imperial Army? There are at least 100,000 of them. However, there are only 40 to 50 swords in total, and this is the production of 4 to 5 months. There aren't enough monks and gruel. How can it possibly be enough? Furthermore, this price is the price of the Zhang clan. It wasn't forged by Wang Gongzi personally. If it was forged by Wang Gongzi personally, it would be worth far more than this. Privately, it has already exceeded 100,000 gold taels. The Imperial Army member named Huang Chang spoke gleefully. Clearly, he was proud of the fact that he had bought a Wuzi steel sword. Are there 2 other sellers of this Wuzi steel sword? Li Qingyu asked with a frown. Of course not. This is forged by Wang Gongzi and the capital's Zhang clan together. Otherwise, given Wang Gongzi's personality, wouldn't he only make 1 or 2 a month? Sometimes he might not even make a single one at all. This time, it was another Imperial Army member who agreed with Huang Chang. However, even though it's from the capital's Zhang clan, I heard that it's Wang Gongzi who guards the final few stages of the forging. Thus, there shouldn't be a problem with the quality. The 3rd Imperial Army member said. Everyone in the capital knew that the production rate of Wuzi steel weapons wasn't high. If it was just Wang Chang's capability, most of the Imperial Army members wouldn't be able to get their hands on such a powerful weapon. This was the reason why the capital's Zhang clan existed. No one minded the existence of the capital's Zhang clan at all. On the contrary, they were more than happy to see it happen. They couldn't wait for more of such weapons to appear. However, if it's Wang Gongzi who's the one, the price won't be this low. 200,000 gold taels. That was the price a few months ago. The commander bought one and treated it as a treasure. Everyone says that Wang Gongzi's weapon is priceless, and its true value probably exceeds 200,000 gold taels. In the Imperial Army, probably only the commander and the others are able to afford it. The trio couldn't conceal the envy in their eyes. Everyone knew that Wang Gongzi's weapons were unique. Every single one of them had a unique design and lethality. Those weapons weren't just weapons, they were also exquisite works of art. Following which, Li Qingyu asked many more questions. It was as though he had discovered a brand new world. For the first time, he realized that there was a small market for Wuzi steel within the Imperial Army. For the first time, he realized that the legends of the Blue Bottle Pavilion were all true. Slowly, some ideas began to form in Li Qingyu's mind. He suddenly knew how he should report to the Holy Emperor during the inspection today. I'll be taking this Wuzi steel sword with me. Come and get it for me 7 days later. With the Wuzi steel sword in hand, Li Qingyu hurriedly headed to the Taiji Palace where the Holy Emperor resided. Thinking of the brilliant idea in his mind, Li Qingyu couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. Chapter 281. Translated by Hypersheep 325. Edited by Maikir Zhang. Shoji moved swiftly. After receiving Wang Chang's support and the prescription, Zhang Shoji left the shabby alley he lived in 2 days later. He gathered a large group of workers, craftsmen, and engineers from the capital and set off for the Great Tang southwest without a moment's rest. Leaving together with them were Wang Chang's several 100,000 gold taels and a large group of guards from the Wang clan. Zhangqiu Jianqiong and Xinyu Zhongtong had already informed them of this matter, so there should be someone to receive them when they arrived. After settling this matter for the time being, Wang Chong turned his attention back to his cultivation. Wang, in the elegant and tranquil study room, there was a table and a chair, simple and unadorned. At this very moment, Wang Chong was seated cross-legged on the floor, cultivating silently. A powerful aura slowly emanated from his body. Compared to a few days ago, it was clear that it was much stronger. Even though he had just reached Origin Energy Tier 9 Pinnacle, Wang Chang's aura wasn't as simple as it seemed. The aura he exuded didn't feel like that of an Origin Energy Realm cultivator, but that of a true martial realm expert. At this very moment, Wang Chong focused all of his attention on the Guanyuan, Beikei, Fengping, and Luanli acupoints in his body. In a dimension invisible to the naked eye, surges of origin energy flowed through Wang Chang's body. Then, as though an ocean gushing into a small canal, they flowed into the miniature circulation within these acupoints. True Martial Little Dipper. This was the name of this miniature circulation that only a few people knew of. Under normal circumstances, it would take 1 to 2 years to advance from Origin Energy Tier 9 to True Martial Realm. Even the most talented martial arts genius would require at least half a year. But of course, it was rare for someone like his little sister to possess innate divine strength, with the exception of 8 characters of Yin. True Martial Little Dipper was such a technique. It was used in the later generations to help Origin Energy Realm cultivators reach True Martial Realm as quickly as possible. Even in the future, not many people knew about this technique. As for now, other than Wang Chong, no one else knew. The True Martial Realm was different from the Origin Energy Realm. The biggest difference was that almost all True Martial Realm martial artists could release their internal qi, and it was no longer limited to their bodies. But when Yuan qi was used in actual combat, the nature was completely different. It became even more ferocious and destructive. This kind of origin qi was called stellar energy. When a true martial realm expert made a move, the martial halos that burst out of their bodies were almost all gang qis. The nature of this thing was different from Wang Chong's vital energy. What Wang Chong was doing now was making use of the True Martial Little Dipper's tiny circulation to compress the Yuan qi in his body and change its nature, making it even more powerful. Then he would use the astral energy to transform his body and make himself stronger. In other words, the True Martial Little Dipper could allow Wang Chong to possess true martial-level stellar energy at the essence energy realm. It was just that the amount was not as great. This was the advantage of this technique. Congratulations to user for successfully developing an elementary quality rice. You are rewarded with 50 destiny energy. Just as Wang Chong was silently cultivating, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his head. At the same time, something seemed to have surged into his head, and Wang Chong immediately felt that something was amiss. Wang Chong exclaimed in surprise. He slowly opened his eyes, and a sharp glint reminiscent of the stars in the night sky flashed across his eyes. What's going on? Isn't 50 destiny energy a little too much? Wang Chong was bewildered. He was originally in the middle of cultivating, and this sudden turn of events was really unexpected. Zhang Munian's side has produced results so quickly. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed across Wang Chong's head. Needless to say, Wang Chong knew that this must be Zhang Munian's doing. Thinking about it, it had only been 4 to 5 months since he arrived at Jiaoji, and yet he had already managed to develop an elementary quality rice. This was truly inconceivable. One must know that in the other world, this step would have taken 4 to 5 years. Could it be due to the climate of Jiaoji? Wang Chong fell into deep thought. To the people of the Tang dynasty, Jiaoji was far from the royal court, and it was definitely a remote and desolate place. However, there was no better place than Jiaoji for the selection of good crops. There was ample sunlight, and the climate was mild. Crops could be grown 3 times a year. Compared to other places where rice could only be grown once a year, Jiaoji was clearly a paradise. Furthermore, with Wang Chong's guidance, Zhang Munian had indeed avoided many detours. Even so, 4 to 5 months still left Wang Chong surprised. That fellow sure is hard-working. Suddenly understanding something, Wang Chong inwardly sighed. He heard that Zhang Munian had been eating and sleeping outside ever since he arrived at Jiaoji. He didn't return to the residence that was arranged for him at all. The only reason why he was able to produce such results so quickly was due to his hard work. There's no mention of hybrid rice. It only says that it's elementary superior rice, so it's likely that he hasn't succeeded yet. Just that, I wonder how much he managed to raise the yield of the rice. Wang Chong pondered. This world was filled with powerful martial arts, and the top-notch martial artists possessed strength comparable to gods. However, it was a pity that no matter how formidable a martial artist was, he couldn't make a move on a place like rice. Thus, even though the world was prosperous and peaceful, the yield of rice wasn't high. It wasn't at the level of 1,000 caddies per mu, 2 to 3,000 caddies, or even 3 to 4,000 caddies per mu. Without sufficient rations, the population wasn't as large. The entire Tang dynasty only had a population of 50 million or so. It wasn't at the scale of 100 million like in the future. This was also the reason why Wang Chong sought out Zhang Munian to change this situation. Without a large population and rations, it was impossible for them to succeed in the future battlefield. But isn't this reward a little too generous? It's only elementary superior rice, far from hybrid rice. Yet, it's already rewarded with 50 destiny energy. This is truly inconceivable. Compared to Zhang Munian's speed, what shocked Wang Chong the most at this moment was the content of the voice in his head. 50 destiny energy. Wasn't this reward way too generous? Wang Chong clearly remembered that the rewards for changing the fate of his clan and the regional commander's incident weren't this generous. Could it be that Zhang Munian's rice was more important than the regional commander's incident and the survival of the Wang clan? A bizarre expression appeared on Wang Chong's face. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. He had taken a huge risk in the matter regarding Yao Guangyi and the regional commander's incident, but the reward he received was even less than Zhang Munian's elementary research in Jiaoji. It was truly an indescribable feeling. I understand now. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chong soon came to a realization. So it's still because of the influence of the incident, right? The matter at the vast crane pavilion only affected the Wang clan. Compared to the world, it didn't mean much at all. On the other hand, the regional commander's incident had a much greater influence, and it attracted the attention of the royal court. Thus, the reward was slightly greater. If I had completed it perfectly back then, the reward wouldn't have been any lesser than this. As for Zhang Munian's elementary superior rice, food is the first priority of the people, and this is an incident that will influence the world for generations to come. There's nothing that could be more influential than this. If not for Zhang Munian's recent breakthrough, the reward would have been far more than this. Upon understanding this point, Wang Chong couldn't help but feel delighted. The 50 destiny energy was an unexpected gain. More importantly, Zhang Munian was still far from creating a true or hybrid rice. In other words, he would be able to obtain an endless supply of destiny energy from this incident. This was an unexpected gain. Up till now, this was the easiest and largest reward that Wang Chong had received. From the consort Tai Zhan incident and the regional commander's incident, Wang Chong had received a total of 50 destiny energy. After deducting the destiny energy from the second world constraint, he was left with 15 points. Not too long ago, he had encircled the Gogurians and killed 3 Gogurian generals, including King Sojurim. He had received 25 destiny energy. Adding the 50 destiny energy that he had just received, Wang Chong had a total of 90 destiny energy on him. This was not a small amount of wealth. Just thinking about it made Wang Chong feel delighted. With so many destiny energy, I should be able to exchange for that item. Suddenly recalling a matter, Wang Chong quickly communicated with the Stone of Destiny in his mind. Of the 5 destinies, Wang Chong opened the physique, which represented the body. Upon seeing the Destiny Battle Armor option, Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat, and his soul seemed to have left his body. I really want to see what the Destiny Battle Armor looks like. Wang Chong's heart was in turmoil. He really wanted to exchange for the Destiny Battle Armor right now. Steed, weapon, and armor. These were the 3 things that could protect one's life on the battlefield. Wang Chong had everything on him, but he didn't have a suitable armor. The Destiny Battle Armor cost 80 points, and with the amount of points Wang Chong had on him, he could easily exchange for it. However, Wang Chong only thought about it for a moment before dispelling the thought. The 3rd restriction of the world force is coming soon. If I exchange for this battle armor, I won't have enough points at that time. 10 destiny energy isn't enough to clear this trial. By then, I'll really be dead. Wang Chong took in a deep breath. Even though he was reluctant to part with it, he still turned to the last line. Gold organs. This was a new reward from the Stone of Destiny. It would only appear when one had 100 points and above. In his mind, the explanation for the gold organs was, gold organs can greatly strengthen a martial artist's 5 viscera and 6 bowels, allowing the martial artist's internal organs to withstand greater pressure and inner strength. It can also greatly increase the martial artist's affinity with the world essence chi. Under the same conditions, it can greatly increase the martial artist's rate of absorption of world essence chi and recovery of world essence chi. Exchange points, 30 destiny energy. After exchanging for the gold organs, the rate of absorption of world essence chi and recovery of world essence chi had greatly increased. This was exactly what Wang Chong needed right now. With a thought, Wang Chong decisively exchanged for the gold organs. Chapter 282. Hung Long. Just when Wang Chong thought that this was the end of the transformation, there was a sudden jolt. A majestic and heavy energy reminiscent of golden fluid gushed into Wang Chong's chest from the void and into every single one of his lungs. For an instant, Wang Chong felt as though he was suffocating. That intense energy was scalding, viscous, and scorching. It filled every single one of his lungs and cells, leaving Wang Chong unable to breathe at all. The heavy weight increased the pressure on his lungs and upper body significantly, such that he felt as though he was going to collapse. Wang, Just when Wang Chong felt that he was on the verge of collapsing, the heavy and scorching golden fluid suddenly shot out, revealing an opening. As though a drowning man, Wang Chong struggled to rise to the surface. SSS. In the study, Wang Chong took in a deep breath. Even the maids and servants shuttling to and fro outside the room could hear him clearly. Ah, how unbearable. As expected, it isn't that easy to obtain powerful energy, Wang Chong thought as his body heaved up and down violently. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels were the softest and weakest existences in the human body, and it was also an area that was extremely difficult to cultivate. Even the strongest experts could only strengthen their 5 viscera and 6 bowels slightly due to the existence of origin energy. As for cultivation techniques that focused on strengthening the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, there was no such thing. This was also the first time Wang Chong had encountered such a thing. In terms of strengthening one's physical body, the golden organs was definitely one of the best physical body strengthening techniques out there, even surpassing the dragon bone art. Back then, when Wang Chong first saw this reward in the Stone of Destiny, he couldn't help but feel delighted, and he was tempted to exchange for it. But back then, due to the restraints of the world energy, Wang Chong dared not exchange for it at all. It was only when Zhang Munian's elementary superior rice appeared that his wish was fulfilled. Buzz! His body was warm. As he breathed heavily, Wang Chong could clearly feel the golden liquid from the hundreds of large and small alveoli in his chest seeping into his heart, liver, spleen, kidneys, and other internal organs. The boiling energy flowed into every cell, and finally it slowly merged with the cells in these places. An experience he had never experienced before surged into his heart. Wang Chong felt that his body was as light as a feather, and it was getting lighter. Not only that, but as the energy of the golden juice organs continued to fuse with his body, Yang Ji also had a strange feeling in his heart, as if he was soaking in water. This feeling wasn't obvious at first, but it grew stronger and stronger as time went on. It was as if he wasn't surrounded by air, but a viscous liquid. So this is the golden viscera. Wang Chong slowly sensed the changes in his body, and finally understood why the golden organs could change the affinity between a martial artist and heaven-earth Yuan Qi. In the past, although Wang Chong could feel the existence of heaven-earth Yuan Qi, it was only a feeling and it was subjective. But now it was different. Wang Chong felt that he could even touch it with his palm, as if he was touching something real. Not only that, Wang Chong could even feel the flow of energy in the air. However, the range of this perception was not large, only about 5 or 6 zhang. But this was already very powerful. Even a true martial realm or profound martial realm martial artist might not be able to do this. This is really inconceivable. The Stone of Destiny's ability is completely different from the world of martial arts. Many of its abilities can't be estimated with common sense. Wang Chong shook his head and praised in his heart. He stretched out a finger, and a stream of energy that was hard to see with the naked eye flowed through the air. It was easily wrapped around by Wang Chong's fingertip and then absorbed into his body. Although the amount of energy absorbed was not a lot, this kind of purposeful and targeted absorption of Yuan Qi was much more efficient than normal. If he wanted to, Wang Chong could absorb all the Yuan Qi within 5 or 6 zhang in an instant. In an intense battle where both sides' Yuan Qi was exhausted, this kind of ability would be decisive. Buzz! Standing alone in the study, he closed his eyes and spread his legs apart, motionless. Once the energy of the gold organs in his chest had completely dispersed into his 5 viscera, everything calmed down. Only then did Wang Chong slowly open his eyes. The energy in his body had completely calmed down. Compared to before, Wang Chong could feel that his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were stronger, more resilient, and could withstand greater impacts. Compared to a martial artist of the same level, his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were at least 7 or 8 times stronger. Strange. It seems like my body strength has increased by quite a bit. Wang Chang's eyes lit up. He suddenly moved his arms, feeling that his strength had increased by quite a bit. He was secretly pleasantly surprised. The gold organs only targeted the internal organs of a martial artist. Not only could it strengthen the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, it could also increase one's strength. This was an unexpected gain. But if this is the case, coupled with the true martial Little Dipper, it will be much easier for me to reach the true martial realm in the future. My strength will also be much stronger. Wang Chong closed his eyes and muttered to himself. 100-feet tall building is built from the earth. The foundation of a building was often determined from the very beginning. If the foundation was unstable, it would be useless no matter how hard one tried to reinforce it. With a lifetime's worth of martial arts experience, Wang Chong couldn't be clearer on this point. It's about time. That person should be here by now. After meditating for another hour in the room and stabilizing his cultivation, Wang Chong glanced at the hourglass on the table before walking out of the study. How is it? Has Lord Zhang arrived? Wang Chong looked at the Wang clan guard outside the study and asked, Reporting to Gongzi, Governor Zhang has just arrived, and he's already waiting in the lounge. The servants have already prepared top-notch tea and pastries. Knowing that Gongzi is cultivating in the study, Madam is already there to receive you. She said that Gongzi will meet the governor immediately after you are done cultivating. The guard outside bowed, respectfully. Clearly, he was sent by Wang Chong's mother, and he had been waiting here for quite some time now. And I understand. You may leave now. Wang Chong nodded. Flinging his sleeves, he headed straight for the study. Jiannan Governor Zhang Wentuo was an influential figure, even though his standing couldn't compare to Zhang Chou Jianqiong, the protector general of the empire. In Wang Chong's heart, he was definitely one of the most important figures in this life. Back at the banquet, due to Zhang Chou Jianqiong's invitation and the fact that he was ambushed by the Gogurians, Wang Chong didn't find it appropriate to talk to him. It was just that Zhang Xian remembered the other party's face and made an appointment with the Jiannan prefect 2 days ago. The time was set by Wang Chong, and since this was their first meeting, Wang Chong didn't want to leave a good impression on the Jiannan governor. Thus, he chose the time carefully. Passing through many gardens, ponds, and corridors, Wang Chong finally met Zhang Wentuo in the lounge of the Wang clan. There was a faint fragrance of tea in the room. When Wang Chong walked in, his mother was chatting with the Jiannan governor, who had come to the capital to report on his work. Upon seeing Wang Chong enter, Madame Wang immediately stood up from her seat. Chong-er, it's rare for Lord Governor to visit our Wang clan as a guest. Madame Wang seemed to have a good impression of the governor of Jiannan. After leaving those words behind, she left with her maids and servants. Lord Governor. Wang Chong straightened his robe, straightened his expression, walked over and gave a respectful bow. You're too polite, Chong Gongzi. Zhang Wentuo hurriedly stood up from his seat and returned the greeting. While returning the greeting, Zhang Wentuo assessed the legendary Gongzi of the capital in astonishment. In a place like the capital, Zhang Wentuo was definitely a legendary figure. Many of the things that he had done were inconceivable even to an adult like Zhang Wentuo. However, Zhang Wentuo couldn't understand why this legendary Gongzi of the capital would invite him over. He had lived in Jiannan for a long time, and other than the annual reporting on his work, he had never spent much time in the capital. As such, he had never interacted with this Wang Gongzi before him. The Wang clan was a clan of ministers and generals, and Duke Jiu was an esteemed and virtuous minister. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Wentuo wouldn't be able to associate with such a prestigious clan. Only Protector General Zhang Chou Jianqiong was qualified to interact with them. Zhang Wentuo couldn't understand why Wang Gongzi would bring him up when they had never met before. Not only that, he even brought him up at Protector General Zhang Chou Jianqiong's banquet, even issuing such a bizarre invitation 2 days ago. The main reason why Zhang Wentuo agreed to the invitation was due to this doubt. He's indeed a ferocious man. While Zhang Wentuo was assessing him, Wang Chong was doing the same as well. Even though there were many governors in the Tang dynasty, the one before him would definitely become the most famous one in a few years' time, leaving his name in the annals of history. Even though it was all because of his dishonorable conduct, which was known to the world. 180,000 elites of the Tang dynasty, hundreds of thousands of civilians, a war that shook the entire Central Plains, and a war that would change the fate of the Tang dynasty and the surrounding powers. All of this was because of the dishonorable actions of this Jiannan prefect. If the fall of the Tang dynasty could be described as a chain reaction of dominoes, then Zhang Wentuo, the Jiannan prefect, would be the first one to fall. For any shocking event, there would always be a fuse that would be lit first. And Zhang Wentuo was the one who had lit this fuse. There was only a thin line between peace and war. It was this person who had single-handedly ended the 200 years of peace of the Tang dynasty, leading the country into a chaotic future. If chaos and destruction had to have a person who would sound the death knell, then this person before him was definitely that person. Just that, Zhang Wentuo himself probably didn't know of this matter. Other than Wang Chong, no one else in the entire Tang dynasty knew of this matter. However, he was different from those who hated Zhang Wentuo to the core. Chapter 283. Translated by Hypersheep 325. Edited by Mike. Here Zhang Wentuo was a tall and burly man with a squarish face. From him, Wang Chong could sense an intense militaristic aura. It was the same aura that he felt from his father and the regular soldiers. Looking at the figure before him, Wang Chong found it hard to believe that this was the man who coveted the wife and daughter of King Jelifeng of Mengshizhao. Seizing the opportunity when they arrived at the capital, he lured them into the city lord manor to rape and murder them. Eventually, in a fit of rage, King Jelifeng mobilized the entire Mengshizhao to exact vengeance for his wife and daughter, thus launching an attack on Great Tang. In the end, that massive war that shook the entire Tang dynasty, Jelifeng might have been ambitious, but if not for the provocation of his wife and daughter's death, he might not have been so bold as to mobilize the entire empire to launch such a massive war. More importantly, no matter how ambitious Jelifeng was, only the Tang dynasty could deal with him. But his wife and daughter were innocent. As the Jiannan commander-in-chief, Zhang Wentuo's actions were deeply shameful, even to ordinary people. This caused the Tang dynasty to lose its moral high ground, and it also lost the excuse to deal with Mengshizhao in the future. In fact, even the people of Jiannan who suffered the most after the 180,000 soldiers died in the war were filled with sympathy for King Jelifeng of Mengshizhao. Such a ridiculous matter had never happened before in any of the dynasties before the Tang dynasty. As the instigator of all of this, Zhang Wentuo became the sinner of the Tang dynasty, and he was hated by everyone. As these thoughts flashed across Wang Chong's mind, he quickly regained his composure. "Lord, this way, please." Wang Chong calmly suppressed his thoughts and gestured Jiannan Prefecture Chief Zhang Chenhua to sit back down. "Wang Gongzi, I'm indebted to you for taking care of me. May I know why you invited me to your residence?" Zhang Wentuo had the style of a soldier, so he didn't like to beat around the bush. After seeing Wang Chong for a few seconds, he immediately went straight to the point. "Haha, I wonder how the governor and the protector general are doing in the capital." Wang Chong didn't mention the reason why he invited Zhang Wentuo over. Instead, he asked him about the matter regarding the emperor's visit to the royal palace. As he spoke, he picked up the teapot on the table and poured himself a cup of tea. Fortunately, His Majesty didn't say anything. "If nothing goes wrong, I should be returning to Jiannan in a few days' time." Zhang Wentuo frowned, but he didn't say anything. "So fast?" Wang Chong was surprised. It had only been a few days since Zhang Wentuo arrived in the capital, so it was truly surprising that he would return to Jiannan so quickly. "I came to the capital this time mainly for Protector General. Now that the report is done, it's time to go back. Zhang Wentuo explained patiently. He had never been a person who was good at socializing. Even in Jiannan, he didn't get along well with Protector General Zhang Qiu, Jianqiong, and General Xinyu Zhongtong. Needless to say, Wang Chong. The southwest isn't as prosperous and affluent as the capital. Since it's rare for Lord to come to the capital, why don't you stay here for a while longer? This way, Wang Chong can play his role as the host. The Silk Flower Pavilion in the west of the city is a place where scholars and refined guests visit. Since Lord is always in a hurry, why don't you have Wang Chong bring you to the Silk Flower Pavilion? As Wang Chong spoke, he assessed Zhang Wentuo carefully, not letting go of the slightest change in his expression. His eyes were filled with probing intent. Wang Gongzi. Unexpectedly, right after Wang Chong said those words, Zhang Wentuo suddenly bellowed and stood up. His eyes were cold and filled with rage. I, Jing Gongzi, am a descendant of Duke Jiu. That's why I'm here. I didn't expect Gongzi to bring me to that despicable brothel. Wang Gongzi, I've misjudged you. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. At this point, his face was filled with displeasure. Wang Chong's words had truly left him astonished. Silk Flower Pavilion sounded pleasant, but it was actually a famous brothel in the capital. Even someone like him, who rarely went there, knew of it, needless to say, others. Zhang Wentuo didn't expect Wang Chong to invite him to a brothel. Perhaps it was a trend among the scholars in the capital, but it definitely wasn't him. What kind of person did he think he was? At this point, anger flashed in Zhang Wentuo's eyes. Ha, Lord, please forgive me. I was just casually mentioning the Silk Flower Pavilion. Since Lord isn't fond of it, just pretend that Wang Chong didn't say anything. I have misunderstood Lord, and I apologize to Lord Prefecture Chief. I beseech Lord Prefecture Chief to forgive me. Wang Chong had been staring at Zhang Wentuo the entire time, and upon seeing Zhang Wentuo getting angry and getting up to leave, a glint flashed across Wang Chong's eyes. Silk Flower Pavilion. Of course it couldn't be true. This was where he was, and his mother wasn't too far away. How could Wang Chong invite Zhang Wentuo to a brothel? This was just a probe. Zhang Wentuo was angry, and he was truly furious. However, as the one who started it all, Wang Chong was delighted. At the very least, there was one thing that Wang Chong was certain of. Zhang Wentuo wasn't a lecherous person. Regardless of whether it was his personality or his way of doing things, it was the straightforward style of a regular soldier of the Tang dynasty. Wang Chong was straightforward. Knowing that he had made a mistake, he stood up and bowed respectfully to Zhang Wentuo to apologize. For a moment, Zhang Wentuo didn't take it too seriously. After all, Wang Chong was only 15. Under Wang Chong's persistent pestering, Zhang Wentuo could only return to his seat. Lord Zhang, actually, the reason why I invited you here is because I have a request, and I hope that Lord Prefecture Chief can agree to it. Wang Chong said, Oh, Gongzi, feel free to speak your mind. Zhang Wentuo turned to Wang Chong said, It's regarding the Lion Rock Ridge. Hasn't Lord Prefecture Chief already agreed to Gongzi's request? Zhang Wentuo asked in astonishment. Jiannan Road is far from here, and building a base requires a huge amount of resources and time. In this aspect, Lord Prefecture Chief isn't able to provide much help. This is Wang Chong's first time in Jiannan, so I hope that Lord Prefecture Chief can lend me some help. Wang Chong said earnestly, If Gongzi wishes to build anything, feel free to speak. I might just be able to help you in this aspect. Zhang Wentuo pondered for a moment before nodding. The Lion Rock Mountain was located far away, and the Wang clan was a clan of generals and ministers. If they were to build a base there, it would definitely cost a lot of resources, so they could only use local materials. If that was the case, it would be beneficial to Jiannan's economy as well. As such, Zhang Wentuo didn't mind helping Wang Chong. Following that, Wang Chong and Zhang Wentuo chatted a lot about the specifics. although it was announced to the public that it was to build a base for trading on the Tea-Horse Road. However, only Wang Chong knew that it was a huge city. From this aspect, it could be said that Zhang Wen-Tuo, the prefect of this place, was indeed a great help. Moreover, with his help, Zhang Shouji's work over there would be much smoother, and the construction time would be greatly advanced. The latter was what Wang Chong valued the most. Young master, just as Wang Chong and Zhang Wen-Tuo were chatting excitedly, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded from outside, following which a loud bang sounded and the door was pushed open from the outside. A green-robed servant rushed in and interrupted the conversation between Wang Chong and Zhang Wen-Tuo. Wang Chong frowned. Didn't he say it before? When there are guests in the house, do not disturb. Young master, the great master is here. He said that he has something important to tell you and wants you to see him immediately. The green-clothed servant was panting, and before Wang Chong could reprimand him, he spoke first. Wang Chong was taken aback. There was no such thing as a great old master in the Wang clan. There was only one person whom the servants would address as such, and that was Wang Chong's big uncle Wang Zhen. Why is uncle here? Wang Chong asked doubtfully. At this time, he should be busy dealing with Zhangqiu Jinqiang. The dispute over the Minister of War's position was currently at its peak, so he shouldn't be busy at all. Why would he come to Wang Chong's residence? On top of that, he even had a servant call him over, saying that he had something important to discuss with him. Wang Gongzi, since you have matters to attend to, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll be taking my leave first. If there's anything you need, feel free to contact me in the future. Understanding Wang Chong's intentions, Zhang Wen-Tuo immediately stood up and bade farewell. Wang Chong pondered for a moment before nodding. After sending Zhang Wen-Tuo off, Wang Chong summoned Solitary Wolf. Gongzi, you were looking for me. Solitary Wolf walked over and asked, I have something for you to do. Do you still remember that we are going to build a base in Jiannan's Lion Rock Ridge? Wang Chong said, Lord, you wish for me to oversee the construction of the Lion Rock Ridge? That's not it. Wang Chong shook his head without any hesitation. I want you to follow Jiannan Prefecture Chief Zhang Wen-Tuo in my name. No matter what, I want you to stay within the Prefecture Chief manor. If possible, befriend the Jiannan Prefecture Chief's children and stay within the Prefecture Chief manor to observe the happenings there. No matter what happens in there, I want you to send me a messenger pigeon every 10 days, 3 a month. If anything happens, you have to inform me separately. Ah! Lone Wolf exclaimed in a low voice, completely stunned. He didn't expect that Wang Chong would entrust him with such a task. Solitary Wolf, I'm not asking you to be a spy. This matter is extremely important. Can you do it? As he said those words, Wang Chong's expression was incomparably solemn. Gongzi, rest assured. As long as it's Gongzi's orders, I'll definitely accomplish it. Solitary Wolf replied without any hesitation. They were indebted to Wang Chong, and if not for him, they would have to live with humiliation for the rest of their lives. Putting aside such a small matter, Wang Chong would definitely accomplish it no matter how difficult it was. And there's one more thing. I want you to keep an eye on Jiannan Prefecture Chief Zhang Wen-Tuo at all times. If anything happens to the Prefecture Chief manor, or if Zhang Wen-Tuo tries to commit suicide, I want you to bring him out of Jiannan and the Prefecture Chief manor no matter what. Can you do this? Hearing Wang Chong's words, Solitary Wolf's expression suddenly turned bizarre. Ever since he retired 15 years ago, Solitary Wolf had accepted countless jobs as a mercenary. But Solitary Wolf had never heard of such a bizarre request before. Why would something happen to the Prefecture Chief manor? That was the Prefecture Chief manor, not some ordinary place. Which madman would be so crazy as to lay his hands on the Prefecture Chief manor? Furthermore, Zhang Wen-Tuo was a perfectly fine person, so why would he commit suicide? He had also taken a look before he left the manor. That person had a well-built body and was filled with vitality. When he walked, he exuded a majestic aura that even demons would have to avoid. Why would such a person commit suicide? Solitary Wolf had weathered countless storms in his life, but he had never encountered such a bizarre matter. Yes, Gongzi, I'll get it done now. Even though Solitary Wolf was doubtful, he didn't hesitate in the slightest. Hee, Gongzi, rest assured. I'll treat it as a job, and no matter what, I'll definitely complete the task Gongzi has entrusted to me. Chapter 284. After settling the matters in the southwest, Wang Chong went alone to see his big uncle, Wang Zhen Chong'er. The Imperial Army's Director of Military Affairs, Li Qingyu, has come to see me. He wants to buy your Wuzi steel sword. Upon seeing Wang Chong, Wang Zhen immediately went straight to the point. What? Wang Chong had only just stepped into the hall when he heard these words, and his entire body froze in shock. And then an indescribable ecstasy swept over him like a raging tide, engulfing him. Li Qingyu. Upon hearing this name, Wang Chong knew that the thing he had been hoping for the most had happened, the imperial court's purchase. Even without the memories of his last life, Wang Chong deeply understood what this name signified. In the Tang dynasty, the name Li Qingyu was associated with only one thing: purchase. Whether it was the Zhang, Liu, Huang, or Cheng clans of the capital, or the swordsmiths and shops of the capital, once the imperial army's purchase was involved, it would be the personal responsibility of the Director of Military Affairs, Li Qingyu. Wang Chong had heard the head of the Zhang clan mention this several times. But to Wang Chong, this name had a special meaning that only he knew. It was precisely this Director of Military Affairs, Li Qingyu, who had led the largest purchase of Wuzi steel in the history of the Central Plains in his last life. Although that purchase had failed for various reasons, it had been forever engraved in history. Based on his calculations, it should have been another 1 or 2 years before this matter would occur. Wang Chong was not at all surprised that this matter had occurred so early. The only thing he had not expected was for it to happen so quickly. 2 days ago, he had sent a message to the capital's Zhang clan, making an exception and allowing them to purchase 30 Wuzi steel, swords a month. His goal was to expand his influence in the imperial army. Their ultimate target was Li Qingyu, the military affairs officer of the imperial army, who was in charge of the purchase of military equipment in the palace. Wang Chong believed that as long as the military affairs officer, who held an important position in the imperial army, saw his Wuzi steel weapon with his own eyes, he would definitely win his favor. If Li Qingyu did not have a special fondness for Wuzi steel weapons, he would not have spent so much effort and money to convince the imperial court to purchase Wuzi steel. However, Wang Chong did not expect Li Qingyu to act so quickly. It had only been 2 days, but Wang Chong had already made his move, even inviting his big uncle Wang Zhen over. Ha, I didn't expect this. This is really a pleasant surprise. Wang Chong clenched his fists tightly, feeling extremely excited. Wuzi steel was very precious and could bring in a lot of profits. However, this kind of profit had its limits. The rarer an object is, the greater its value. Even though the weapon that Wang Chong sold to the Grand Marshal of the Imperial Army was worth 200,000 gold taels, this was something that the commoners would never dream of. However, he could only sell a single such weapon every month. Furthermore, there was no guarantee that it would appear in the future. It would take Wang Chong an entire year to earn 2 million gold taels, and what Wang Chong lacked the most at this moment was time. There was nothing faster than selling it to the imperial court. Not everyone was able to afford 200,000 gold taels for a single weapon like the Grand Marshal of the Imperial Army. However, the imperial court was different. The potential of the imperial court was nearly limitless. In Wang Chong's plan, the best seller for the Hyderabad ores was the imperial court. However, he had to grasp this opportunity well. If it was too early, the Wuzi steel would be worthless. The imperial court might not be willing to buy it, and they wouldn't be able to afford it either. Now was the best time to do so. Wang Gongzi, nice to meet you. Under Big Uncle Wang Zhen's lead, Wang Chong met with the famous director of military affairs, Li Qingyu, in the Jade Tavern in the west of the city. "Lord Li, you're being too polite." Wang Chong smiled. As he spoke, he sat down opposite of Li Qingyu with a dignified expression. Director of military affairs, Li Qingyu was an elusive existence in the Tang dynasty. His activities were mostly within the royal palace, and his movements were extremely discreet. Even when he visited the prestigious swordsmithing clans, he would come and go in a hurry, taking less than an incense's time. Even though Wang Chong had heard of his name, this was his first time meeting him. Lord Wang should have told you about it, right? Li Qingyu's style of doing things was extremely straightforward. As soon as he sat down, he went straight to the point. The imperial court wishes to purchase 1,000 Wuzi steel weapons from Gongzi. Hee. Since Lord Li is so straightforward, I'll be frank as well. I'm unable to purchase 1,000 Wuzi steel weapons. Wang Chong shrugged with a smile. Oh, why? Is it because the price is too low? A glint flashed across Li Qingyu's eyes. Pardon my bluntness, but it's impossible for the imperial court to purchase the weapons at the same price as Gongzi's. 20,000 gold taels for a single weapon isn't a low price. Indeed, given the current market for Wuzi steel weapons that Wang Chong had a grasp of, 20,000 gold taels for a single weapon was indeed a low price. However, this had always been the case for the imperial court's purchases. Ha, Lord Li misunderstands. Wang Chong chuckled. It's not that I'm unwilling, but that I can't sell them. Oh, why? Because I only have 100 ingots of Wuzi steel. Wang Chong chuckled. From Arloja and Ablonidin, Wang Chong had only obtained 300 Jun in total. Yet, Li Qingyu wanted 1,000 ingots here. How could he possibly have so many? No matter how high Li Qingyu's price was, he couldn't afford it. However, the reason why Wang Chong invited Li Qingyu over wasn't to talk about this. Pardon my bluntness. But the reason why Lord Li wants these Wuzi steel weapons is because you want to build an army of Wuzi steel weapons, right? However, is 1,000 weapons really enough? Wang Chong chuckled. The people of the Tang dynasty were truly intelligent. Imperial Army Commander Zhao Fengchen had mentioned to him more than once about the possibilities of building an army with Wuzi steel weapons. It was the same for Li Qingyu as well. At first glance, these people were able to recognize the military value of the sharp Wuzi steel. And this was what the future Abbasid Caliphate did. Anyone who saw the Wuzi steel weapons would immediately realize the immense military value it held. This, Li Qingyu was taken aback. He had only intended to purchase a batch of weapons to test it out with the imperial army. He hadn't thought about the details. Lord Li, 1,000 men is definitely insufficient to build an army of Wuzi steel weapons. Furthermore, 20,000 gold taels per weapon is indeed a little low. However, if Lord Li is willing to pay me 8 million gold taels in advance, I might be able to find a way to equip an army of 10,000 men within 5 years. In fact, I can even lower the price of the Wuzi steel weapons to 18,000 gold taels for you, Wang Chong said. By the side, Wang Chong's big uncle frowned. However, Li Qingyu's eyes lit up. The 10,000 Wuzi steel weapons that Wang Chong mentioned were secondary. What caught his attention was Wang Chong's 18,000 gold taels. Is 8 million gold taels sufficient? Li Qingyu asked. It was just an ordinary sentence, but it sounded powerful and domineering in the cluster of Jade Tavern. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but look at Wang Chong in awe. He sure is rich, Wang Chong thought. This was the difference between the military affairs supervisor of the royal court and the prestigious clans. 8 million taels of gold was a huge sum of money even for the great clans in the capital. It was an unbearably huge sum. However, to the military affairs supervisor of the imperial army, who often made large purchases, it was nothing more than a drizzle. As the military affairs supervisor of the imperial army, Li Qingyu had the backing of the entire Tang dynasty. This was the difference brought about by the weight class. The more Wang Chong thought about it, the more he felt that his plan and rules were correct. Li Qingyu reached an agreement with Wang Chong at the fastest speed possible, and he made use of this opportunity to have Wang Chong write down the contents of his promise on a document. Words were no proof, and documents were the only proof. As the military affairs supervisor, Li Qingyu was already used to it. Chong-er, why did you agree to his request? Won't we be making a huge loss this way? Walking out of the cluster of Jade Tavern, Wang Chong's big uncle, Wang Zhen, couldn't help but ask. The Wang clan was bound together for good and bad. Even though the one who was going to lose out was Wang Chong, Wang Zhen didn't think that he had nothing to do with this matter. Hee, big uncle, he has already come knocking on our door. Do you think that we can still reject him? Wang Chong chuckled. This, Wang Zhen was taken aback. If it was just Li Qingyu, he wouldn't have cared at all. He could have just rejected him. However, Wang Zhen knew that the one standing behind Li Qingyu was the Holy Emperor. This was also the reason why Wang Zhen didn't say a single word throughout the entire tavern. Hee, big uncle, don't worry. We won't be losing out on this matter. Wang Chong consoled with a smile. He knew what his big uncle was conflicted about. The reason why Li Qingyu went to Wang Zhen instead of looking for him or big Uncle Li Lin in the Imperial Army was to lower his price. This was also the reason why his big uncle was conflicted. However, Wang Chong was different. He wasn't too worried about this matter. 5 years. Who knows what will happen in 5 years? As Wang Chong spoke those words that only he could hear, he couldn't help but sigh in awe. 10,000 weapons in 5 years. Even Li Qingyu probably didn't realize the significance of the deal he had just struck with Wang General. Too many things could happen in 5 years. If that calamity didn't happen within 5 years, if he was still alive after 5 years, he might just be able to fulfill his deal with Li Qingyu. Shaking his head, Wang Chong quickly recovered from his daze. 8 million gold taels. I'll have to spend at least 3 to 5 million gold taels on Lion City. The rest can be used to carry out the next step of my plan. After bidding farewell to big Uncle Wang Zhen, Wang Chong gazed at the clouds in the sky, and his heart was in turmoil. The Lion City of Jiannan was a bottomless pit. Before him, there had never been a case of a private city being constructed in the Tang Dynasty. Given the capabilities of a single person, this was still too much of a burden. But in Wang Chong's heart, the Lion City was the most important thing to him at the moment. No matter how much money he had to spend, he was determined to carry it out. This was also the reason why he requested an advance payment of several million gold taels from the Imperial Army. All kinds of barriers, defenses, rations, and even the repair of weapons, there were simply too many things involved. Even 5 million gold taels might not be enough. But even so, with this sum of money, he should be able to achieve the effect he wanted. Now, it was time for him to move on to the next matter. Chapter 285. Translated by Hypersheep 325. Edited by Mike. Here Wang Chong received Ablonidin and Ablonidin in his residence. It had been a long time since they last met, and the two monks had clearly gotten much tanner, as if they had been exposed to the sun. After Wang Chong spent several months in the Kunwu training camp, the two of them returned to Sindhu. One reason was that they needed to report to the high priest, and the other reason was that Sindhu was currently experiencing a rare civil war. How could the two of them remain idle over such a major matter? No matter what, they had to return to take a look. Gongzi. Upon seeing Wang Chong, the two monks immediately clasped their hands together and bowed deeply. What was even more surprising was that the two monks, who usually only spoke Sindhi, were actually speaking to Wang Chong in the unfamiliar language of the Central Plains. From this, one could easily imagine how much respect they had for him. Hee, great monk, there's no need to be so polite. Wang Chong waved his hands with a smile. Ablonidin and Ablonidin had stayed in the Wang Chong residence for a period of time, and they had even taught Wang Chong the tortoise-breathing art and arm connection art. As a result, Wang Chong was already on good terms with them. When they first met, they would still call him Grandmaster, but as their relationship grew closer, they would just call him Great Monk. This was a sign of their close relationship. Of course, to us Sindhu, Gongzi is a true living bodhisattva, a great Buddha who has truly saved us. Gongzi, please accept our bow. With reddened eyes, the two pressed their palms together and insisted on bowing to Wang Chong once more. If they hadn't returned to Sindhu, they wouldn't have known what the situation was like there. Although Sindhu suffered from famine all year round, and people would die every year, there had never been so many deaths. Starving corpses, skeletons, and flies were everywhere. If not for Wang Chong's food, who knew how many more people would have died? The two of them had heartfelt respect for Wang Chong. Seeing how insistent the two monks were, Wang Chong knew that they weren't doing this for him, but for the Sindhi. Thus, he didn't say anything else. Just from the expressions of the two, Wang Chong could tell that the situation in Sindhu had improved significantly. Since Sindhu's condition can be alleviated, that's good. However, great monk, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. If Sindhu wants to break free from starvation, it can only rely on itself. What I can do is only a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. I can treat the symptoms, but not the root cause. Great monk, those who help themselves are helped by the heavens. In the end, Sindhu can only rely on itself. Wang Chong said, the relationship between him and our Loja and Ablanja was purely based on interests. However, our Loja and Ablanja's respect for him touched him a little, which was why he said those words. The famine in Sindhu wasn't a temporary one, but a perennial one. This wasn't without reason. In this transaction with our Loja and Ablanja, he had sent them a lot of rations, cows, goats, chickens, and ducks. If Sindhu was good at making use of the rations, they could just leave a portion of the rations to plant and raise the cows, goats, chickens, and ducks. The cows and goats could give birth next year, and the chickens and ducks could lay eggs. If the Sindhi were good at making use of the rations, the famine might be greatly alleviated, or if they were diligent enough, they might even be able to put an end to it. However, Wang Chong knew that it was impossible. The rations and livestock he had sent over would only be eaten up. The Sindhi high priest had only been thinking of treating the symptoms. As for treating the root cause, it probably wasn't within his considerations. This made Wang Chong recall a joke he had heard in the past. A neighbor saw that a man's family was so poor that he didn't know where his next meal would come from. Out of kindness, he wanted to help the man improve his family's circumstances and lift him out of poverty. Thus, he spent a huge sum of money to buy a cow that could give birth to calves for the man, urging him to let the cow graze well. When the cow gave birth next year, his life would become much better. In the beginning, the man also worked hard and made up his mind to change his past decadence and treat the cow well. He wanted to change his life and escape from poverty. However, he soon couldn't stand the hunger. Thinking that cows were more valuable than goats, he decided to sell the cow and buy a sheep. In any case, sheep could also give birth, and the extra money could be used to fill his stomach. However, out of worry for his neighbor, he struggled for a long time. In the end, he sold the cow and bought a sheep and enjoyed a hearty meal. However, the money he earned from selling the cow and sheep was quickly spent. Thus, the man thought that since sheep were more valuable than chickens and chickens could also lay eggs, he could sell the sheep for a chicken. With the extra money, he would be able to eat his fill. Unfamiliar the first time, but familiar the second time. This time, he didn't feel any psychological burden. On the third day, the chicken didn't lay eggs for half a day. In a panic, the man decided to kill the chicken and eat it. Thus, after going around for a while, the man's house was still empty, but the cow was gone. This was the situation that Sindhu was currently facing. No matter how many times they saved them, no matter how much food and livestock they gave them, they were still the same Sindhu, impoverished and weak. In the coming year, Sindhu would still face the weakening of the Tang dynasty, and the situation of starvation would continue. However, Wang Chong didn't intend to do anything. Those who fall behind will be beaten. If he wanted to change Sinu's situation, he could only rely on Sinu. No one else could help him. Arloja and Ablonidin had awkward looks on their faces. How could they not understand the problems that Sinu faced? However, this was something that even the high priest was helpless against. All they could do was try their best. Let's not talk about this anymore. Fortunately, Wang Chong flung his sleeves and didn't dwell on this problem. Great monks, the reason why I called you here is because I have a matter to discuss with your high priest. Without beating around the bush, Wang Chong went straight to the point. He didn't summon Arloja and Ablonidin to show concern for the plight of the Sindhi people. Gongzi, please speak. The two immediately said, respectfully, I wish to discuss a deal with your high priest regarding the Hyderabad ores. I wish to increase the quota of Hyderabad ores in the Central Plains. Great monks, please don't feel troubled. It won't be too late to reject it after hearing my words. Wang Chong looked at the awkward expressions on the faces of the two monks and smiled as he extended a finger. His expression was confident and calm, brimming with a power that could convince others. 1,000 gold taels. This is the price I am willing to pay for the Hyderabad ores. I believe that the high priest will not reject it. His voice was resounding and resounding. 1,000 gold taels. Arloja and Ablonidin, who were just about to reject it, were stunned. Gongzi, you aren't joking, right? Arloja's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe that Wang Chong was serious. This was because the price was much higher than the current price. Of course I'm not joking. Wang Chong chuckled as he stood up from his seat. He exuded a maturity and steadiness that many people of his age lacked, as well as the aura of a leader that others could trust. When together with him, even Arloja and Ablonidin couldn't help but follow his lead. Even when listening to his words, they would pay full attention, afraid that they would miss out on any information he wanted to say. This was a completely involuntary process. At the start, it wasn't like this at all. In fact, the two of them even rejected Wang Chong. There's a reason why I'm offering a high price. I hope that the high priest will sell the largest amount of ores to me this year. Wang Chong raised a finger as he walked toward the duo. The annual production of ores in Hyderabad was very low. In other words, there was a quota. If one place supplied too much, another place would have a corresponding decrease. That's right. Wang Chong wanted to snatch the quotas of Arabia and Carrick's Spazinu. In his previous life, Arabia and Carrick's Spazinu relied on their heavily armored army equipped with Wuzi steel scimitars to win the war against the Tang dynasty in the western regions, single-handedly sending the most elite troops of the Tang dynasty to their deaths. Money makes the world go round. Wang Chong wanted to use his enormous wealth to forcefully snatch the quotas of Arabia and Carrick's Spasinu's Hyderabad ores and nip their Mamelukes in the bud. The superior destroys the conspirators, while the subordinate destroys the soldiers. The most brilliant tactic was to subdue the enemy without fighting. Wang Chong didn't ask for an advance of 8 million from Li Qingyu just to play around, and even more so, not to become a millionaire. After deducting the 5 million required for the Lion City of Jianan, the remaining 3 million was used by Wang Chong to snatch the quotas of Hyderabad ores from Arabia and strike at the Abbasid Caliphate and Carrick's Spazinu, where didn't necessarily have to be fought with swords and spears. Knocking out the claws and teeth of the other party was still a form of victory. More importantly, the Hyderabad ores project was like a rolling snowball. Finally, the time for Wang Chong to realize his ultimate ambition had arrived. Wang Chong wanted to make use of the huge sum of money he had accumulated from the Hyderabad ores project to build a heavily armored army of Wuzi steel. He wanted to make the Tang dynasty realize the long-cherished wish of his previous life. He wanted to make those fearsome weapons appear in the army of the Tang dynasty and lend them a helping hand. With his wisdom and strength, he wanted to help the Tang dynasty sweep away all the enemies who were eyeing him covetously. Wang Chong knew that the Sindhis, including the high priest, would never be able to reject him. because there was an irresistible temptation within. May I know how much ores Gongzi wants? Arroyo, who had been silent all this while, asked. His expression was grim, and he seemed to be deep in thought. 1,000 gold taels. This was much higher than the price they had sold it to Wang Chong previously. However, the amount of ores in each region of Hyderabad was limited. Adding one region would inevitably affect another. This was a grave matter, and it wasn't something that he could make a decision on. He had to get to the bottom of this, then report to the high priest and let the high priest make the decision. 5,000 June. Chapter 286. Impossible. Arloja and Ablanja trembled and exclaimed at the same time. Perhaps realizing that they had lost their composure, Aloyo hurriedly explained. Gongzi, it's not that we don't want to sell, but we won't be able to excavate that much in an entire year. The Hyderabad ore was extremely tough, which meant that it was buried in an extremely harsh environment, making it extremely difficult to excavate. The Hyderabad ore wasn't an ordinary ore that could be found on the streets, and its output wasn't high. Even if they gathered all the resources from all the regions, they wouldn't be able to produce 5,000 June of ore in an entire year. Then how much ore can Hyderabad produce in a year? Wang Chong placed his outstretched hand behind his back and asked with a smile. He naturally knew that the output of Hyderabad's ore wasn't that high. He was trying to figure out the true output of Hyderabad's ore so that he could decide how much he needed. 3,000 June. That's the highest output we can estimate right now, and we'll only be able to reach it by the end of the year. If we want to reach the level you speak of, we'll have to increase our manpower and increase the output. Aloyo said seriously. Then why don't we increase the output? In the high priest's plan, he should have added more manpower and increased production, right? Wang Chong said. But even so, that's a matter for next year. We won't be able to gather that much this year. Aloyo said gravely. The price of 1,000 gold taels per June was really too high. It was too tempting. Moreover, it would be beneficial to Sinu as well. But more importantly, Wang Chong's demand was too high, and Sinu simply couldn't produce 5,000 June. Then we should be able to reach 1,000 June, right? Wang Chong said with a smile. This was his true goal. If he was just talking to the two monks, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. But he was talking to the high priest of Sinu, and the one who could make the decision was the Sinu high priest that Wang Chong had never met before. The two monks were just his eyes and ears, so he naturally had to play some tricks. This should be barely enough. After a moment of silence, Aloyo finally nodded. However, it should take at least 2 more months. 2 months later, I should be able to gather the number you mentioned. Aloyo had been to the mines of Sinu and was very familiar with the situation there. Wang Chong's 1,000 Junev was basically the limit of Sinu's output this year. After selling 1,000 June to Wang Chong, there wouldn't be much left for the year. After all, it was only a few months away from the end of the year. Besides, I can't make the decision on this matter. We still have to ask the high priest. Arroyo said. In the end, as expected, Aloyo indicated that the final decision was still in the hands of the high priest. Of course. Great monk, please tell the high priest that as long as he agrees to my conditions, I can pay 1,000,000 taels of gold in advance. As Wang Chong spoke, he threw out his final bomb. There will always be brave men with great rewards. Arloja! And Aloyo walked out of the gate of the Wang family in a trance. Wang Chong smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the shocked expressions on their faces and their dejected backs. 1,020,000 taels. This was more than 10 times more than the previous transaction. Just 90,000 taels of gold was enough to make Sinu go wild with joy. Now it was 1,000,000 taels of gold. To the famished Sinu, this was an irresistible temptation. Wang Chong knew that his plan would definitely succeed. Even Arloja and Aloyo would do their best to persuade the Sinu high priest for the sake of Sinu's interests. Gongzi, isn't this really worth it? 1,000,000 taels of gold isn't a small sum. Old Eagle said as he watched the backs of the two monks depart. Since he was going to follow Wang Chong and the Wang clan, he needed to understand his own clan. He also had some understanding of the Hyderabad, but 1,000,000 taels of gold was truly too much. Gold is just a type of metal. You'll understand in the future. Wang Chong chuckled, not bothering to explain. Zhang Shouji was helping to construct the Lion City in the southwest. Li Zhuxin was looking after Zhang Manian in Jiaoji. Solitary Wolf would represent him to negotiate with Zhang Wentao. And as for the Sin, the high priest, even though Wang Chong had never met the high priest before, he was confident that the massive sum of 1,000,000 taels of gold would be enough to move the high priest. The Arabs still hadn't grasped the forging technique for Wuxi steel, so it would be a waste even if they obtained the Hyderabad regardless of whether it was in terms of technology or wealth, they were no match for him. Everything was on the right track. He had finally accomplished something that he had never dared to imagine in his previous life. Once he was done with this matter, he would be able to return to the Kunwu training camp and focus on his martial arts. Right now, there's only that matter left. Wang Chong said to himself, a figure flitting through his mind. The reason why he was heading down the mountain this time was because Protector General Zhang Chou Jianqiong was entering the city. On the other hand, there was another matter that Wang Chong had on his mind that he wanted to investigate. It wasn't convenient for Wang Chong to do this while he was in the Kunwu training camp. However, with the backing of the Wang clan, it should be much easier for him to investigate this matter. The Eagle, how's the progress on the person I asked you to investigate? Is there any news? Wang Chong's voice was much softer than before. Ah, the Eagle subconsciously exclaimed, as if awakened from a dream. A serious expression appeared on his face. This was a request that Wang Chong had made after killing King Sojurim. Ever since he, Solitary Eagle, Steel Arms, and the others had sworn an oath to follow Wang Chong. This was the first time Wang Chong had asked him for a favor. Thus, the Eagle viewed this matter with great importance. Gongzi, I've asked my friends in the Bureau of Military Personnel and Bureau of Punishments to investigate that student from the Kunwu training camp, and they have a rough idea of his background. Gongzi's intuition isn't wrong. There's indeed something wrong with the information he left behind. Also, we've checked the place Gongzi mentioned. Even though we don't know what's going on, we can tell that this matter has something to do with Duke of Lu. Duke of Lu! Wang Chong was taken aback. He only knew that there was more to the matter than met the eye, but he didn't think that it would implicate someone of Duke of Lu's level. Are you certain? Wang Chong asked hesitantly. Not only so, I also discovered something that might interest Gongzi. Gongzi probably isn't aware of it, but not too long after you left the Kunwu training camp, that person left as well. The Eagle said. The more he looked into the matter, the more interested he became in that person. After following Wang Chong, the Eagle gradually realized that no matter how ordinary Wang Chong's arrangements might seem, they weren't as simple as they seemed. Oh, a glint flashed across Wang Chong's eyes. Back then, he was so focused on dealing with the Gogurians and King Sojurim that he didn't notice this matter. You mean to say that he's following me? Or is it just an accident, a coincidence? I've looked into it, and even though he left the Kunwu training camp together with Gongzi, he doesn't seem to have any interaction with Gongzi in the capital. It's likely to be a coincidence. The Eagle said. Even if Wang Chong hadn't asked about this matter, he would have told him anyway. Even though it hadn't been long since he took over that young man's matter, the Eagle was already interested in the matter that Wang Chong had arranged for him. On top of that, that young man is extremely alert. It isn't easy to find him amidst the complicated architecture of the capital. However, after sending a few nightingales to patrol the surroundings of the Duke of Lu residence, I did discover something interesting. The Duke of Lu residence hasn't been peaceful recently. A masked fellow has been loitering around the residence late at night, seemingly intent on doing something. At the end, the Eagle couldn't help but chuckle. Oh! Hearing the bizarre laughter of the Eagle, Wang Chong fell into deep thought. You mean to say that, Gongzi, you'll know once you take a look. The eagle smiled. There were many dukes in the Tang dynasty, and these dukes came from all over the world. The reasons for their conferment varied as well, and it was extremely complicated. Some were conferred their titles due to their outstanding contributions in the war. Some were conferred their titles due to their high prestige. Some were conferred their titles due to their contributions to the emperor. Some were conferred their titles due to their meritorious service to the emperor, saving a certain emperor in a certain era, or having in-laws with the royal family. In any case, the Tang dynasty had conferred quite a few dukes in the past 200 years, of which a portion of them enjoyed the patronage of their fathers and bore the title of duke, but they were already in name only. They no longer possessed the ability to discuss politics with the emperor, but the royal court still favored them, granting them the salary and treatment of a duke. The Duke of Lu was such in existence. Moreover, the dukes were divided into different ranks according to their different rights. The Duke of Lu enjoyed the lowest tier of salary, a county-level salary. The Duke of Lu had inherited the title for 3 generations, and his existence had become extremely inconspicuous. Basically, no one in the royal court would pay attention to him unless there was something special going on. 4 towering walls stood tall, forming a circle. Surrounding the walls were tall and lush maple trees. Behind the high walls was a luxurious, tall, and straight mansion. This was the Duke of Lu residence. In the dead of the night, the forest was silent, save for the occasional chirping of birds. In the darkness, the 2 rows of red lanterns hanging by the entrance of the Duke of Lu residence were exceptionally eye-catching. The eagle, are you sure that he will come tonight? In the forest, Wang Chong, who was hidden in the canopy, asked the eagle. The duo had been waiting here for quite some time now, but they didn't see anything. Gongzi, don't worry. I've observed him, and he comes around this time every day. He should be done scouting the area over the past few days, and it's about time for him to make a move. The eagle chuckled. Chio! Chio! Just as they were speaking, a chirping sound suddenly sounded above their heads. A small bird the size of a wicker basket leaped happily above their heads. It's here! Upon seeing this ordinary bird, the eagle's heart leaped in joy, and it suddenly chirped softly. Who? Almost at the same time, a gust of wind blew, and a masked figure suddenly appeared. It was the person whom the eagle spoke of. Chapter 287. The tranquil night suddenly turned eerie with the appearance of the assassin. That person stood outside the high wall, looking very vigilant. He did not rush in, but stood outside the forest, slowly looking around. Wang Chong had seen his fair share of assassins, be it Arab assassins, Gogrian assassins, or even Mayasame Ayaka, the female assassin from Yingzhou. None of them felt as bizarre as the assassin before him. He was simply too calm. It wasn't the calmness that came from a major event, but a calmness that stemmed from his very bones. No matter what he did, he would do it slowly and calmly. Even if a blade was pressed against his neck, he would still face death calmly. Wang Chong had only seen such disposition on a single person. I wonder if it's really him? A thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind, and he recalled a certain person on White Tiger Peak. Even though the eagle had been hinting that the other party was that person, he hadn't seen the other party's face yet, so he couldn't confirm it. Furthermore, there was a slight difference in his physique. It was hard to tell if the other party was a completely different person or if he had used some kind of movement technique to alter his movements. As the distance was too close, Wang Chong and the eagle didn't dare to get careless. They lowered their bodies and held their breaths, lowering their presence to the minimum. Wang Chong even used the tortoise breathing art to seal all of his pores so that not a single sound could be heard. Wang. Just as the duo was holding their breaths, an abrupt change occurred. An intense feeling of being watched rose in their hearts, and their hearts shuddered. This is bad. He has noticed us. Through the dense foliage, Wang Chong and the eagle noticed a pair of sharp eyes staring in their direction at the same time. That piercing gaze made the duo feel as though they were completely exposed. "That fellow is way too wary." Wang Chong immediately felt that something was amiss. With tortoise breathing, even a profound martial realm expert would find it hard to notice him as long as he closed his pores. The eagle, on the other hand, was an expert close to the profound martial realm. He didn't expect to be discovered. "Young master, wait!" Suddenly, an arm reached out from behind. The eagle's expression was solemn as he grabbed Wang Chong from behind. His eyes clearly conveyed this message. Wang Chong was startled. Just as he was feeling astonished, he suddenly heard the crisp cry of a bird. Chirp, 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 chirp. The sound was very close, jumping around not far from the top of their heads. It was the little bird that the eagle kept. In a flash, Wang Chong understood what the eagle meant. The person was not looking at them, but at the little bird trained by the eagle above their heads. Chirp, 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 chirp. The little bird seemed to be able to understand the eagle's intentions. After jumping between the branches a few times, it suddenly flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Soon, it disappeared into the night sky. Outside the high walls, the pair of eyes watched as the little bird disappeared into the night sky. Slowly, the gaze turned gentle. At the same time, the alertness in Wang Chong's heart also gradually disappeared. Impressive! Wang Chong looked at the direction where the little bird disappeared and praised in his heart. The eagle's ability to train birds was simply unparalleled. Regardless of the size of the bird, from giant eagles and condors to the common sparrows, pigeons, orioles, he could train all kinds of birds and make them work for him. This was also the reason why Wang Chong valued the eagle so much that he decided to hand over some of the Wang family's information channels to him. Among Steel Arm's Solitary Wolf and the other two, he was the weakest. However, his ability to train birds was also the best. No matter how powerful an expert was, they would never imagine that those common birds by the roadside would be someone else's eyes and ears. So, on the other side, after confirming that the surroundings were safe, the black-clothed man leaped high into the air, and as agile as a monkey, he silently disappeared into the high walls of the Duke of Lu residence. "Gongzi, should we follow him in?" The eagle turned around and asked with a hushed voice. "Of course. Are the preparations done on your side?" Wang Chong turned around and smiled. "Hee, this isn't my first day taming birds. Gongzi, don't worry. I have already prepared all of the birds in the Duke of Lu residence. No matter where he goes, we will be able to keep track of him." Old Eagle knew what he was asking and faintly smiled, a hint of pride on his face. It wasn't his first day taming birds, so naturally he couldn't just train that little bird. Ever since he failed to investigate King Sojerim's case back then, and all of his methods were discovered by the Gogurians, he had endured the humiliation for the past decade and worked hard. His bird-taming techniques were no longer the same as they were back then. Now he was no longer limited to those common eagles and eagles that could fly high. Now, even the birds that were commonly seen in the bushes on the side of the road could be used by him to scout for information. Even the most formidable of experts wouldn't be able to think of such a possibility. So, the duo leaped down from the tree, and with a leap, they silently leaped onto the city walls in the direction where the black-clothed man had disappeared. Within the high walls, there were rows upon rows of pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. There were also gardens, ponds, and rockery, all of which were connected in the darkness. And in just a short moment, the black-clothed man had already disappeared. There! The eagle's eyes lit up. With a hushed voice, he suddenly pointed to a gazebo in the distance. Following the eagle's gaze, Wang Chong saw a blurry silhouette flashing by. If not for his sharp eyes, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. What in the world is that fellow doing? Wang Chong gazed into the distance in contemplation. That fellow didn't seem to have a specific target. Instead, he seemed to be searching for something. "Gongzi, should we chase after him?" The eagle glanced at the city walls and asked. Even though he didn't wield any actual authority, He was still a duke of the royal court. There were still quite a few guards in the residence, and there was a high chance that he would be discovered. On top of that, the masked lad was also extremely alert. It wouldn't be easy to follow him without being discovered. Standing on top of the wall, Wang Chong fell into deep thought. Let's go down and take a look. In any case, I must find out whether that person is him or not today. Also, why would he come to a duke's residence in the middle of the night? Wang Chong said he had to get to the bottom of this matter before returning to the Kunwu training camp. This was the final matter he had to understand. As for the danger, he wasn't afraid even if he was discovered by the Duke of Lu. Let's go! Leaping down from the city walls, the duo discreetly headed in the direction of the masked man. At this moment, the birds that the eagle had reared played an important role. Even without following the masked man, the duo was able to keep track of his movements. That fellow is too daring. What is he looking for? The masked man's movements were erratic, sometimes to the east and sometimes to the west. As he tailed the masked man, even the eagle was astonished. After all, this was a duke's residence, and after many years of accumulation, there were still some formidable experts in it. Even the eagle and Wang Chong had to tread carefully here in case they were discovered by anyone from the Duke of Lu residence, needless to say anyone else. But the masked man didn't have the slightest bit of apprehension. Based on his observations over the past few days, the masked man seemed to have a thorough understanding of this place. He knew when the guards would be changing shifts, where the guards would go, and where they would go. It was as if he was a member of the Duke of Lu residence. But the eagle knew that it was impossible for that to be the case. Along the way, he had seen the masked man entering and exiting the bathhouse, the drawing room, the guest room, the main hall, the garden. Other than the Duke of Lu's residence, which was heavily guarded, the masked man had entered almost everything else in the Duke of Lu residence. His footsteps were silent, and his expression was frighteningly calm. In the darkness of the night, he seemed no different from a spectre, leaving one shivering in fear. All of a sudden the eagle froze. His gaze was fixated on the area before him. What's wrong? Following beside the eagle, Wang Chong immediately noticed that something was amiss. Over there. He entered the residence of the son of the Duke of Lu. The eagle was taken aback. What? Wang Chong hadn't realized what was going on yet. That's the residence of the son of the Duke of Lu. The eagle stared ahead. Wang Chong's body trembled violently, and he abruptly turned his head around. In the darkness, through the arched roof, he could see a brightly lit room in the distance. Unlike the other areas of the Duke of Lu residence that had been plunged into darkness, this room was extremely eye-catching. Wang Chong finally understood the eagle's intentions. Most people dressed in black would try their best to avoid places with open flames. However, this person didn't seem to have such qualms. But this wasn't what Wang Chong was concerned about. Eagle, are you sure that that is the residence of the son of the Duke of Lu? Wang Chong asked grimly. The eagle nodded. Gongzi, do you want to take a look? Unexpectedly, the eagle thought that Wang Chong would agree with his suggestion. But contrary to his expectations, Wang Chong's face suddenly warped. Let's go. This is a trap. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. What? The eagle was astonished. How could this be? The sparrows he had trained had been in the vicinity all this while, and they hadn't noticed any traps at all. Why would Wang Chong say that this was a trap? But Wang Chong didn't explain at all. After saying those words, he immediately leaped forward and dashed out. The eagle hesitated for a moment, but eventually he still decided to follow. The duo swiftly retraced their steps, leaped over the high walls, and left the Duke of Lu residence. Gongzi, what is going on? In the forest beyond the high walls, the eagle asked as soon as he landed on the ground. Eagle, things aren't that simple. I don't know if the men from the Duke of Lu residence have noticed you, but they have definitely noticed him. Regardless of what he is looking for or whether he is targeting the son of the Duke of Lu, he won't be able to get anything out of this trip. Wang Chong said grimly. His thoughts were too simplistic. The Duke of Lu had already fallen from grace, and he didn't even have the right to discuss politics in the royal court. Only during the Lantern Festival would he be invited to the royal palace to have a meal with the Scions. But how could a duke of the Tang dynasty be simple? Chapter 288. So, not too long after the duo left the Duke of Lu residence, a commotion could be heard from behind the walls. This sudden movement immediately attracted the attention of the two people. Gongzi, there's movement. That person has left the Duke of Lu residence, the eagle reported. As he spoke, the eagle couldn't help but glance at Wang Chong in astonishment. He knew that Wang Chong was right. Not bad. His reaction is indeed fast to realize that something is amiss so quickly. Hearing those words, a hint of surprise flashed across Wang Chong's eyes. He had just left the Duke of Lu residence, but he had already left the area. There weren't many people who could match up to his sharpness. Let's go and take a look. Without any hesitation, Wang Chong beckoned the eagle, and the two of them headed in the direction where the masked man had left. So, a cold gust of wind blew, and in the direction opposite of where Wang Chong and the others had entered the Duke of Lu residence, there was a flash of light, and a masked man leaped out from behind the walls. The masked man's hands were hidden within his sleeves, and he clenched them tightly. His face was pale, but he didn't say a single word. Only deep hatred could be seen in his eyes. Without a doubt, his operation had failed. So. After leaving the Duke of Lu residence, the black-clothed masked man swiftly dashed into the distance. Humph, brat, are you still thinking of leaving? A cold sneer sounded, and a light flashed in the forest. A figure suddenly appeared from the side, blocking the path of the masked man. The masked man's face darkened, and just as he was about to turn around, another figure leaped out from the other side of the forest, blocking the masked man's path. Humph, I already told you to stay behind, so where do you think you're going? That muscular figure walked out from the ambush, but he wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he slowly surrounded the masked man to prevent him from escaping. Even though the masked man was dressed in black and had a mask covering his face, the figures on both sides were sneering coldly, as if they had seen through his disguise. Humph, aren't you going to speak? Do you think you can hide your identity by not speaking? The fierce-looking man in the lead laughed coldly and continued to press forward. Let me tell you, you might be able to hide your identity from others, but you won't be able to fool Gongzi and the old master. Kid, from the very beginning, Master knew that you would come here sooner or later. Hearing this, a slight change finally appeared in the masked man's eyes, but there was even more extreme coldness and hatred. If you were in the Kunwa training camp, we wouldn't be able to do anything to you. But it's a pity that you survivors refused to give up and actually walk right into my trap. The burly man in the lead sneered. Buzz. Hearing the sturdy man's words, the masked man's complexion suddenly changed. His eyes were slightly red, and an extremely cold aura was released from his body. He was like the most ferocious beast, dangerous and terrifying. In the beginning, the leader of the group was still calm and unruffled, looking down from above like a cat toying with a mouse. But under the pressure of the masked man, he felt as though he had swallowed 100 flies, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Brat, you still dare to look at me with such eyes? You really don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, don't blame me for this. Brothers, come out. Whoosh, 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 like some kind of signal. In an instant, the front, back, left, right of the black-clothed masked man, like ghosts appearing out of thin air, they suddenly walked out of their hiding places with malicious intentions and surrounded the black-clothed masked man. Screech! Not far from the top of the forest, a clear and resonant cry came from a place not far above the forest. A cat-like adult eagle spread its iron wings and gently glided down from the sky. Right, I forgot to tell you. No matter which direction you flee in, you won't be able to escape. So you should just give up. The leader of the group said, coldly, as though he was looking at a prey trapped in a cage. He tore off a piece of jerky and tossed it over. The ferocious bird caught it, and with a sharp cry, it flapped its wings and quickly flew up, disappearing into the night sky. Watching the giant eagle disappear into the night sky, the black-clothed masked man suddenly understood something, but his cold eyes did not show any expression. Clang! Slowly taking a few steps back, the masked man in black pulled out a sword with a clang, showing his attitude with his actions. You're courting death. The leader of the group flew into a rage. He waved his hand, and an expert with a majestic aura leaped out with a sneer. My lord, there's no need for so many people to deal with this brat. Just let me do it. Before he finished speaking, he swung his sword. Boom! A majestic gust of stellar energy erupted from his body like a raging torrent. But something shocking happened. Almost at the same moment that the expert made his move, the masked man suddenly leaped forward, charging toward the expert instead of retreating. Boom! Right before everyone's eyes, a powerful surge of stellar energy suddenly burst forth from the masked man's body. Along with this surge of stellar energy was a dazzling black halo. Boom, boom! Dust and pebbles flew in all directions, and shockwaves of energy shot into the surroundings. As though two ferocious beasts, the two stellar energy surges collided with one another in midair, and a strong gale whipped up, causing the surrounding trees to rustle noisily. Before anyone could comprehend what was going on, a shrill scream of agony echoed in the air. The battle outside the forest came to an end in a short moment. The sword in the masked man's hand was knocked several zhang away. The expert from the Duke of Lu residence had pierced his right chest, and the tip of the sword was protruding from his back. On the other hand, the masked man's palms pierced deeply into the chest of the expert from the Duke of Lu residence. His eyes were as cold as ever. Deathly silence. The surroundings suddenly fell deathly silent. The gleeful expression on everyone's faces vanished, and in that instant, everyone felt a bone-chilling chill. For the first time, everyone felt a chilling power coming from this young man who had his head hidden and face masked with a black cloth and had not spoken a single word since the beginning. No one had ever seen such a ferocious fighting style before. Even at the cost of severe injuries, he was determined to kill his opponent. Even though the masked man was severely injured, everyone knew that he had lost. That was because he had paid the price with his life. Pucci, outside the forest, the masked man calmly withdrew his hands, and the expert from the Duke of Lu residence collapsed to the ground as though a wooden pillar with his eyes wide open. The black masked man's attack had not only pierced his chest with his hands, but it had also crushed his heart in his chest. Kill him. Seeing this scene, the burly man in the lead had a ferocious look on his face as he suddenly pounced forward to kill. This time, it wasn't just one person. Everyone made a move. Gongzi, hurry. Their battle is getting more and more intense, the eagle said. Even though he couldn't see anything at all, he had many birds to relay news for him. Even though he wasn't present at the scene, he felt as though he was witnessing it with his own eyes. There are quite a few of them. Furthermore, they're moving swiftly toward the northwest. The target is injured. Another group of people is coming. Amidst the darkness, the eagle led the way and reported the situation to Wang Chong. Honestly speaking, even though he had seen the eagle train, he didn't understand a single word of the eagle's unique language. Occasionally, he would only see a small bird flying in front of him, jumping, chirping, circling, or flapping its wings. In Wang Chong's eyes, these were ordinary movements of birds, but in the eyes of the eagle, it was the rich language of birds. It was through this language that Wang Chong and the eagle were able to keep a clear target in their pursuit. There's another eagle. The eagle's footsteps suddenly paused. I was too careless. I didn't expect Duke of Lu to be prepared and even hide an eagle in his residence. Gongzi, you are probably right on this matter. This is indeed a trap. To think that Duke of Lu would know that someone would be coming. The eagle sneered coldly. He was an eagle. He had spent his entire life interacting with all kinds of birds. Before doing anything, he would first sweep the skies to see if there were any eyes and ears of others. This was a common practice on the battlefield, but the eagle still managed to do it. Thus, the eagle was certain that there wasn't such an eagle in the vicinity of the Duke of Lu residence before this incident. This eagle that suddenly appeared was from the Duke of Lu residence. To hide an eagle before the incident even happened, and then release it to chase after its prey. This matter was getting more and more bizarre. The eagle realized that this matter was completely different from what he had imagined. There's no need to hold him back. Kill that eagle. Wang Chong understood the meaning behind the eagle's words, and he said calmly, if the other party had an eagle in the sky, that person wouldn't be able to escape. On top of that, the other party had an eagle, and that person would be exposed. Also, send the signal. Wang Chong said, yes, Gongzi. Old Eagle chuckled, a delighted expression on his face. Reaching his right hand into his left sleeve, Old Eagle took out a miniature golden bird. The bird's body was curled up and its eyes were bright. The feathers on its body seemed as though they would shoot out at any moment. With a single look, it was clear that this wasn't an ordinary bird. Wang Chong had been in contact with the eagle for quite some time now, but he didn't know that the latter had such a bird on him. He felt that the eagle had many secrets. Yi, the golden bird, suddenly opened its beak and let out a cry. The sound it produced was so loud that it was completely disproportionate to its size. With a leap, it flew out from the eagle's hand. Even Wang Chong didn't see how it disappeared. Chapter 289. There are bloodstains on the ground. There was a fight here. Outside the forest, where the masked man fought, Wang Chong and the eagle came to a halt. There was a huge amount of blood on the ground, and there were signs of a fight everywhere. The ground was riddled with holes, and quite a few trees had been broken. Wood shavings were flying all over the place. Not only was there a fight, someone even died. There's too much blood here. This isn't a normal loss of blood. The eagle stood up and glanced at the clear human-shaped mark on the ground a few steps away. This wasn't a normal situation. It was caused by human blood splattering on the ground. Judging from the amount of blood loss, even if the other party wasn't dead, he was probably on the verge of death. They have already dragged the corpse away. Wang Chong nodded in agreement with the eagle's judgment. The men from the Duke of Lu residence seemed to be intending to conceal this matter, so they dragged the corpse away as soon as possible. However, due to the lack of time and the fact that they had to chase after the other party, they didn't have the time to clean up the bloodstains and signs of a fight. Suddenly, a glint flashed across Wang Chong's eyes, and he leaped to the edge of the forest. He squatted down, and when he stood up once more, there was a black cloth in his hand. It belongs to that lad. The eagle also walked over, and upon seeing the blood seeping out of the cloth, his eyes were filled with worry. That lad is vomiting blood. It seems like his injuries aren't light. He was on the verge of developing feelings for the fellow who snuck into the Duke of Lu residence in the middle of the night. Not to mention, the Gongzi had instructed him to investigate the other party. Even though he wasn't sure why the Gongzi wanted him to investigate the other party, the eagle could sense that the other party was a friend and not a foe. Wang Chong didn't say a word. Holding the blood-soaked cloth in his hand, he fell into deep thought. Let's go. Tossing aside the black cloth that reeked of blood, Wang Chong immediately dashed forward. He was getting more and more curious about the relationship between that fellow and the Duke of Lu residence. That fellow left the Kunwa training camp and came to the Duke of Lu residence in the middle of the night. For several days, he seemed to be searching for something. Just what in the world would belong to the Duke of Lu residence? There was also Duke of Lu. His attitude toward that person was completely unlike that of a thief who had infiltrated his residence in the middle of the night. He seemed to have known about the man's plan before he made his move. He had prepared a trap in advance, a giant eagle hibernating in the mansion, and a team of experts who would follow his orders at any time and would pursue him to the death. If there was no ulterior motive, was there a need to treat a nameless person like this? With these thoughts in his mind, Wang Chong sped up and rushed forward. The birds that the eagle was watching were constantly sending back news. The situation ahead was getting more and more serious. Although his impression of that guy was not easy to deal with, the fact that he was able to break through the encirclement and run all the way to that place was enough to prove his strength. He would not be able to hold on for much longer. Don't let him escape. If he escapes, I'll hold you responsible. Catch him. From afar, a flustered and exasperated voice sounded amidst the deafening explosions. Judging from the voice, there were quite a few people gathered ahead. Wang Chong's heart tightened, and he and the eagle hastened forward. Through the dense forest, Wang Chong immediately saw several brawny men brimming with killing intent. Even though most of these people weren't dressed in the uniform of the Duke of Lu residence, it was clear that they were martial arts experts recruited by the Duke of Lu residence. Surrounded by this group of people, a pale-faced young man was slumped to the ground. Blood was flowing from his lips, and his clothes were completely drenched. Usually, it was difficult to discern the color of blood on a black nocturnal outfit, but at this moment, even Wang Chong could tell that it was viscous, fresh blood. His body was riddled with sword wounds and saber wounds. It wasn't as simple as a cut from a sword. Many of the wounds had penetrated through the body, from the front to the back. In some places, even the bones were exposed. The injuries were so severe that an ordinary person wouldn't have been able to withstand it and would have fainted from the pain. But that person didn't. He sat on the ground with a calm expression, so calm that it was frightening. It was impossible for anyone to do what he did, but he was truly capable of doing so. In fact, Wang Chong couldn't even sense the slightest hint of emotion from him. His calmness left one despairing, or perhaps callousness. Amidst the forest, a group of men didn't notice the arrival of Wang Chong and the eagle. At this moment, the brawny man was completely focused on the young man before him, and he was infuriated. He had already intercepted the young man outside the high walls of the Duke of Lu residence, but he didn't expect the young man to charge out of the encirclement and even kill quite a few of his men. This infuriated him to the core. Go, kill him, kill him. I will reward whoever kills this lad. The brawny man bellowed. Even though the experts of the Duke of Lu residence were seething with killing intent, none of them dared to step forward. The brawny man was taken aback for a moment before he recovered from his shock. In an instant, he flew into a rage. Go, 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 you bastards. That lad is already at the end of his rope. What are you all afraid of? The brawny man kicked and cursed, but the surrounding men had awkward expressions on their faces. They hurriedly dodged, but no one dared to step forward. Everyone knew that the lad was severely injured, and he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. This included the brothers who had already fallen to the ground. But more importantly, every time that lad seemed to be on the verge of death, he would be as lively as a dragon and a tiger when they stepped forward to attack him. He would fight with his life on the line, killing one brother after another. It wasn't that no one had ever seen someone with the nickname Desperate Swordsman before, but there had never been anyone like him. This wasn't just a simple case of him being ferocious, but one that didn't fear death at all. There was no such thing as feigning civility when fighting with him. From the very start, he would fight with his life on the line, knowing that it was either life or death. Every time that lad seemed to be at the end of his rope, he would risk his life to be pierced through, and his internal organs would be blasted before killing his opponent in a single blow. Furthermore, he would stab his hands into the other party's body and kill them in such a chilling manner. At this point in the battle, everyone already understood that his sharpest weapon was not his saber or sword, but his pair of fists. On top of that, those brothers who thought that he was on the verge of death were all lying on the ground. Under such circumstances, no one dared to dissuade him. Bastard! The brawny man flew into a rage. Swoosh! He drew the saber by his waist and was just about to make a move when he suddenly heard a loud shout. Gongzi is here! Gongzi is here! In an instant, everyone felt as though they had received a decree. Under the starry night sky, a silhouette dressed in a long white robe with a gloomy face could be seen. He was accompanied by a few experts who had obviously surpassed the true martial realm and was flying over. Even from a distance away, everyone could feel the powerful aura of nobility emanating from that person. He was the heir of the Duke of Lu residence, Li Bing. Move aside. With a livid face, Li Bing leaped down from the treetop. Walala! In an instant, everyone opened up a path for the heir of the Duke of Lu residence. Behind him, two experts with profound gazes and unfathomable cultivation also flew down and stuck close to him. Under the tree, the pale-faced young man looked like a piece of paper. When he saw the two experts of the Xianqi layer behind Li Bing, his expression finally fluctuated and his eyes dimmed. Humph! The eldest son of the Duke of Lu residence, Li Bing, was in his 20s. He had a well-built body, and he seemed to possess a domineering aura. As soon as he appeared, the people around him naturally followed his lead. Su Hanshan, I don't care how smart you think you are. Since you have changed your name, I'll call you that for the time being. Li Bing said coldly, revealing the name of the young man. The black-clothed and masked man who had barged into the Duke of Lu residence in the middle of the night was no other than Su Hanshan, who shared the same room with Wang Chong on White Tiger Peak in the Kunwu training camp. If you had just obediently stayed in the Kunwu training camp to be your Su Hanshan, I wouldn't have bothered with you. However, since you dared to barge into my Duke of Lu residence, don't blame me for what happens next. Beneath the tree, Su Hanshan sat on the ground silently as he stared coldly at the eldest son of the Duke of Lu, Li Bing. Retribution comes in the cycle of the heavens. Li Bing, one day you and your Duke of Lu residence will pay the price for what you did back then. Su Hanshan suddenly said. After saying those words, he immediately regained his composure and closed his eyes silently, awaiting death. You're courting death. Those words completely infuriated Li Bing. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Kill him. Wang. As soon as Li Bing finished his words, the profound martial realm expert behind Li Bing suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed at Su Hanshan, who was standing under the tree. Under the starry night, his 5 fingers emanated a cold glint reminiscent of swords. Stop! At this crucial moment, a voice suddenly echoed from the forest, attracting everyone's attention except for the profound martial realm expert behind Li Bing, Hung Long. At the crucial moment, a figure dashed into the battlefield like a tiger in a flock of sheep. At the moment of imminent peril, he stood in front of Su Hanshan and blocked this sure-kill move. Who is it? The faces of the 2 profound martial realm experts turned cold as they turned their gazes over. Who is it? At the same time, Li Bing's gaze also turned to the forest. At this moment, there shouldn't be anyone else here. Brother Su, are you all right? Wang Chong walked out from the forest and glanced at Su Hanshan, who seemed to have died once, with an awful complexion. Even though he had tried to stop Su Hanshan, it was futile against the experts around Li Bing. If not for the eagle, Su Hanshan probably wouldn't have been able to save Su Hanshan. Who in the world are you? What relationship do you have with that fellow? Staring at Wang Chong, Li Bing's complexion was even more awful than Wang Chong's. The fellow lying on the ground was of great importance. The Duke of Lu residence had spent a long time waiting for him to walk right into their trap and capture him. In fact, he had even led a team here personally. This matter couldn't be allowed to go wrong. In fact, he couldn't allow anyone else to see it. This person was completely out of his expectations. Chapter 290. Li Gongzi, it has been a long time. I am Wang Chong, the grandson of Prime Minister Wang Bo and the son of General Wang Yan. Wang Chong observed his expression and said nothing more. With a wave of his hand, he tossed over a dazzling, golden token. Taken aback, Li Bing subconsciously caught it. However, with just a glance, his face immediately warped. Li Bing had never met Wang Chong before, and their social circle didn't intersect at all. However, there was no one in the capital who didn't know of the Wang clan's emblem. Wang Bo! No one dared to address him in such a manner anymore. Everyone, including the dukes and kings of the royal court, had to address him respectfully as Duke Jiao. Li Bing didn't expect that the young man who suddenly walked out of the forest in the middle of the night would be the grandson of Duke Jiao, the Wang clan's Qilin son who had caused a huge uproar in the Tang dynasty. Why is he here? Li Bing looked at the calm-looking young man who was walking toward him with a hint of fear in his eyes. Even though the Wang clan wasn't conferred the title of duke, it was the clan of ministers and generals envied by the other clans. In terms of standing, it wasn't beneath the Duke of Lu residence. Brother Su, how is it? Are you able to hold on? Ignoring the complicated expression on Li Bing's face, Wang Chong revealed his identity and walked through the crowd toward Su Hanshan, who was seated beneath the tree. The person he was most concerned about at the moment was Su Hanshan, this talented general who could rival the likes of Gao Xinji, Fomin Linta, Geshu Han, and Wang Shogui was the person that Wang Chong was most concerned about at the moment. The future seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. In his previous life, Su Hanshan's personality was cold, aloof, and unsociable. Even though he trained the best army in the world and was able to pierce through the defenses of the other party, he was also known for his unsociable personality. In his previous life, Su Hanshan's personality was cold, aloof, and unsociable. Needless to say, he didn't have much of a relationship with his comrades from the Kunwu training camp. Needless to say, others. There was no one who could be his ally, and he would never work with anyone. Yet, such a person would always leave the army at a specific time every year and appear at a certain location in the capital. Even when the war was at its peak, it had never changed. Wang Chong had asked the eagle to investigate based on this point. Just that, Wang Chong didn't expect that his investigation would lead him to the Duke of Lu and for such a scene to occur. If he hadn't appeared, wouldn't Su Hanshan have died here? This was something Wang Chong hadn't expected at all. Wang Chong realized that things were starting to change from what he remembered. Brother Su, this is a healing pill. It might be of some help to your injuries. Wang Chong walked to the bottom of the tree and took out a healing pill that he got from Liu Zhizhang and handed it over. Su Hanshan's face was still as cold as ever. He did not accept the healing pill that Wang Chong was offering him, maintaining his aloof demeanor. Just that, when his cold eyes glanced at Wang Chong's figure, he couldn't help but reveal an indiscernible hint of astonishment. Without a doubt, Su Hanshan didn't expect Wang Chong to appear here, not to mention at this moment. As expected, nothing has changed at all. Wang Chong chuckled inwardly. He wasn't surprised in the least. Even though the two of them shared the same room on White Tiger Peak, they had their own matters to attend to, and they didn't have much of a relationship with one another. Su Hanshan's daily routine wasn't too different from that of an ordinary person. He would disappear early in the morning before daybreak, and he would return late at night. Even though they lived together, the chances of them meeting each other were pitifully low. Under such circumstances, given Su Hanshan's personality, it would be strange if he would accept Wang Chong's offer for free. Li Gongzi, I'll take this person away. How about I owe you a favor? Wang Chong looked back at Li Bing and said, confidently. Both the Wang clan and the Li clan were nobles in the capital. Since Wang Chong had already revealed his identity, it was equivalent to the Wang clan dealing with the Duke of Lu residence. Once the scions of the prestigious clans came of age, they would represent their clan. Thus, they wouldn't make promises easily. Wang Chong believed that a promise from him was more important than Su Hanshan's life. Li Bing wouldn't reject him. Chong Gongzi, pardon me for speaking out of turn. This person, Su Han isn't from the capital, so he probably doesn't have much of a relationship with Gongzi. Chong Gongzi, why don't you hand this person over to us? My father has already instructed us to bring him back, no matter what. I hope that Gongzi can fulfill my wish. Unexpectedly, Li Bing hesitated for a moment before saying something else. Even under such circumstances, he was still unwilling to give up on Su Han. Wang Chang's eyebrows shot up. Amidst his surprise, he couldn't help but glance at the pale-faced Su Han on the floor, a person whom the Duke of Lu had personally instructed to capture? This wasn't the attitude one would use against a petty thief. What kind of conflict did this fellow have with the Duke of Lu? Li Gongzi, you're overthinking things. This friend of mine has always been like this. To be honest, with Li Gongzi, Brother Su and I shared the same room on the White Tiger Peak of the Kunwa training camp. This time, he had come down the mountain on the orders of his ancestor to invite him to stay at the Wang family and meet him. However, I didn't see him for a long time, so I came over to take a look. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Li Gongzi, on my account, I hope that you can let this matter rest. I'll surely pay you a visit in the future to apologize. Wang Chang's reaction wasn't slow. Since Li Bing brought up Duke of Lu, Wang Chong brought up his grandfather, and even said that his grandfather would be inviting him over. Wang Chong didn't believe that Li Bing would be able to overturn this. Bullsh *T. Do you know how many of our men this lad has killed? Those brothers of ours are still lying on the floor right now. And you think that you can just take them away just like that? A guard of the Duke of Lu residence suddenly interjected and reprimanded. Wang Chong narrowed his eyes, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Times were different now. He was no longer the idle, profligate son of the past. In the outside world, he represented the Wang clan, a clan of ministers and generals. How could a young master of a clan of generals and ministers speak with the son of a duke of the Tang dynasty? However, Wang Chong couldn't be bothered to reprimand the guard. This matter only meant that the Duke of Lu residence had lost face. Instead, he turned his gaze to the eldest son of Duke of Lu, Li Bing. Back down. Do you have the right to speak here? As expected, under Wang Chang's glare, Li Bing couldn't maintain his composure and bellowed furiously. With an embarrassed look, the latter hurriedly retreated. Chong Gongzi, must you take this person away? Li Bing took a few steps forward and said in a deep voice. His eyes stared fixedly at Wang Chong, not letting go of the slightest change. What guest invited by Duke Jiao? He didn't believe a single word that Wang Chong said. However, there was no doubt that Wang Chong was here for this lad. What Li Bing wanted to know at this moment was whether there was any room for reconciliation between the two parties. Was Wang Chong determined to take this lad away? The Wang clan wasn't an ordinary clan. If it was anything else, he would have agreed to it. However, this matter wasn't an ordinary one to the Li clan. Li Gongzi, I think that I have made myself clear. I must take this person away. Wang Chong pointed to Su Han and said, the reason why he appeared here in the middle of the night wasn't to allow Li Bing to bring Su Han into the Duke of Lu residence. Regardless of the relationship between the Duke of Lu residence and Su Han, he was determined to bring Su Han away. Chong Gongzi, you don't seem to have many people with you, right? Li Bing sneered coldly as he stepped forward. As he spoke, he stared coldly at the eagle behind Wang Chong. His intentions were clear. There was only one profound martial realm expert by Wang Chong's side, and there were two such experts by Wang Chong's side. If Wang Chong were to make a move, Wang Chong wouldn't be able to escape at all. Needless to say, save Wang Chong. Ha ha ha. Wang Chong couldn't help but laugh at these words, his expression fearless. Li Gongzi, you can't be that naive. This is the Duke of Lu residence, and I'm alone. Do you think that I would come here without any preparations? Wang, hearing those words, Li Bing couldn't hold himself back anymore. If Wang Chong really had an expert hidden in the shadows, he wouldn't be able to bring this person away regardless of whether he was willing or not. At the very least, if anything were to happen to Wang Chong here, the Duke of Lu residence would definitely be in deep trouble. The Wang clan wasn't just any ordinary clan. Putting aside Duke Jiu's influence in the royal court, just the alliance between the Wang clan and the King of Song was something that all powers had to take seriously. The current Wang clan and the King of Song were at the peak of their power in the royal court. The Bureau of Military Personnel, the royal court, and the royal court were all vassals to them. In this aspect, the Duke of Lu residence, which had been around for 3 generations, couldn't possibly compare to them. Putting everything aside, just the wrath of the King of Song wasn't something that the Duke of Lu residence could withstand. If what Wang Chong said was true, the Duke of Lu residence would have to reconsider its actions. Brotherly, do you doubt my words? Wang Chong's eyes were as sharp as the flames of a candle. Seeing that Li Bing wasn't willing to speak up, he immediately knew what the latter was thinking. With a slight smile, he raised his arm and gestured. So, an arrow pierced into the ground before Li Bing. The shaft of the arrow was almost at his feet, and the tail of the arrow trembled in the air, producing a buzzing sound. Looking at the arrow, Li Bing's heart immediately sank, and his complexion turned awful. He didn't expect Wang Chong to be telling the truth. The other party had really come prepared. This arrow was more than enough to prove his point. However, he couldn't bring himself to let Su Han's Han off just like that. In order to lure this lad into their trap, the Duke of Lu residence had spent a huge amount of time and effort. How could they possibly let him off so easily? More importantly, wouldn't that matter be exposed? How could Li Bing be willing to accept this? He wasn't sure whether he should make a move or not. In this instant, Li Bing and his group of experts were caught in a dilemma. Walala! Just as Li Bing was in a dilemma, the sound of wind whistling echoed. A snow-white West Domain eagle flapped its wings and flew over from the night sky. This sudden change immediately caught everyone's attention. Even Wang Chong turned his gaze over. The West Domain eagle clearly belonged to the Duke of Lu residence. Li Bing stretched out an arm, and the West Domain eagle landed on his left arm.